is 3:30 p.m. and it is July 16th, 2024. I'm going to call the meeting for the City of Iowa City Work Session to order. Welcome to everyone that is here virtually, and then to anyone that is here in the room. I want to make sure that Mayor Pro Tem, we can hear you and you can hear us.
I can hear you very well, Mayor.
Awesome. Welcome from Egypt. All right. We are going to move on to the first item on the agenda, City Hall and Public Safety Headquarters Space Need Study Update. I'm going to turn it over to our City Manager, Jeff Fruin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So it's been a few months since we last gave you an update on this project. As you recall, several months ago, we were really focused on evaluating the need. You all did some tours of the building, both the City Hall side and the police and fire side, and we generally talked to you about some of the challenges that we face, both with our current workspaces and projecting out the accommodation of our future growth. Since that time, we've been working on scenarios that will define how we take the next steps forward into thinking about our space needs for police, fire headquarters, and City Hall here. So I'm going to welcome OPN up to the microphone, and they're going to give you an update on the project.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Jeff. My name is Justin Bishop, partner with OPN Architects. Good to see you all again. And with me here is Sophie Donta, another architect who's been working on this that rounds out the rest of our team and others back in the office. So as Jeff said, today we wanted to sort of recap where we've been and what we've been working on, but really focus on design scenarios and those associated costs that might be with that. So that's what we're going to get into today. Just checking my slides here. So as a reminder, last time we left, like Jeff said, we were wrapping up that data collection phase. We had done the building assessments, user interviews, building tours, a lot of sort of background work to inform the decisions that are made in the concept phase. And so that was really thinking about what we have currently and our existing conditions, and then what do we need in the future to support operations of the City Hall, fire, and police. So you all got the behind-the-scenes tour in sort of the nooks and crannies of some of the spaces here, thinking about sort of the basic needs of a proper office space or workspaces, thinking about access to daylight, just sort of the quality of space that people are working in, but then also the support of the infrastructure and the systems that are needed to keep the building operational long-term. And then these are the words that we heard really in the staff and the steering committee's sort of priorities and different themes that could be driven into future design iterations and solutions. I'm not going to read each one line by line, but there's a lot of aspirational things here. I think it's not just a square footage sort of conversation, but really about doing the right thing for all the employees and the people that are working here. And when you sort of put some of these responses of the surveys into that sort of Wordle diagram, you can see the biggest ones were the most obvious, that were the most reoccurring, with more space and growth for future, more privacy, and then basic things like restrooms and a break area. So I think there's pretty expected sort of solutions, but these are all pretty basic needs too. There's nothing extravagant here. You know, we're not looking for anything over the top. It's really about modernizing to what we would think of as a current standard. And again, not new information here. This is the same slide that we presented last time, but you see the square footage. The different colors represent the different blocks of program. The green is office for the City Hall, blue is police, and red is fire. So currently the top bar, there's about 65,600 square feet, gross square feet total among those three different blocks of program. And through our surveys and investigations, we're projecting 119,000 square feet total would be needed to meet the future needs. So again, not new information, but sort of resetting the context of where we've been and where we're going. And this kind of falls in line with the overall timeline of the building. If you think back in the early 60s when the first couple pieces of this building were built, it's been a cadence of about every 30 years. And we're at another 30-year milestone here for another rather significant investment as an opportunity to think about the future. So from the 60s to the 90s, it almost doubled in square footage. And you can imagine the growth that's happened in the city and all the operations that have evolved that gets you to the 119,000 square feet too. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sophie and she'll walk us through some of the rest of the content here.
Yeah, So after we sort of determined space needs, the next piece was, how does a built solution come into play, and what do the different sort of plan options look like for this? So we started with program, basically who would stay on this site. Everybody, nobody, or a combination of functions, and pretty quickly identified that nobody moving off-site, having a full fire station, police station, and city hall of adequate size on this site was not going to happen, was not a feasible thing. Everything gets very vertical, and just the logistics of getting fire trucks and people and everyone into the site does not work anymore. And then the other one that was kind of ruled out as we went through with city staff and the steering committee was City Hall physically moving off-site. And so with the options remaining, we're looking at police moving off-site. In both scenarios, they were identified as the department that did not really need to be headquartered downtown. And then either having City Hall and fire remain, or fire looking for another site downtown for fire station number 1. So as I said, we sort of started with site constraints. This is the existing site, the existing building. One thing that was identified for the fire station needs was to have, so most modern fire stations, you can drive the truck in from both sides. Just from an operations standpoint, then you don't end up with vehicles double parked and having to do this sort of arrangement to get people out in a timely manner. And so that red bar represents basically how you could accommodate a full drive-through for fire vehicles on this site. And then the blue line is the floodplain. And so these were kind of two things we were working with as site constraints as we were looking at these options as well. Some of the baselines that we decided were goals for all of the options. Again, the police would move off-site, that of the 3 functions, that is the one that could easiest move off-site and needs the least connection to the other 2. The west side of the building should not be reused. The current fire and police side was in poor condition, is having some maintenance issues, structural issues, as well as it's just either 1 or 2 stories. It's not making the best use of that site. And so keeping and remodeling that end was also ruled out. Again, fire station number 1, having modern dual entry drives, improving operational efficiency and response times in that fire station was also identified as a priority. New larger council chambers, replacing all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems with more sustainable functional systems than what you currently have, and then simplifying circulation and all the level changes throughout the building for accessibility, and minimizing program in the floodplain. So I'm not going to go through all these, but just to say we went through many, many options, looking at this in a variety of ways, exploring who moves off-site, what do the sizes look like, how does this work from a building and site perspective. And in the end, we ended up with 2 sort of preferred options that we then sent out for a cost estimate. These 2 options, one would be total replacement, and so basically in order to fit that modern functional fire station on site, as well as a city hall, you would completely replace this building, start from scratch on this site. Or option 2, and this is the preferred option, we decided working towards it, was that you would move fire station number 1 and police headquarters off-site, and then build an addition to City Hall on the west side that was more modern office space and larger council chambers. And so I'll go through option 1 just quickly. So this is kind of what a site plan would look like. For phasing, first you would move police off-site, either to the former transit site or another site. You would then have temp space for City Hall employees as well as council chambers during that time. You could then demolish the east half of the building, build a fire station, demolish the west half of the building, build a City Hall. And this is kind of a very rough sketch what that massing ends up looking like, both buildings on site with the necessary fire drives. And some considerations for this one, by starting from scratch, you can basically try to solve most of the issues related to floodplain and level changes, and you're not needing to acquire a new site. But there's some significant downsides. The fire station just still isn't really ideal. It ends up 3 stories. The vertical nature isn't good for response times either if you're sleeping 2 levels above your truck. And the site plan really is completely driven by getting the trucks in and out. And so the massing of the City Hall and how that all works is driven by fire trucks rather than what would be best for employees, what's best for daylighting, what's best for the people coming in. There's not a lot of room for future expansion, trying to put both of these programs on site, unless you were, again, to go more vertical in the future. And then the total demolition of the whole building, you know, it has character impacts. We lose this room, we lose the history with that, we lose the original plan, and also the embodied carbon footprint that comes with demolishing a building and starting completely over. And then as we'll see toward the end, I'll go through the cost estimate for both. It is a higher cost per square foot for this option. And so the preferred option we landed on was option 2, where police and fire are both finding new homes, new modern facilities and sites that are more well-suited. And we are taking down the public safety half of this building and building up. It would be a 3-story office and council addition, and that would include shell space, so room for future growth even beyond this study. And so with this one, again, you'd start with, and it could go in any order, police or fire, buildings, identifying sites, and moving off-site. You would still need temp space, but for less time, as they did the renovation of this half of the building. And then you would do the addition onto the west side after that. Oops. And this is kind of a rough sketch of what that ends up looking like. Everything kind of to the right side of the U is what's existing, and it would be kind of a U-shaped addition. So you get a courtyard in the middle. Everyone gets windows and access to natural light, and then you also get outdoor space adjacent to council chambers. So for city events, public events, things like that, you have that indoor-outdoor space. And so with this one, fire station number 1 can really be built at the usual 1 to 2 story scale on a site that accommodates the drives and can just plan that out. You know, if you're going to invest in a new fire station, do it right and do it in a way that functions for them on a site that's ideal for that. The outdoor courtyard space is a plus, the sort of donut-shaped circulation for wayfinding, but also for natural light. There's room for growth. This option and the cost estimate includes shell space for future growth, or potentially moving departments that are off-site back into City Hall. Preserves the original character of this half of the building, at least, and then lower cost per square foot. But in keeping this half of the building, which is kind of the nicer, higher quality office space, there are some issues that remain. There are some lower level uses in the floodplain on this half of the building. This half of the building will still be split level. It would only be the one section. The rest, the floors would all line up, but you would have, you know, the elevator as it is to get you up and down in this side of the building. And then sustainability improvements to the envelope could be part of this too. And so replacing glass, things like that, to bring the exterior of this more in line with the new building as well. And so going through the cost estimate, so just to go through what it does include, what it doesn't include. What it does include are direct costs. That's basically construction costs, cost of the building itself. Some indirect costs, so contingencies, contractors' fees, insurance, permits, and then furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So this would include furniture, fixtures, things like that for these as well. Pricing would not include rent or fit-out costs on temporary space. Escalation, so if this is built today, this is the price. If this is built 20 years from now, 10 years from now, the price can change. Financing costs, professional fees, so that'd be architecture, engineering. Additional site acquisition for fire is an unknown. But then on the other side, this doesn't include any of the potential credits, incentives, rebates for electrification or sustainability upgrades, things that could be in the Inflation Reduction Act or other incentives could actually bring this number down. And so, you know, these are really broad numbers at this point. We're basically taking the program that we worked through with staff, we're taking the square footage, and that's what the cost estimator is estimating off of. You know, it's not a design building, it's basically saying this much fire station or this much office space at this level of quality. So option 1, this is the total building replacement, plus an additional police facility. This comes out to approximately $97 million. This would be the cost of demolition and essentially 3 new buildings, 2 of them on the same site. Option 2 actually came out right around the same. Again, cost of 2 new buildings, and then in this one, renovation and substantial addition, including the demolition of the west half. And just to go to this comparison quick, you can see the estimates came out about the same, but you are getting more square footage for about the same amount of money, with the renovation and addition concept. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, but I know those, we went quick, and those are scary numbers. I know they're scary numbers. But you have to picture, this is 3 buildings to a high-quality standard and high sustainability standard. And also, the cost of doing nothing is not zero. There are maintenance issues already. You will have to continue maintaining these buildings, and also as staff grows, finding places for those staff to be. And so as you look at these numbers, try not to compare them in your head to a zero, but more what is the cost of just business as usual versus what's the investment we need to start making at this point.
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate what you're saying, but the cost of inaction is not zero, right? We're spending money to repair the apparatus bay floor now. You can see that work happening. Your agenda tonight includes the process to replace the roof here, a partial roof here, and we'll continue to have those I would say fairly small scale projects that add up over time. So in any given year, we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in just pretty much patching or extending the life of what we have. So I appreciate your willingness to engage in this. And what I'd like to do tonight is allow you to ask any questions, clarify, think about the scenarios that are presented. And then as you wrap up that discussion, I'd like to talk about next steps, depending on kind of how your conversation goes and how I see us moving not only to final report here, but beyond final report so we can keep some of this momentum going. But for now, I think it's important that you just have time to ask questions and engage our team here.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions asked about what was presented, but I have an initial question relating to the fire department because proximity, I thought I understood that this was a ideal place. So Chief Lyon, if you can kind of speak to us on that. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Council. Scott Lyon, Fire Chief, Iowa City. Downtown is an optimal location. I think that given the constraints of what we're dealing with, that we can expand our circle just a little bit outside of the immediate downtown area, maybe Johnson Street over to the east of here, maybe Market Street on the north side, somewhere in that general vicinity. We could certainly still make things work. So I don't believe that we have to necessarily be here on this site.
Okay.
And certainly acquisition is going to be challenging in the downtown area, but we think it's worth exploring, and that's one of those steps I'll talk to you about at the end, because if we do believe in this and this is the path we want to go, it's obviously staff's recommendation, we need to be thinking about acquisition even though Fire Station 1 may not be tomorrow's project or the top priority tomorrow. We need to be thinking a few years ahead and securing property as quickly as possible.
Would like to ask questions. Oh, go ahead. I would like to ask questions. I don't know who this is for, but order of operations of, this seems like we're very much looking at 3 separate projects, even though they're all connected at the hip: police, fire, city hall. Police and fire, from what I heard, appear to be the building components that serve us the worst and are in the worst parts of the building, so are probably first. Is that kind of the direction that I understand correctly? And then between police and fire, how do we make that? And you're standing at the podium, so I know what you'll say, but I am curious about how we think about this thing that's huge.
Yeah, in my mind, in my mind, the needs of the police department are the most acute. We have to address those first, and I see that as the first moving piece here. Fire would be second, could be simultaneous, but would also be second. And then City Hall, it's not that the needs don't exist, but I don't think they're as of high priority. We have some greater flexibility, and whether it's remote work or securing off-site office space, that's always an option, is that we lease space or we buy, a swing space off-site, and we can accommodate that a little bit easier. It's not easy to do a second police location or a second fire, headquarters those kind of need to move as one big group. But City Hall, we've got a few more options on how we can manage that growth while the other two projects move forward.
I was also curious about opportunities for these buildings to collaborate. I know that the county just received their report on the jail and their needs. Are there opportunities for police or fire or city hall to collaborate with other public entities or private entities?
Absolutely. From the law enforcement standpoint, that would be one of my recommendations for next steps, is that we approach the county and explore their desire to kind of walk down the path of looking at a joint facility with us. I don't think the county or the city is in a position to say, yes, that needs to be done. That is the answer. But there's definitely efficiencies that need to be explored, particularly thinking about the taxpayers and paying for two public safety buildings of significant size. I think we really need to look at what that option looks like if we plan that and work together. So that would be one of my recommended next steps. From a fire and city hall standpoint, it's not as maybe not as obvious, but we would absolutely look at partnerships with particularly other public agencies, if those presented themselves.
Can you just speak to how you arrived at these very ballpark numbers in terms of, the city hall side, we got just a little more detail. The fire and police, you have specific numbers for the new construction with just, squares on the screen. So can you just speak a little bit to the methodology for coming up with those estimates?
Yeah, so we had DCI Group Professional Cost Estimator look at this, and basically what we gave them was the square footage and then the list of spaces, and they're looking at comparable projects at this point. They're looking at, in terms of systems, city sustainability goals being met, the quality of construction in line with what we'd be used to in the region. But they're basically looking at comparable projects in history to get those numbers. There's not a building designed at this point. It's purely, a fire station or a police station of this quality and this size. So they're broad numbers at this point.
And the $700 to $800+ a square foot, can you or staff just give us a sense of where that lands in comparison to other types of buildings?
Mm-hmm. So there's kind of a range of how much things cost. Your high end would be really specialized, so labs, hospitals, things like that. Public safety is kind of in the middle. Mm-hmm. There are some specialized spaces. Your office space is sort of toward the lower end of just open, mm-hmm. Medium end finishes. So public safety, I'd say, is in the middle there. It's not the least expensive, but it's not your absolute highest dollar space. It's going to be more than a city hall, though, per square foot. Absolutely.
Sure.
This might be a little bit more in the weeds than the questions that have come before, but I still think it's high level. You had noted about the lack of desirability of the west side for fire and for police because it's in the floodplain, right? But I did see that the recommendations for the additions, mm-hmm. that City Hall would be right up in the floodplain.
So it's the other way. Sorry if that line wasn't clear. We are in the floodplain.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's downhill toward the
Gotcha.
east.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
So leaving this building would leave it in
Right.
the floodplain. Most of this site is technically in the floodplain.
Okay. Thank you. I just misaligned myself. Thank you.
Yep.
And that's one of the things. So if you go back to that slide with the line, right now our public safety agencies are technically out of the floodplain where police and fire are located. As we looked at scenarios that kept either police on or fire in, you really don't have a whole lot of options but to move them either all or partially in the floodplain. Having City Hall in the floodplain is not ideal, but it's manageable. Right. When your public safety first responders are in a floodplain, that's a problem. Yep. And so that's one of the main reasons, as we projected the growth in square footage, that we just couldn't find a scenario in which either one was going to best serve the public on this site.
Was parking in the temporary block designs, was parking also, I just wanted to maybe hear a little bit about the parking and how that will play out.
So it was considered, as we looked at some of these, that would, fill in the entire site. Having no parking on site was seen as undesirable. Increasing the amount of parking on site was determined to be not a priority. There were options that was parking garage with building above or things like that. And the determination was, keep some as existing, but not to prioritize parking as we have limited site area over building out space.
One thing to keep in mind with the parking, Mayor, if police, largely the first floor of Augusta Place, that has a parking lot, and we own the first level of parking. Kind of think of it as a condo regime there. So I don't recall the number of spaces. I'm guessing 70, 80 spaces or so are mostly used by police, but a little bit fire too. So as those move off-site and City Hall uses would be able to take that Augusta Place parking. And while we certainly are further in the weeds now than we really got, we would try to move our city vehicles. We have a lot of city vehicles parked in Chauncey. I guess I'm pointing the wrong way, in the Chauncey Swan deck, that we would probably move into Augusta to free up more public space and more space for future employees that would remain on this campus.
I actually have one question to circle back to the path that you want to recommend, and that I know Councilor Moe talked about with potential collaborations with the county. Right now, the idea would be that sort of that conversation can be fully open as to possibilities, or not, whatever. I mean, but to have that conversation, number one, but it wouldn't be tied in advance of the conversation to say, hey, this is about the police department or this is about fire. I mean, since the county also has, significant control and oversight over EMT, I'm wondering, the conversation is wide open, in other words, about what a path forward, if there's a path forward, would be, or is there already some inkling of like, well, it might make the most sense for talking about how the sheriff and the police might collaborate? I don't know. I guess I'm just asking, have any parameters been set about that conversation yet? Or is it really like, let's talk about needs, let's talk about possibilities?
Yeah, and I would say no parameters have been set. We really haven't. Informally, we've talked about it with Sheriff Kunkel, knowing that we could end up in this scenario. But really beyond that, we haven't engaged the county in detailed discussions. The one thing I would say when it comes to moving police off-site, we don't envision police staying downtown. So incorporating fire into that scenario, at least replacing fire headquarters in that scenario probably would not make sense. Now, if we build out, say, near the airport, would we absolutely engage the fire department to say, hey, is there space that we should be thinking of due to the proximity to the airport, which I think the fire department would probably be interested in at least having those discussions. And we would welcome any other uses based, whether it's Johnson County Ambulance or anything else that the county's identified as a priority, and looking at that as well. The site that was shown is the old, what we call the old Public Works campus. We'd like to evaluate whether that site works. It does work for a standalone police department, and that was part of this exercise. As we bring the county in, if we go down that path and we look at the sheriff's office needs, I'm not sure if that Riverside property still works, but what that next step would tell us is basically give us some site constraints to say, okay, this site would work or this site wouldn't work. And if you want to look at alternative locations, you're going to need X amount of acreage. So that we can jointly look at land acquisition if that's indeed the path that we end at. But for me, the biggest reason to work collaboratively with the sheriff's office is really just, again, thinking about the taxpayer expense of building two standalone facilities. And I think we need to be able to talk about this is the cost of what the sheriff's office is looking at, this is the cost of what the police looks at, if we're pursuing separate, and what efficiencies are there. I can't tell you that right now. I don't know how meaningful those efficiencies would be, but I suspect that there are a lot of cost savings to be looked at, and frankly, operational efficiencies that may serve Iowa City and Johnson County well into the future.
Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem's hand is up.
Oh, yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, that was long time ago, but I think so. Our city manager answered my questions while he was talking, because I was trying to see what's the plan for the employees and how they're gonna work while the construction on. But while we were here, I guess also I can ask another question. I was trying to see if there is a possibility of a small office for city council, and so we can have our mail there and we can come and find a quiet space to answer questions and send emails, just sitting there. Well, did you consider something like that for city council?
Yeah, we certainly could. I can't remember if that was factored into the square footage or not of city council offices. There actually used to be a city council office in this building. Unfortunately, as staff needs grew, we ended up sacrificing the council office for a growth in our finance department. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I think absolutely we could explore that space. I know the mayor is often asked to entertain groups that come through here at City Hall, and this space is often used. It's less than ideal, and we would look at those types of kind of flexible spaces for meetings as well.
No, of course, the space was great for public meeting. Even with I attend many meetings with the mayor here. But what I mean, where we can have our meals, not area we can see a public art, area we can be a workstation or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, but if we cannot fit, of course, the employees have the priority, and after that we can think about us.
And Mayor Pro Tem, just feel free to jump in whenever. I do have the iPad in front of me now, and I'll be looking at it.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And I would echo the need for council to have dedicated space, office space.
I'm curious about the decision-making to recommend saving portions of the building, this building here, just to sort of talk that out as far as the historic integrity and history of the space and its value as a structure and how that process happened. I think there's some cool parts of the building, but it also has some pretty serious deficiencies. So can you talk through that a little bit?
Sure, yeah. So we looked at both, and that was kind of, runner-up option was full replacement. There were a couple reasons. One, as office space, this wing is frankly pretty nice. It's a usable office space. The structure's pretty open. It's more flexible. There aren't bearing walls in weird places. The proportions were right. It was designed as office space, and using it as office space continues to work. It gets natural light. It doesn't have a lot of the sort of deficiencies that the west half has. And then the other sort of arguments were, one, just both the environmental, the carbon savings, and the cost savings of keeping half of the building intact, particularly the 90s infill, that's not that old and in relatively good shape. But then also just sort of, the more sentimental aspect of keeping the original entry and the original sort of part of the original design, and keeping what's added, even though it's a higher scale, kind of in line with that original design.
Thanks.
This was kind of implied, but just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. The office space that we have now in the basement is the opposite of what you just described, lack
Yes.
of light and everything else.
Yes.
Would all of that office space be repurposed to storage? I mean, would there still be
Yes.
any sort of anybody relegated to the basement in this option too, I guess is what I'm asking.
The sort of, I guess I'd call it half basement directly below us by the perimeter with the windows would continue to be office space, or that could be shell. You could use that last. In this option, there is extra space to decide where people go day one. All the windowless basement, it would be storage. In this option, everyone has access to daylight, at least indirectly, at least through an open office scenario.
In talking about that part of the city hall being in the floodplain, two questions. One, I don't know that you'd be able to answer, but I'm just curious if it's ever flooded because of that in its history. And second, if there are, in this design, any sort of mitigation components for stuff that's stored down there. We certainly, better than flooding out people's offices, but we certainly probably wouldn't want to have important records and documents destroyed either.
Yeah, so we haven't gotten quite into that level of detail yet, but the assumption would be, off the ground, resilient surfaces that we'd kind of design around the fact that it would very rarely possibly flood. And again, that's why you sort of minimize people down there, but any important documents, yeah, you could store above the ground or work with things like that. But the thought is that we wouldn't put vital building systems in the floodplain, or anything that couldn't be moved with enough notice. And definitely not people in the windowless basement anymore.
And I know one of the other things when we did the tour was looking at the problems with like the HVAC system and the different inefficient zones. Would this, by keeping this half of the facility, would we still be tied to some of those same problems? Or is the redesign option 2, does that take that, and are we going to improve some of those problems, even though we'll be sticking with the same basic floor plan and layout?
All the MEP systems would be total replacement in both options. So we'd be keeping the structure, basically, and potentially the envelope. So like the exterior and the structure.
I guess, sorry. My question was like, does that envelope and structure limit the ability to fix the problems that are currently had with the current MEB, I think you called it?
Structure, no. Envelope could be more efficient than it is, but, it's more of, I think, the building hitting capacity at this point of systems and length of runs and kind of being tacked into over time was the sense we got from the engineers that a systems replacement could be effective.
Thank you. Oh, does anybody know if this is ever flooded down the lower level?
I'm looking at Ron. He might have the most history here. Do you recall any? Not to our knowledge in recent history.
Thank you.
I'm aware that I think we've gotten water in the basement, but is that what you're asking, or do you mean?
I mean both water in the basement, but also has the creek flooding. And since your office is down there, you might.
I have a special interest.
You might have special interest in this.
Yes.
Ron Konecki, Public Works Director. Prior to the Ralston Creek flood improvements, so the Scott Park Basin and the North Branch Basin, I would say that it definitely flooded. But since those improvements, I think there's been some mitigation there that's helped reduce that potential impact. Not saying that it can't happen, but I'm not aware in my time here of us having that issue. Obviously, there are the flood doors, and there's been some flood mitigation in the basement space to be prepared if that would occur, but I'm not aware of my time of having that issue.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question for Ron, actually, since he's up there. A lot of the design seems to be predicated on the floodplain and avoiding that. Are there plans or opportunities to further mitigate problems with Ralston Creek to make this full site more utilizable?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I was just going to add, certainly, well, we haven't seen the flood waters, other than flash floods, which we've struggled with at times. Certainly our friends across the street at New Pie have had their share of water problems from the creek. So while we haven't experienced it, it's not too far off. And given the intensity of the change in storms, if we think out the next 30 years, we should probably know that it's a realistic scenario that we would face some flooding challenges even if we hadn't in the last several decades.
Thank you.
Jeff, you just mentioned the next 30 years, and Justin, in your part of the presentation, you kind of showed the every 30-year renovations, replacements. Is that the scope of what we're talking about for City Hall and also for the other two buildings? Were you imagining like a 30-year usable life? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be a great goal. I think anything from a programmatic standpoint gets hard to plan for that long. But if we have the flexibility and the adaptability of the building as departments shrink and grow, I think that's a reasonable expectation. Like we would want to design a 30 or 50-year building, from a maintenance standpoint, for sure.
With added on to that question, the current building, since in this proposal it'll be saved, can we build up on this building if ever that need arose?
In the future, you mean, or of this
In
building?
the future.
Maybe. That's always really challenging to build over occupied spaces and logistics and things like that. It's not out of the realm, but Ron might have some ideas.
When we added the third floor for the engineering space, that maxed that part of the building out. So we can't build any higher in that area. Obviously, we're talking about demoing the other half. So we're maxed out on space in regards to ability to move up without having some major structural improvements at the lower levels.
And what was planned for that last level addition is something that we could think about for this if it's a future addition here as well. So it's not easy to do, but it's definitely something we can plan for. And I think that extra elbow room or sort of future growth is key to any successful plan here. So.
Any other questions by council?
I think the city manager was going to talk to us about next steps.
Yeah, so next steps, OPN is, you see the red arrow is not quite to that final report. We wanted to hear some of this conversation before we closed out this phase of the project. And there's really three recommendations in terms of moving forward for you tonight. One is that I have your consensus to approach the county and kind of to your point, Megan, explore what they might be interested in looking at, right? We're not necessarily limiting it just to the sheriff's office, but certainly our priority right now is exploring that partnership between the sheriff's office and police, and we welcome any other needs that the county's identified. That would be the first recommendation, is that you give me the go-ahead to pursue that engagement. Second would be for us to start looking for possibilities for Fire Station 1. Again, it's not necessarily an urgent need, but we need to be on the lookout, and we need to be mindful that those opportunities could come up in the next several months, the next several years. With your permission, I'd like to add that to our focus list for this project. And then the second piece we didn't spend a whole lot of time on, but really through these scenarios, what we've determined with OPN is that we may need about 25,000 to 30,000 square feet of swing space. Meaning as the puzzle pieces move, as we pursue any of these, we could need off-site office space to accommodate us on a temporary basis, and we need to be thinking about that. So we need to be thinking about what those opportunities look like, and that may mean temporarily leasing space. Frankly, it means thinking about the RFP that we're going through at 21 South Lynn and asking ourselves, at least, should we be thinking about some office space there, knowing that we're going to be having some swing space needs in the next 10 to 20 years. I need to give that some more thought, but we need to be anticipating that, because there's not a whole lot of room left to grow. As an example, currently in engineering up on the third floor there, we're looking at spending several $100,000 to retrofit that space to add a couple more offices, really, as that department continues to grow. So with City Hall being that third piece of the puzzle, I think we're going to have to seriously consider looking at some off-site leases, or at least some opportunities to house departments off-site until we could complete all of the projects that are articulated in this study. So those are the three things: collaboration with the county, looking at Fire Station 1 acquisition needs, and starting to evaluate swing space opportunities.
With the swing space, is that beholden to being in this general vicinity of downtown, or can you expand that search? I know that, like you say.
Yeah, I don't think we're beholden to the downtown there. I personally, I like the idea of City Hall and public employees being downtown. I think there's a lot of benefits to that, but we also have to recognize if we're viewing it as maybe temporary needs, that there may be some existing opportunities elsewhere in the community. So I wouldn't limit it to downtown, but I wouldn't want to exclude that either.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Speaking of steps forward, it'd probably be good to mention what kind of time frame we're talking about for this whole thing, lest anybody think we're talking about making a decision in the next month.
Yeah, so from the police standpoint, really it's going to take a few months, probably engaging the county and just what does this next step look like? And then you're talking about engaging some professional services, and you're talking several months worth of study. So, we could be 6 months to 12 months out from having a conversation with you about what we learned through the exploration of a joint facility. We don't have funding sources identified. I wish I had $97 million right now that I could recommend to move forward on all these pieces, but I think at this point, you should plan on at least another 6 to 12 months of study and engagement on the county and police side.
And that would be step one.
That would be step one, yeah. Fire station acquisition, again, we would look at right away, but I wouldn't expect that a solution's magically going to appear in the next few months.
But we're not rushing into a purchase, is I guess the point I'm making sure everybody understands.
We're not rushing into any expense other than perhaps another professional services contract comparable to what we've just engaged OPN with this study.
Can you, on your question 2, fire station land acquisition, can you talk through any recent examples of where we located a new fire station close to a residential neighborhood that hadn't been there before? I'm just thinking of, we need a downtown fire station. If it's replaced where it is, we can simply say it's always been there. But if we're looking for a new site, I can imagine there's going to be challenges. Can you talk through any previous examples of that happening?
Well, our last fire station was 4, and that we opened in 2010, 2011, somewhere in that ballpark, and that's really not directly adjacent to residential. That's out on North Dodge Street and Scott Boulevard. Certainly with Fire Station 1, while this has been here for a while, Augusta Place was just built, so the reverse scenario in which we've had a lot of residential built around that. Okay. I struggle to think of other examples. We went through certainly a remodel of Station 2,
Sure.
But nothing new.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're right to identify that concern and that sensitivity to identifying a location.
I think the other thing, I would just mention is, while things are being explored and talked about, there could be an opportunity that the council may need to at least learn about of an acquisition or something like that. So I just mentioned that for the public. Of course, those will be in executive session. That there could be an opportunity that does come up that we would have to move on relatively quickly. So just want to get a consensus if folks are okay giving permission to the city manager to do the 3 things that was stated. Okay. All right. So you're good to go.
Thank you.
Great. We're going to move on to item number. Thanks to you all for coming and doing this. Thanks to the city manager and all the individuals that was involved in kind of helping this move along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 2, which is review preliminary study and recommendation on Dodge and Governor two-way street conversion. And we're going to start with.
Aline from our engineering department is going to introduce the project, and then we'll turn it over to our consultants on the project, Strand Associates, for the presentation.
Awesome. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Alin Tanaki. I'm a senior engineer in the Public Works Department and future engineer, project engineer for Dodge Street reconstruction project.
If you could just pull the mic up a little bit, Aline, thank you.
This afternoon, I will introduce you Jeff Held with Strand and Associates to present you Dodge and Governor one-way to two-way conversion study.
Great. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Again, Jeff Held with Strand Associates, and I'm the project manager for this one-way to two-way conversion study. Also the functional design, which was a very preliminary design of the Dodge Street reconstruction. And Josh Straka is with me today, also from Strand. He'd be the project manager for the upcoming reconstruction of Dodge Street, the design of it, the consultant project manager. So today we'll talk about kind of an introduction and a background to the two-way conversion study. We'll look at some data along Dodge Street and Governor Street. There are jurisdictional implications associated with these streets because they are Iowa State Highway 1. We'll talk about some costs and impacts of possible two-way conversion and then have time for questions as well. So to provide a project introduction and background, we've been studying the Dodge and Governor two-way conversion. It is in the current strategic plan for the city. Currently, they are Iowa State Route 1, and they are owned and maintained by Iowa DOT. And our study corridor runs from Burlington Street on the south up to where Dodge and Governor meet on the north end. There is a reconstruction project that is planned, and it does need to move into design fairly soon for planned reconstruction to begin in late 2026. It is an existing one-way pair, and so Dodge Street has two travel lanes southbound with a bike lane on the right-hand side. Governor Street has 2 lanes northbound with a bike lane also on the right-hand side. And typically when communities are looking to convert one-way pairs, it's often for one of the reasons here. Sometimes the volumes on these streets no longer suggest that they need to be a one-way pair. The volumes have dropped. Oftentimes, a two-way operation can reduce speeds and provide a better environment for pedestrians and bicyclists. It can decrease the barrier effect of a one-way street. Sometimes there's a goal to improve safety with these two-way conversions, and in some cases, the hope is to spur economic growth or redevelopment. We'll kind of walk through each of these points and how they relate to Dodge and Governor. So starting with the data review, the current traffic volumes out there provided by Iowa DOT, Dodge Street carries about 6,000 to 8,000 vehicles per day, and Governor is about 4,000 to 6,000 using round numbers. So if you combine those together, you're looking at kind of 9,000 to 15,000 vehicles per day total. If they were to be converted to two-way operation, one of the two would remain as Iowa State Route 1, and likely we anticipate that that would probably be Dodge Street. It's just a little bit more of a direct connection. And if we assume that about 80% of the existing traffic would then use Dodge Street because it's signed as Iowa 1 and it's kind of the main route, and 20% would remain on Governor, we end up with about 8,000 to 12,000 vehicles per day on Dodge Street. So that's an increase, and then Governor Street would drop down to about 2,000 to 3,000 vehicles per day. So the volumes after conversion suggest Dodge Street, we need to consider probably a center left turn lane along the route. That's the 12,000 to 15,000 vehicle per day range is kind of where left turn lanes are needed at intersections. And because of the closely spaced intersections as well as the alleys in between the intersections, it's likely you'd need a continuous left turn lane along the route. So you're talking about widening the street. Governor Street, the signalized intersections could likely be replaced with stop control because of the volume drop. So that's another consequence of potentially converting to two-way. And then the intersection at the north end where Dodge and Governor meet would need to be reconfigured in some way as well if it were two-way. So looking at the typical section or sort of the dimensions of the roadway, this is both the existing condition as well as the proposed if it were to remain as one-way. There's about 33 feet from the back of the curb to the back of the curb. That's the total street width. The parkway area behind the curbs, it varies quite a bit, and it kind of depends on where the sidewalk is along the corridor. But it's generally about 6 feet to 17 feet, and that's the area where you'll have your signs and trees and things like that behind the curb. And so if it were to be converted to a two-way condition and it were determined that we needed that center left turn lane, which our initial review suggests we probably would, we're looking at widening to provide a 14-foot center turn lane. That's the typical width. So it's going to be about a 20-foot wider street. There are implications for trees along the route. We roughly counted up the number of trees. 40 to 45 trees on each side are within that area that would need to be expanded. So that's one of the consequences of potentially going to two-way. If we look at some examples of how that would look, we've got a couple of them here. This is on Dodge Street, south of Bloomington. On the left-hand side is the aerial view. The orange is the existing footprint, and the yellow shows that additional widening that might occur. And then there's kind of a view looking down the street as well. So you get a little bit of a sense for what lies within that yellow area that would be the wider street. In this example, there's a couple of signs and there's a power pole. Another example. What happened there? So this one is south of Ronald Street. And in this example, on the right-hand side, you can see that there's a few trees that are within that parkway area that would be where the street would be widened. So just to give you a sense for what that would look like. Another of the reasons to consider two-way conversion is travel speeds for motor vehicles and as well as the pedestrian and bike environment. There were speed feedback signs that were added at the bottom of the hill on Dodge Street near Brown Street. Anecdotally, these do seem to have helped reduce the speeds along Dodge Street. There's as far as pedestrian conditions, there is sidewalk on both sides today, as well as some high visibility crosswalks at the higher volume crossings. And for bicyclists, there is a buffered bike lane, so there's a little bit of a buffer provided southbound on Dodge Street that was added in 2018 per the MPO and city bike plans. So the facilities are there today for bicycles and pedestrians as far as the bike and pedestrian environment goes. From a safety standpoint, another reason that sometimes two-way conversion is considered, based on the MPO's urbanized area collision analysis, the analysis ranks intersections and roadway lengths based on crash rate, the severity, and the total number of collisions all around Iowa City and the metro area. That report has 213 intersections that were considered and 77 sections of roadway. As far as where Dodge and Governor ranked, there's only 3 intersections within the top 60. You can see 2 of them there are on Dodge Street at Burlington and at Washington, and one was on Governor at Jefferson. And neither of those corridors had any of the street sections between intersections that ranked in the top 77. So there's not a notable crash history out there, at least as far as the records are showing. And then on the economic development and redevelopment side of things, we did a literature review, and there's a number of studies that have been done to recommend either conversion or maintaining one-way. They typically don't quantify the amount or the rate of development or redevelopment that happened after two-way conversion. It's rare that communities look back and try to quantify that. The increases in economic development are generally predicted due to better pedestrian and bicycle accommodations. In this case, the accommodations are pretty good. Also, parking is usually a factor in these studies. Both corridors currently do not have parking, so that's less of a factor in these situations, and we don't expect that Dodge Street would have parking added, even if it were converted to two-way. Dodge and Governor, yeah, as I note there's reasonable bike accommodations already. Don't plan to add parking. And it's also notable that these are predominantly residential corridors. A lot of the corridors that are converted, so Cedar Rapids has done a lot of this, Des Moines has done a lot of this. They tend to be more in their downtown areas, and that's more the traditional condition where a lot of these were converted to one-way pairs back in the 60s. For many downtowns, the volumes have dropped since then, and there's just not really a need for this one-way operation anymore. And so especially in Cedar Rapids, that's been part of what's driven their conversions. But again, it's kind of a downtown commercial corridor, and these are a little more residential. So Dodge and Governor are just a little bit different animal than some of the others that have been converted. Jurisdictional implications. So I mentioned that Iowa DOT owns and maintains both roadways today. If conversion takes place, DOT would transfer one of the corridors back to the city. We expect that would probably be Governor Street, as I mentioned, and Dodge Street would remain Iowa 1. So we did have a meeting with Iowa DOT to kind of talk over this concept. They do anticipate that there would not be any additional improvements made to Governor Street. They feel it's in a state of good repair. It was resurfaced in 2018. They also would be taking on a little bit of additional roadway width on Dodge Street due to that center left turn lane. And it's worth noting that 2 blocks of Burlington Street would also be transferred to the city east of Dodge Street, where it would no longer be Iowa 1. Overall, Iowa DOT is not seeking out two-way conversion, but they would be willing to work with the city if that's what folks would desire.
I assume that you're going to get to who's paying for this at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so that's a big factor, and that's right here. So the current estimate for the opinion of probable construction cost is OPCC for the reconstruction of Dodge Street is $17.6 million. That would maintain one-way and fully reconstruct the street, including the utilities. The city cost share is estimated at $10.6 million of that right now. So there's always cost share on these state routes. In this case, the city is electing to replace a lot of the utilities that are out there, and that's really what's driving a lot of that cost share, the $10.6 million. If it were converted, we do expect there'd be some additional costs, about additional $3 million due to that additional roadway width, signal upgrades on Dodge Street. So currently they're all facing to the north because it's southbound traffic. You'd have to have signals that can control both directions of traffic. There'd be new signs, there'd be signal removals on Governor Street, and restriping for both of the streets, both corridors. Additionally, moving forward, there'd be ongoing maintenance to the city for Governor Street, which currently Iowa DOT pays for. Plowing, restriping, street sweeping, those sorts of things. And at some point, Governor would need to be reconstructed, and that would be fully on the city's dime instead of shared with Iowa DOT. And we estimate that could be $15 to $20 million somewhere down the line. So that $15 to $20 million represents 2 to 3 years of the city's annual budget for streets. So it's a sizable thing to take on, and it's a big consideration, which is why you asked about it. As far as the schedule goes, as I mentioned, preliminary design does need to get going. Most of the design would occur in 2025, and any easements needed for construction would be obtained in 2025. Construction documents prepared in 2026 with construction starting in the fall. So about 2 years from this fall, construction could start, and expected to be a 2-year construction project, 2 seasons of construction. If two-way conversion were pursued further, there would be additional time needed for real estate likely. We expect that there might need to be some permanent real estate acquired instead of just easements. So it would push out the completion of the Dodge Street reconstruction project probably by at least a year.
When you say additional, like not just easements, but real estate, I mean, do you mean properties?
Yes, yeah. There could be the need for additional properties in order to accommodate the wider street, the parkway for trees, and there's also currently planned to be a 10-foot path on the west side of Dodge Street, a multi-use path. And so we could run out of room in a two-way scenario.
Thank you.
How wide is the street should be for two-way?
Yep, so it's today it's about 33 feet from the back of the curb to the back of the curb, and it would need to be about 53 feet if it were two-way. We would need to do a little more investigation on that center left turn lane. There may be a few places where the volumes in the side streets are low enough that you wouldn't need it, but because they're so closely spaced, it might not be worth narrowing the street up only to have to widen it again. So that would need a little more investigation, but about 20 feet wider for two-way operation.
Thank you.
You mentioned that some of the reason that the cost share seems burdensome for the city is the infrastructure replacement costs. Is the infrastructure under that street currently ready to be replaced anyway? Is that, I mean, we're at a moment where it has to be done, or?
Yeah, I would defer to the city a little bit more on that, but my understanding is portions of it, yes, the sanitary and the water main. There'll also be some storm sewer upgrades as well. And that would happen either way, whether it's maintained as one-way or two-way, yeah.
You mentioned...
But how much that will cost, I'm sorry, but how much that would cost if we did not do the street and only repair the sewer and everything there?
Well, I think the plan is the street would be reconstructed either way. The $10.6 million city share, a decent amount of that is the utilities. I don't I don't know that we have that on hand, the share of the utilities, but, and that's something the city is ready to do at any rate.
Okay.
You mentioned the reasons why cities typically convert, one to two ways. Is there any rationale or reasons why we're considering this?
I think it goes back a ways. I think it's in the city plan to consider it, to evaluate it. We talked about it before we started the functional design several years ago, and at that time decided to just move ahead with a one-way condition. But I know it's been something that some former council members have asked that the engineering department look at. So I think now's the time to do it because this big reconstruction project is coming along, and it does impact the design. So we sort of need to understand if it has legs, if we're going to pursue this or not.
Sure, certainly we've heard of speed considerations for these streets.
And yet
Yeah,
it-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, but based on what you were talking about with the study, the current mitigations that have been put in place, signage and reminders, seem to have helped a little?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think anecdotally, we haven't collected data on that, but I think even myself driving it, it does seem as though people are moving a little bit more slower coming down the hill. The speed feedback signs are pretty effective. And there could be an opportunity to implement a few other things that might help slow vehicles down, even if it were to remain one way. That would require some additional discussion, and there's a cost associated with any of those kinds of things as well.
Curious, you mentioned that our couplet is odd and that it's for a residential neighborhood, and also cities that are doing this are typically ones that are seeing declining downtowns with fewer people. I think ours is pretty robust and great. Do you have any examples of places that have done this that have a similar situation to us?
Well, I do have a pretty good example, a study that we completed for City of Madison about 5 or 6 years ago. It was on Johnson and Gorham Street, which is a one-way pair on the Isthmus in downtown Madison. And that's also, it's fairly residential, but it does have a stretch of a few blocks where there's storefronts and some commercial. And in that study, parking was kind of the driving factor. And so that's not quite an apples-to-apples comparison with Dodge and Governor. But in that case, in order to convert to two-way, they were going to need to, there was on-street parking existing. They were going to need to restrict the parking during peak hours to provide 2 lanes in the morning and 2 lanes out in the afternoon. Just from a traffic volume standpoint, it carried about double the traffic as this one-way pair. And the businesses were really concerned about losing that parking during the peak periods. And that was a key reason in that case why the city maintained the one-way operation. So it's still not a perfect example, but it is more residential, and it is a case where it was studied, but one-way pairs were chosen to remain. Yeah.
You have mentioned that, you might need more space to make the street wider, and that's when maybe you're going to take some of to widen the street, you're going to take like some of the houses. You mean like the front yard you take from their front yard, or?
Yeah.
Or how is that? That's what you mean?
Yes. Yeah, it would likely be, if right-of-way was needed, if more space was needed, it would be strip takings along the front of these properties. I don't think any buildings would need to be purchased. It wouldn't be a complete purchase. There are some areas where matching into the existing carriageways, the walks up to the street, there's some places that have steps and things like that. So once we get into design, there's going to be some challenges with matching all that in, but that's pretty typical of a street reconstruction project. There may be places where short walls are needed and that sort of thing, particularly because of the 10-foot wide multi-use path on the west side. That's a pretty big change to fit that in there. But again, with the two-way conversion and a wider street footprint, there may need to be some strip takings of right-of-way along the route.
And if, just you mean the right of the way, or you mean like we take from property and do we pay them, or how that work?
Yeah, that's right. It would be paid at market value to the property owners, but yes, it would be coming from people that own the houses or the businesses along the street.
Is that
And this is included on the $10 million our share, or?
Yeah,
or that's gonna be extra?
No, the $10 million cost share assumes one-way operation is maintained, and we don't expect to need property in that situation. We'll probably need some easements in order to construct it. So the $10 million does not include any real estate cost, any permanent real estate cost.
Sure, thank you.
Is now a good time to share just general feedback? Yeah, okay. So as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about it using kind of the POP method, the purpose outcome process way of just thinking about the whole thing. And I think the purpose is generally admirable. I think we should always be moving towards slower streets for safety reasons. The outcome and the process is what really kind of concerns me. It seems to me that we would be spending a whole lot of money to achieve basically slower streets in a way that is extremely disruptive to a lot of the neighbors. And that really concerns me personally. Tens of millions of dollars, 3 years worth of funding that would have to come through eventually, and that number is only going to go up as time goes on, and completely losing the state's contribution towards the maintenance of North Governor. It's not great, in my opinion, honestly. I would feel much more comfortable if we're really super concerned about speeds, maybe putting a more moderate amount of money into, additional speed mitigation on those areas, or, something like that. But the cost is really considerable, especially with the long-term costs of maintenance and all that.
Right. Yeah, and that's a good segue into the last slide here, and that is our recommendation also. I think the typical benefits of two-way conversion just aren't as applicable to Dodge and Governor as sometimes for other. Market and Jefferson's going to be converted from one-way to two-way, and that's probably a better candidate right here within Iowa City. So I would tend to agree with you, but there's definitely there's pros and cons to consider.
Can I ask just a general question? Were there any outcomes that were unexpected to you in conducting this study, based on what kind of you're like, okay, here's what we have,
right?
And then once you dove into it, was there anything that was unexpected or interesting to you that again we might take that nugget and be able to do something with?
Sure. Well, that's a good question. I think once we saw the volumes and we saw that and we've been working on this corridor for a while, so we have some sense for what it's like. But I think our initial inclination was that maintaining one way would work. We wanted to see the safety record especially. And, crash records, that's always, we're looking backwards with crash records. And so you always want to be cognizant of, the perception that's out there as well. So that'd be something to consider. I don't know if any of you get complaints about Dodge Street often or that sort of thing, but looking at the numbers, I think I sort of agree that for the dollars it would cost to convert it, as well as putting another street on the city's books again, it doesn't seem like the benefits are worth that. So I don't know that anything was unexpected, although the corridor itself is it's just sort of a little bit of a different animal because of the land use, and it seems to work pretty well the way it is, and I think it could work better even with one-way operation. So I think that's why we landed where we did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I share Councilor Dunn's I was excited about this project and interested to see, but to understand what it does for people who live on Dodge Street and what we get for it, it was kind of, I'm not very excited about it right now, especially because we are absolutely picking winners and losers in this situation. If you live on Governor, things get a lot better. If you live on Dodge, you're going to lose front yard and have an increased traffic in front of your house.
Much wider, much more road.
Yeah, and that's a disappointing outcome. Not your fault, but definitely influences how I think about this being not a great idea for us and accepting this recommendation. Yeah.
I would also just note that many counselors, previous and kind of present, tend to say we absolutely want road diets and slower streets, and yet I will say this, that and I know it's been pointed out that Dodge and Governor, that it's a drawback that they're not signalized a lot. On the flip side, this is one of the only ways to get from the south to the north and vice versa. And it is helpful for commuters to have a fairly direct way of doing this without stop, start, that much of east-west Iowa City has. So
Sure.
I just wanted to put that out to council as well, that there's also a real use value in having basically a streamlined way to get from north to south. So,
Yeah, that's a good point.
I agree. I also agree with everyone, what you said, with Council Don and Josh and Megan. But also just think about it. We're spending a lot of money. 20,000 for governors, 10 million for governor, 10 million for governor for that, and 20 million for governor. You know how many affordable housing that can build? If we remain it, we cannot just focus on the street and leave the people live in the street. You know, I think this is not the time for it. I agree that for Jefferson and Market, because this will really become beneficial for the businesses who are there.
Right.
And, you know, it is really great. But for governor and we're going to spend all this money, I'm really against it because, you know, we don't want to build the streets and make the people live in the street. So we have to really be careful on doing this. Thank you.
Dodge Street, is it going to be 10.3 million cost share regardless?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Correct, yep. And probably goes up a little bit if it's two-way, yeah.
Sure, and it would go up if it's two-way.
Yep.
So as I think about, and then Dodge Street, regardless of if it's two-way or kept one-way, the DOT will continue to keep that under their umbrella.
Correct, yep. That's what we anticipate. I mean, that hasn't been finalized, but I think everyone's
Sure.
initial reaction is Dodge would remain Iowa 1, and Governor would go back to the city.
Sure.
Yeah.
One of the things that, when I look at Market Street, we'll be talking about that at some point about should we convert that or not to two-way. There are businesses along there. And I remember back in the day where we got the presentation and it talked about the advantages a business could have when people are going opposite directions. And that's not the situation for Dodge. Now, I do want to acknowledge that on Governor Street, we do have the old DHS building. And then on Dodge Street, we have over by Church and Dodge, we have Ace and a few businesses right there on the corner. So don't want to, not acknowledge that we do have some businesses there. But this to me doesn't seem like the need is there, especially when we think about the increase of 50% of traffic that's going to take place on Dodge.
Yeah.
I guess the one question I would have to the staff or to whomever is there ever going to be a desire? Can you anticipate a desire in the future where specifically Dodge would be asked again to be two-way streets?
That's a good question.
Is there any type of situation in your professional that would bring that up again? Because now the prices they're astronomical now. They're a lot. But if we wait 15, 20 years and this come before the council again, that number is going to be way more than what it is now. So that's just a question that I wanted to know if there's anything that would say in the future this may be converted. We try to begin with the end in mind.
Sure.
I'm struggling to think of that scenario, Mayor, and I'm not getting anything different from our public works staff. So I think you're right to think about that. This is the time if we're going to do it. But as staff, and we've been really supportive of some two-way to one-way conversions, even on this corridor south of Burlington. We've done this work. We've done this work downtown with Washington Street, too. You may remember that there used to be some one-ways in downtown Iowa City as well. This one just doesn't compute for us, and I think the fact that the state owns it and maintains it is a huge factor. And then, as you noted, the largely residential makeup of this corridor.
And I could be wrong, but I think that the only way that this would be something that a council of 20 years from now would be looking at is if we stagnate or grow smaller as a city. whereby the need for having that kind of egress happens. But it seems like the gains of having it two-way to slow down actually end up countering some of the walkability neighborhood feel because of the widening of the road to that extent.
Right.
Not to mention, people feel very strongly about small walls built in their front yards. So, just mention all of that. But the thing that I'm thinking about is 20 years from now, the reason why we would need to have this kind of, traffic calming or what have you, again, if it were to surface again, because primarily of safety, would be if we've not grown at all, and there's a walkability or neighborhood perception of it, or that Dodge became commercial, right?
Right.
So.
Right. Which is probably pretty unlikely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I
Yep.
mean, I'm trying to think through the steps of your
Absolutely.
question
Sure,
and to try and say, at least this is what I'm thinking about, even though I'm a layperson. But just based on the information that you've given us, that would be, so, thank you.
Well, and thanks to everyone just for jumping in on that. For me, I am fully convinced that keeping it one way at this point is the most appropriate direction. I see my fellow counselors nodding their heads. So, any other questions? I don't hear any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
On with the design.
Great. Any other discussion on this by council? Does staff need anything more definitive?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. We are going to move on to item number 3, update related to the new tobacco permit moratorium. We're going to turn it over to our city attorney, Eric Gores.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to just kind of situate us first on procedural posture and then go through some introduction, probably more for the benefit of the public than the council, who's I'm sure had an opportunity to read the memo I produced last week on this topic. So as council is aware, council passed a moratorium on new tobacco permits that is to run through the end of this calendar year. And then council did that in order to allow time to research different mitigation means of the kind of rapidly expanding tobacco uses within the city and the public health effects that come with it. And I'll circle back to that for a moment, but first, as you recall, I laid out in the memo kind of the regulatory framework and some potential solutions for council's consideration this afternoon. I'll try to set the table for that discussion and summarize my memo very briefly, including my recommendation should council wish to do something on this topic. But from there, I'll be seeking council's guidance on what you would like to do, and of course, we'll do our best to effectuate your wishes in that regard. So first, I want to kind of center our discussion on the rationale for regulation. Council should center their discussions on the public health effects of tobacco and tobacco sales. And I'm using tobacco and tobacco products as a bit of a broad term because there are alternative nicotine products or alternative tobacco products. There's vapor products. You know, many of those don't contain tobacco, but just as I mentioned in my memo, I'm just going to refer to them as tobacco products, although it's broader really than that. When council expressed a desire to consider regulation in this effort, my first step was to reach out to Johnson County Public Health, who's represented today here at the meeting by Susan Valletta, who's a public health educator from Public Health. The reason I point that out is that, again, that's really what this is about, is trying to mitigate the public health harms that come with tobacco use and the negative externalities that oftentimes follow particularly proliferations of tobacco outlets. We need to focus on the public health perspective. Oftentimes that's focused on preventing those who are under 21, which of course is the legal age for using tobacco products, from accessing tobacco and or reducing the ease of access for adults of tobacco products, again, for public health reasons. Now, as you're aware, there are different kinds of retailers of tobacco. There are convenience stores, there are grocery stores, and there are tobacco and vape shops. They all have the same tobacco permit, but again, even if you focus on the public health considerations of all this, you might choose to treat them differently. For example, you might choose to treat vape shops or tobacco shops differently because of their higher percentage of gross sales in tobacco, the focus of their marketing on tobacco products and tobacco products alone, the primacy of their sales and the lack of really any other kind of sales, unlike convenience stores or grocery stores, of course, that have products that are more helpful to the communities. But I want you to keep your laser focus on the public health aspects of tobacco and tobacco use when considering what, if any, regulations you'd like to pursue. So first, there are a couple, as I mentioned in my memo, a couple different flavors of regulation that you might consider. First are the non-zoning options, such as setting a hard cap on the number of tobacco retailers you will allow in city limits. You could have that just as a firm number, or you could have that float with the number of residents within the community, such that if the population of Iowa City went up or down, the requisite number of permits that you would allow would go up and down in a corresponding fashion. Or you might consider the zoning options. Usually that would entail a minimum separation distance between tobacco retailers and or minimum separation distances between what I'll characterize as sensitive populations, such as schools, public parks, libraries, places you would expect to find young people. But of course, because the legal age used to be 18 for tobacco, is now 21, that could well include university properties, since I don't have statistics in front of me, but I would assume that a large percentage of their student body would remain under 21 at any given moment. You also asked me to consider other substances such as kratom or nitrous oxide, sometimes referred to as using or misusing, I should say, as part of whippets. As I mentioned in my memo, both are presently legal. I think it would be easier to regulate one, kratom, than it would be to regulate nitrous oxide because of the legitimate uses that come with nitric oxide or laughing gas, both in dental or medical offices and whipped cream dispensers, whereas I'm unaware, at least, of any legitimate uses of kratom. I shouldn't say legitimate, and I should say healthy choices of kratom, as it's not presently illegal. It's listed as a drug of concern by the FDA, but it's not currently illegal. So, again, if council chooses to regulate, as I mentioned in my memo, I would recommend somewhat of a hybrid solution, that is, including some kind of cap, whether fixed or floating would be up to you, as well as separation distances from at least from each other, so you don't have the effects of a higher density, which can lead to external problems, and of course greater access, particularly in areas of higher density living, such as downtown, where you have a lot of young people living in particular, and or minimum separation distances from schools or public parks, libraries, that kind of thing. It came a little late to include, but I'll be sure to email to each of you a link that Johnson County Public Health was kind enough to put together. In my memo, I made reference to the map that they had done and was able to depict where present tobacco retailers are within city limits, so you can kind of see the spread and the density in different parts of town. But they've also been able to add a couple features. One is the ability to add either 500-foot or 1,000-foot buffers around each of those retailers. Also identifying parks and schools and adding buffers of 500 feet or 1,000 feet around them as well. If those are the kind of things that are interesting to you, I would recommend doing that piecemeal. If you do it all at once, it gets to be an awfully busy map, but it's easy enough to kind of toggle those on and off so you can get a good sense as to what is where and what a 500-foot or 1,000-foot buffer zone around each of those various kind of things would result in. With that, I'll be happy to hear your thoughts and hear more about what you would like to see achieved, and happy to answer any questions I can. Admittedly, there may be some that I'll need to come back to you. Oh, and one other thing I should lay out as well. I mentioned that there's both zoning and non-zoning possible solutions or tools that are available to you. Of course, if we go with a zoning solution, that would need to go through planning and zoning before coming back to you. This would be council-driven, so I would write it up consistent with your guidance and then send it to P&Z for their recommendation to you. If you did not do a zoning solution, it would just come straight back to you. That's all.
Just for clarification, before we actually start having some discussion here, with what the county sent, all these sites,
Yeah.
your recommendations, everyone is grandfathered in that is currently with a permit. Is that correct?
Well, that's what I would recommend. Of course, that's up to you. And if you were to set a cap, you could, presently there are 63 retailers. You could set that number at what you wish. I would probably want to include some language making it clear that with cessation of use, that is, if any of the present retailers were to stop operating or stop selling tobacco for some set period of time, much like we do with alcohol drinking establishments downtown, that they would lose those grandfather rights. But again, that would depend on what you folks would want to see insofar as right-sizing the number of retailers within the city limits.
Thank you for that clarification. All right.
Awesome. I have a series of comments, and the first thing I want to do is I want to thank you for all the work that you guys have put in on this. This clearly took a decent amount of time, so I really want to share that appreciation. In terms of my perspective on where we should go with this, I think that capping the number of retailers coupled with keeping retailers away from sensitive populations and minimum distances between retailers, as well as a ban on kratom. And I'd also like to explore creative ways to potentially regulate whippets. Like, one of the things that I think of in that context is, are we allowed to say that it can't be sold by an entity like Hy-Vee, for example? Like, we wouldn't say like that, but like, can we say that they have to have the required permitting that, for example, like a grocery store would have to have? A lot of the places that are currently selling these products would not have that same permitting level of permitting.
When you say the permitting, what permitting are you?
So like whatever, like I assume that like a grocery store, for example, that's going to be selling nitrous oxide in the sense of like whipped cream,
Yeah.
they're going to have different certifications from the Iowa Department of Public Health in ways that they operate and sell food and also store food, right?
Oh, well, certainly, I don't know that that's specific to nitrous oxide.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying, but I'm
okay.
saying, could we say that in order to sell this product, you have to be either like licensed for medical use or whatever, however we'd want to carve that out for medical uses of that product, or basically having the certifications and permits of a grocery store?
That's something we could explore.
Yeah, that would be what I'm interested in, just exploring that. Other than that, the rest of things, as recommended, seem really great to me.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I could, I agree with at least the first couple of things that Councilor Dunn was talking about in terms of the limiting on licensing. I'd like to discuss like where we want to put that cap. Certainly no higher than what it is currently. If we reduce that number, then it would be sort of one of those like by attrition, not yanking them away, but as they phase out, I would be okay with looking at those would be some factors I would be happy and actually would look forward to talking with. In terms of minimum distances, so that's the zoning-related issues. Keeping away from more vulnerable populations and what that might look like. I'm very interested in digging deeper on that. I'm going to depart from you on the whipped cream issue. I don't see that as being a feasible thing to implement, and certainly. I would, and the kratom ban too. I would agree with you on that. But in terms of like those first three things, I think.
So you're with me with the kratom?
Yeah, the Kratom, yeah. But the, you know, those three, I think, to me, are the priority. I'm not so sure that that fourth thing is doable or desirable, although, you know, and that's something that's been around since before I was a kid. So, I mean, it's just not a new thing, where some of these other issues, you know, the understanding of the health risks of tobacco certainly have become much more robust since, you know, I was 20 years old. So
I tend to agree that a hybrid solution makes sense. I think the zoning tool alone can lead to some unintended consequences. And with our 500-foot bar rule has done some real good, but it's also had some unintended consequences. So I like coupling it with some caps. And then, of course, we will be focused on sensitive populations. I would say that absolutely should include the University of Iowa. And then as far as there was a brief discussion about percentage of sales, that I would suggest is probably not something that administratively the city wants to try to do a lot of and track that on a regular basis. I just feel like that seems regulating certain businesses differently based on percentage of sales, something we do in other actually realms, but it seems not something that the businesses city maybe wants to be in.
Yeah, we do a little bit of it in the alcohol realm when we have exception certificates for the under 21 ordinance. Normally these are restaurants, but it could be bowling alleys and something else if they have more than 50% of their sales in something other than alcohol. And, you know, we cause them to, or require them to submit an affidavit, you know, kind of a sworn affidavit about the percentage of sales. We reserve the right to audit those numbers at their expense. Is there some administrative burden with handling that? Yes, there is. Would we have some difficulty kind of proving of that case if we had to? Maybe. We haven't been in that position before, but potentially. Certainly that's more complicated than is it 500 feet away from another retailer or from a school property? Like, well, that's simple.
Yeah, getting back to what Eric said earlier, I think you really just need to ask yourself if there's a compelling public health reason to look at stores that have a large percentage of their products in this realm, in the tobacco realm, right? Are they marketing exclusively differently? Is there something unique about them that creates a unique public health hazard to those? And I think that's ultimately, if you want to go to percentage of sales, you should be able to articulate why you think those businesses that have a higher percentage of their sales in tobacco and tobacco-related products create a more significant public health concern than those that don't.
I have a question about, I recognize I'm in agreement with Councilor Harmsen and most of what Councilor Dunn has said, although, yes, I think at a certain point we need to kind of take our hands off of some of the regulatory things that were proposed. But say we hash this all out, I'm interested in timeline because we've had a couple of different contexts where we've had some unintended consequences, right? And we have been emailed about the pause on the potential cessation of a sale right now of a business that would go to that. So I'm wondering on the timeline of this, like, can we do it, like, once we have agreed upon what we want and give Eric and staff direction, how does that work in terms of then being able to cease the moratorium, allow whatever our, let's call it 63, plus our floating, what have you. Once we've hashed out our details and we say this is the direction we would like to follow, what then do we do to enable the businesses that are would be covered? Sorry, I'm not putting this way. What would we do timeline-wise so that somebody who wants to sell their business can?
Sure. Well, Part of that would depend on whether you folks choose a zoning or non-zoning solution for the reasons I outlined. If, we add a step if there's zoning because it needs to go through planning and zoning before it comes back to council. Then normally there'd be 3 readings. Of course, you could collapse if you so chose to make that typically 2 readings if you wanted to do that. It is my vision that once you get to the point of deciding what it is you want to do in that way, certainly no later than that final reading of the ordinance, you would lift the moratorium and go from there and implement whatever it is the new solution is that you folks have decided on. Of course you could, modify the resolution or the moratorium by resolution now, but I would be hesitant to do that just because, at least I'm not yet clear where you want to go, and we'd want to make sure that whatever you do is consistent with what you want to see achieved through the regulatory steps that you do implement.
Yeah, no, and it's this kind of very delicate balancing act because I'm absolutely in favor of trying to limit, public health hazards. And I was surprised to see it was 7 businesses, which is actually quite a lot, but it feels like it's more.
Yeah.
And so I was surprised at that. And yet, I'm also concerned about something that was in process and was going to go through, namely the sale of this business, and through no fault of their own, have that stopped in its tracks.
Yeah,
So, but I
understand.
do agree. I do not think that we should just say lift it and not have this vision clearly delineated before we do that. So.
So a sample timeline might be if you're able to give us some general direction tonight, right? We're hearing hybrid solution, and we might have some prompting questions to kind of wrap things up. We would probably want to return to you in this type of setting, a work session, to say, and let's say we do that in August. We'd say, okay, here's what we heard. Here's the framework of the regulations, and then we would be looking at planning and zoning meeting. That's at this point probably going to be a September planning and zoning meeting, and then best case scenario, you're looking at completing this in October, and that may depend on your willingness to collapse. Otherwise, you're probably into that first week in November, and that assumes, right, we have the capacity to draft it. P&Z can process it in 1 meeting, and that, again, you guys can process it in 2 or maybe 3 meetings. And then, as Eric said, we're releasing that moratorium or ending it at the time of the 3rd reading. So after that 3rd reading is done, one of your next agenda items would be to terminate or end the moratorium.
What are the pros and cons of, if we take a hybrid approach, of doing both parts of the hybrid simultaneously versus, in 2 different timeframes? Is there any thought on?
Well,
that makes a
I
difference?
would recommend doing them together. Now, to be clear, the planning and zoning portion, or I should say the zoning portion would be the only portion that goes to planning and zoning, but it would feel a little funny to me to, do the
a cap, for example.
Yes, right. Of course you could, but it would make sense to me to kind of time it in such a way that, you're done with everything at one time.
Okay.
Would it be a good understanding to say that we could also just take care of the Kratom thing at our next meeting?
Well,
we can do that separately, right?
I'm sorry?
We can do that separately. That action should be separate, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
You could do it separately. Again, I think that would be an ordinance, so you'd be 3 readings, 2 if you choose to collapse. But I would need to, 1, hear a consensus on that, and then 2, make sure that there aren't any exceptions, or, I can't think of any, but I would want to make sure I understand your wishes. And if so, and you were willing to consider it as a standalone measure, I could certainly bring something like that back to you at your next meeting.
Cool.
So one thing that hasn't been discussed is for the capping of the number of retailers, if that's going to be imposed on the on the entire city, or is that going to be within a geographical area? I mean, we have 26 square miles in the city, and of course, as we continue to grow, there's probably going to be some permits or some desire for some of these activities along those areas, which until I understand if this is going to be citywide or within a geographical area, I don't know that I can, really say that, the minimal distance should be 500, 1,000, or whatever that might be, or the sensitive locations. So at least for my colleagues, I would like to know, what are people thinking? Is it citywide or is it going to be a geographical area?
I mean, I guess in my mind, I was thinking citywide. I hadn't really thought about it in any other terms, to be honest with you, until you just mentioned it now. So that's, for we're talking about the cap now or the zoning?
The cap, but everything depends on the cap.
Yeah. No, that's what I was thinking of, if that was your question, Mr. Mayor.
I think of it citywide just because I think that we're going to get into some fraught legal territory if we say this area can have this many and this area can have this many and all that. So I would tend to go towards citywide.
It's certainly cleaner to just do it citywide, and I know you haven't had the benefit of looking at this map with the buffers, but I have. I have it in front of me, in fact, right now. And even a 500-foot buffer, eliminates. And I'm sorry, just 500 feet between retailers eliminates a lot of downtown, if not most of downtown. If you were to add in sensitive, spots, especially if that included university property, you would take up most of the rest of the downtown area. Whereas the rest of town is quite a bit more sparse. Of course, it's concentrated, as you might expect, along commercial corridors. Highway 1 and 6, for example, has a few.
I agree as well, citywide makes sense.
Okay.
Citywide.
Yeah, thanks for at least that clarification of citywide, because I wasn't sure where people's thoughts were.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to think through a citywide cap. If you set it below the number that we have right now, you're probably going to run into more of the examples that Councilor Alter was talking about, where you might have some isolated retailers that may fall subject to this. So if you were to set the cap at the current number, I think with the 500-foot rule, if one goes out, the next one is not going to come in next to a sensitive area or next to a sensitive population or in a heavily concentrated area now. But we probably just want to think through a little bit, and that's really, staff can do that as we work on this. But setting a hard cap below that number right now, I think the chances for unintended consequences on retailers that probably aren't at the top of our concern from a public health standpoint. We could see more of that.
And just one observation, I think, Jeff, following up on that, it would be helpful to have staff walk us through when we have our next discussion about if there's that cap, kind of if there's a sweet spot that you could identify or help us identify, because even setting it at the exact number right now, I think we know from the liquor license limitations really.
Nobody gets rid of them.
Yeah, I mean, it almost guarantees that there will be a liquor license in a place where there has been one before. And so I think, thinking about, is there a place where we could set the cap that the 500-foot rule would still minimize in the areas that we're trying to avoid the concentrations, but wouldn't create maybe as much pressure financially for there to be a vape shop replacing a vape shop every time?
Very, very much on our mind, too, yes.
One of the other things we'd want to consider if you were to set the cap below the current number or even close to the current number are the situations in which I believe Councilor Alter was referring, in which we've got a retailer who's selling to another, one convenience store selling to another chain of convenience store and so forth. Well, that's a change of ownership, so that's a new permit. Well, do you want to allow that, yes or no? And I would want to get that sense from council, whether you would consider that in some fashion a grandfathered, a location which has, in the last year operated or had a, tobacco permit would be allowed or not.
If we kept it at the current number or close to that, that would be allowed under that, right? It would still be under the total citywide cap.
Well, I'd need to confirm with the clerk's office, because I think yes, because I think those businesses remain in operation with, I'll say, the seller's tobacco permit in place. And so I think yes, but I would want to confirm.
Sure, no, that sounds like a good answer, or a good question to answer.
Yeah, and again, I think that's where the sensitive populations layer can come in, right? Under that scenario that Eric mentioned, is that new convenience store in that example within 500 feet of a sensitive population or not? I think we can look at that nuance too.
Just for our next conversation, I guess the hypothetical I'd be interested in is what happens if we have bad actors who have a permit, who follow our rules. What's talked through the process of somebody who's repeatedly selling to minors. In this situation, currently, the current situation, we don't issue a tobacco permit or take it away. How do we need to write something extra into this future code to sort of address that?
I don't think so, because it's long been our office's position that because the state specifically spells out consequences for sales to minors. This is the first offense, second offense, third offense, fourth offense. We said, like, well, that's the remedy for that, and we're kind of, for better or worse, stuck with that remedy. We kind of feel like there's field preemption there, at least insofar as those consequences are concerned. So I don't think we need to write anything like that into whatever new regulatory scheme you folks consider.
Sure. I just wouldn't want a situation where a business would have their license taken away and immediately sell it to the next business because
Right.
we've used a zoning tool.
Well, in that case, they would sell it, let's hypothetically say they would sell it to a new business, and again, that would depend on how you wanted to craft your grandfathering. That would have to be a new permit, because again, the change of ownership needs a new permit. And, if you didn't want to see that kind of thing allowed as a grandfather rights, we could exclude it.
And I think that's a public health question that we have to consider. If we're going to be putting in place these buffers of whatever that distance is, and that is something that, I don't know, you may be looking for some direction now
Yeah.
on that.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to state that currently for the liquor license, as Councilor Burgess talked about, many people don't get rid of them because at least downtown where we have some buffer restrictions, once a property is sold or business is sold, they have 1 year to occupy, to be able to use that liquor, to be able to get a liquor permit that will be allowed. So the question would be for us, how do we envision once ownership is changing, are we going to be taking into consideration the buffer distance, sensitive locations at that point, or are they just grandfathered in with a time frame of 1 year that you would have to occupy the space, or at least, I think it was occupy the space.
Yeah, with
actually.
alcohol, you have to either abandon or cease the drinking establishment use for at least a year to lose those grandfather rights, and that's happened. I mean, that's led to some attrition downtown. Now, it does, as you said, it's a year in alcohol. It doesn't have to be a year with tobacco. I've seen examples or advocates in this field say 60 days. That's up to you folks.
I guess me personally, I would like to see a policy that gets the currently permitted people, or rather not necessarily the currently permitted people, but the current areas that would violate, would be grandfathered in, pretty much out of there as soon as possible. Of course, we can't prevent them, but I don't want to see personally a lot of easy ability to transfer it to other folks. I think that should be a priority. Our priority should not be to make sure that these spots that are currently held up in these sensitive areas where our policy will eventually exclude them from being. I think the policy should lead toward it, not pushing them out, but as natural attrition occurs, I'd like to see those places not present anymore.
So would you like to see that only upon, interruptions in use of tobacco permit, or even just, consistent use, just a sale from, buyer to seller, person A to person B?
I'm not sure I quite understand.
Yeah, well, to use the mayor's example of the 1 year for alcohol licensing and so forth, that has less to do with, not that there isn't licensing with alcohol, of course there is, and if there's a change in ownership, stuff needs to happen there as well. But my question to you is, would you like to just track that, or would you like to even say, if you sell your business, to someone else, that will require a new permit for that buyer? They don't get a tobacco permit.
Bingo.
Okay.
That would be my stance.
I'd like to see if there's a consensus on that.
These are within the sensitive areas?
Within the sensitive areas.
It would still depend on the sensitive area
Yes.
and the buffer.
Yes. Yeah.
Are we talking about layering both the 500 feet and the sensitive areas?
Well, 500 feet might be for both. I would say the two groups are retailer to retailer.
Right,
That would
that's
be
what
one
I meant,
separation.
sorry.
And sensitive, populations of schools, et cetera, would be the other.
Do you have any sense of what, if there are ways we could craft this to minimize the likelihood of preemption?
That's a good question.
Sure. I suspect if we were to say no more tobacco, we're not going to issue any more tobacco permits, on July 1st of 2025, which would be the next time council does that, absent new stores and so forth. I am guessing that would draw legislative attention. I suspect that many of the larger chains that have tobacco permits, think grocery stores and convenience stores, for example, have strong lobbying forces behind them. If you were to take action that they didn't like, I could imagine there would be some lobbying done with that. I don't know, what form that would take. I don't know that there's a big. Anyone wants to be seen as championing the tobacco industry at the state level, but I don't know.
There's plenty. I guess one thing that I think of to specifically kind of address those concerns, because I think those concerns for us would typically come from, different grocery store chains or convenience store chains, that could suggest that we might have an opportunity to say, like, unless you have, less than 50% of your sales in tobacco, because, like, there's no real reason, I think, that we should be preventing, like, a grocery store like Hy-Vee from renewing their permit on a location where they've been forever, or decades, in my opinion. I think that goes without saying, like, it is a bit of a different situation.
So you would like to see grocery stores, and would you put convenience stores in a similar?
Yeah, like a gas station.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit of a different situation than what we're necessarily trying to prevent.
I would just say, only because we're talking about a big store, and I understand, we've been having, this discussion is really because of the public health concerns that we have from so many of these being put in, concentrated areas. But we have to consider small business as well. I think the sensitive locations is probably what's going to get us a little bit raffled at the state level because, even for example, if we keep the sensitive locations and let's say a Hy-Vee want to go next to a school or something like that, they can't do it. If we keep that sensitive location. So I just want to bring up that there are small business owners that are going to be excluded potentially if we go with what you just mentioned.
Well, no, the way I think you might be understanding it differently. I think, like, if we have, for example, like a Hy-Vee going in next to a school, I think that's something that we could put in part of the regulation would be, well, that applicant for a permit is not doing more than 50% of their sales on tobacco ever. Like, even gas stations aren't doing more than 50% of their sales on tobacco, I'd assume.
Yeah, the number I was given by Casey's senior counsel, I thought was something like 6%.
Yeah. So, like, something like that, I think, would allow for some flexibility there and ensure that, like, the areas that we're trying to protect are being protected. The businesses, big and small, are being protected. And it's really targeting the more problematic areas, in my opinion. The problematic areas and the areas that are also trying to market these dangerous substances much more provocatively, much more targeted towards sensitive populations. The grocery store doesn't do that as much.
Well, and the clarifying comment I would offer about the grocery store opening next to the school is that, of course, they could open next to the school, they just couldn't sell tobacco.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things we started this talking about the health stuff, and we do have somebody from
Yeah.
the health department here, so I wondered if I could invite you up to the thing to answer a couple of quick questions. One is, you've heard us talk about a variety of different approaches that we as a council are concerned about taking. Would love to get your input on kind of bringing us back to the health portion of this. Are these the kinds of things that in other places have had a positive health impact in communities? Have other communities done this? You know, I would love some chat. I'll have a couple other follow-up questions, but can we start there maybe?
Yeah.
And Susan, can you, just for the record, state
Yep.
your name and your position first?
Yep, Susan Villata. I work at Johnson County Public Health, and I've been working on tobacco prevention and control for about 16 years. For states that have preemption, what Eric has outlined is what you can do, right? Laura, you said what else we can, of course, I would love you to try something else because it hasn't been tried in this state, right? But legally, right, that's the list. The things that I want to point out are making sure that, like, these unintended consequences, that we don't move folks to a certain neighborhood, right? I encourage you to look at what convenience stores do look like in certain neighborhoods versus other neighborhoods. And while you think that Hy-Vee, right, for instance, or other grocery stores, convenience stores, that's where tobacco comes into the community, you all. I know you think of like the vape stores and what they look like, but where folks are buying, yes, downtown students and folks that frequent those areas, but everybody else is buying it where they get gas and groceries. They are. So I'd encourage you not to think about them differently. And you can feel free to ask me any questions about that. And then the number, that's something that we can look at per percentage of the population. So there might be 63 now. Math is not my strong suit, so somebody could probably run that right now. But there's kind of what's the word?
Tipping point?
Yeah, kind of a tipping point, yes. We did some research around the whole state in 2016, like an amount per population that seems more reasonable than others. So that's something that we can get back to you on, too.
I kind of want to follow up on a statement you made about where people are buying tobacco products. Yeah. Do you know, are young people buying tobacco at different places than not young people?
So sales information is difficult to get sometimes in terms of those numbers. I'm trying to think back over the years. There usually becomes those places, right, that young people know they can buy alcohol with their fake. They know they can, get tobacco products. It's all about kind of where you frequent the most, but kind of where you're walking by, right? Easy access is kind of what Eric said at the beginning, and that's how it happens. I can look to see if I can give you better numbers on that.
Yeah. Could we expect from some of the things we're talking about here to have an impact, especially among youth smoking, which is, a concern of mine? I have high school age kids. They see a lot of their friends, with the vaping and other products. I have a wife who's a physician and have heard quite a bit about the damage that we're just now starting to understand. So that's where I'm really coming from this, and why I'm really glad that we're on this path. Can we expect some improvement from the things we're doing?
Yeah.
If we do them?
Yeah. The more, evidence shows, the more that young people see it in the community, in those storefronts, the more apt they are to start. It's absolutely connected with initiation. The more they see it, the more likely they are to start. People trying to quit, much harder to quit if everywhere you go you're looking at it as well. It's that whole normalizing, right, of I'm going to stop and grab a water or granola bar, and then that whole wall. Like, look at that wall sometime when you go in a convenience store, right? And you try to quit and stop there for gas, right?
I have a question about the fake IDs and what the regulation is
from the state, some places scan your ID, but not every place. What is the requirement at the state level?
I don't know that.
Yeah, it's just kind of a reasonableness standard. If I were to walk in, regardless of whether they scan my ID or not, they would comfortably sell to me because I'm clearly not under 21. But there's no requirement that they scan it or anything like that.
Is that something that could be a potential?
Well,
that we require?
We could. I know that that's come up in the context of alcohol years ago. That's something we could consider. Again, you have to kind of think of the effects on big versus smaller businesses. Oftentimes, many of the bigger businesses have access to scanning and scanning equipment. It's obviously it's more and more prevalent, so it's easier.
I guess I don't know if my colleagues would be okay with them just exploring what an ID reader would cost and seeing what that would be legally, if that's an option for us.
I can look at the cost. The other thing I would add about that is kind of a question of enforcement.
Yeah.
It's easy enough to require, ownership and use of an ID scanner. It's easy to enforce the ownership part because you can just walk in and see there it is. Enforcing the use is a little more difficult.
I at least anecdotally, I think that most people would, if they're checking IDs at all, and that's part of their protocol, I think they would use it unless it's a good friend of theirs that,
Sure.
So, but I hear what you're saying. But if we can just explore what that cost
sure.
and what the legal options are for the city. And I would also expand that to alcohol as well, if people are okay with that.
Sounds like a good thing to look into. I have one additional question on the Kratom issue. If you don't know much, okay.
Not in my wheelhouse, but it's
Okay.
all over my notes to learn more.
Yeah, I was just okay. Thank you. That actually answered my
Sorry.
question. Was just trying to. I know that Councilor Dunn has voiced some urgency on that, and I just was looking for some additional information as well. So.
But speaking about that, when you write it, and I'm sure this is probably already in Eric's notes, and I just haven't seen that, but think about laws as they might change for marijuana and THC products as well. Just something to keep in mind as you write it to stay ahead of it, if you can.
All right. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you know if the county or anybody else in Johnson County is considering something similar?
You're the first. It has been brought to another city council's attention just by email, as far as I know. But there are other cities in Iowa that have already passed something somewhat similar.
Sure. I think I mentioned in my memo that Cedar Rapids has a somewhat complicated zoning ordinance which combines alcohol and tobacco outlets in the same categories. But there's 3 different tiers having to do with whether it's on-premises or off-premises consumption and whether it's above or below 50%. There are other cities within Iowa that are quite a bit simpler in their solutions and approaches to reducing the number of outlets.
All relatively recently.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. All right, counselors, we have less than 7 minutes before we're going to take a break.
I'm sorry. Were you going to summarize? I want to make sure I walk away with a few.
Please go right ahead.
Sure.
Because I want to make sure.
So the consensus that I'm hearing in this one will be a statement. There will be questions that follow. Is we'd like a hybrid solution that is both with a cap and zoning. Is that correct? All right. I'm seeing some nods. What do you want to see for the cap? Do you want it to see a fixed number and a floating number? And if so, what are you looking for with either of those answers?
I'd say fixed, personally.
I'd be inclined fixed it where it is right now, would be my inclination, although I can certainly listen to other arguments.
Okay. Do we have a consensus?
And Mayor Pro Tem just jump in, of course.
Yes, of course, yeah. I agree.
Was that agreement, Mayor Pro Tem, in fixed at the current number?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. I think I've heard at least 3. Is that 4?
I
Okay.
agree with Councilor Harmsen.
Okay. And how about sensitive locations? Would you like to include both separation from retailer to retailer and from sensitive populations, or just
Yes.
one of those two?
Yes, both.
Both? Okay. And what sensitive locations do you want? Do you want to have schools, parks, libraries, pools? There's any number that you can do. It gets obviously more and more inclusive, or, exclusive, I guess I should say, the more you add. But I guess I would recommend schools, if that's something you're interested in. The rest I'll kind of defer to you folks.
I think schools make the most sense.
So one of the examples that you have in, as far as like the separation, you have, it would be 1,000 feet from a school.
That's one of my next questions,
Right.
is the separation distance, but yeah.
So I wonder if the separation distance could just be what we do and get away from the sensitive locations. I do have some, maybe it's not real, some concern about the sensitive locations, just from kind of that being a target that the state will look at and but I think the distance buffer could do what we want with the sensitive location, although it could be still adjacent to a school.
I like the idea of looking at schools as the low-hanging fruit for sensitive locations. I certainly would want some time to spend with the tool that you mentioned before coming to a decision. So I don't have as strong of a direction in my head right now, just speaking for myself.
Yeah, what I'll say is that the tool, as of early this afternoon, includes the possibility to look at both schools and parks. It does not include pools, although we don't have that many, so you could probably quickly figure that out on your own.
And in parks.
I think we can look at the school district plan. I mean, the only school that I think of immediately is that's next to a gas station is Liberty. In North
Which,
Liberty.
of course, is outside of city limits.
Right, outside of city limits.
Yeah.
So, I mean, schools may not, we can put it there, but that may not be the.
No, I think
Well,
schools
it'll
is
keep
going to
it
catch
coming.
up more than you might think, particularly if you get to 1,000 feet.
And particularly if you're talking inclusively of private schools, not just
Yep.
public schools.
Sure.
Yeah, you could, I mean, you think about Tate, you think about Regina, those are all, there's close proximity to tobacco retailers. These is, and I'm looking at some of these buffers now. Twain might get caught up, that buffer may catch a few.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
I just have a question. Are we talking about new license or even for the people who have current license, which is close to school or anything?
Well, it's my understanding that the consensus from council is to allow grandfathering of present permittees. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, so we wouldn't
Yeah.
be kicking somebody out of a
Right.
location, but if they leave, nobody else, and it's however we decide a gap.
That's how that would work, yes.
Plus, there
Okay,
would be no
that
new
makes
ones.
sense.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
so when you mentioned schools, is that public schools, or is that also, we talked a lot about the University of Iowa?
Right. Well, that's my next question. So I guess I'm assuming public schools. I'm going to assume private schools as well. And then the final question on that for schools is the university, whether you wish to include
Yes.
university property.
Yes.
I'd definitely be interested in that as an option, so we can kind of consider what that looks like. Again, without looking at the tool and looking
Yeah.
at what some of those distances actually
Understand.
mean. But
Yeah,
I
I'd
wouldn't
like
take
to
it off the table.
Sorry, Counselor.
I've been talking a lot in this topic, I apologize.
No, I'd like to just see that option as well. I think the between retailers will solve a lot in the university area. But yeah, I think at least K-12 or, I don't know, what about daycares? What about preschools?
Well, we thought of daycares, but it's there are fewer children wandering away from
Yes.
daycares on their own.
Tobacco.
It might, stray into a thing as opposed
Yep.
to junior high or,
For now.
well, you would hope. All right, so what I'm hearing is schools, public, private, and the U of I. Of course, we can change this at the next discussion, but I'll do that, and that would be the only sensitive location. I'll come back with you. Is that okay?
And is that also including elementary school?
Yes, that would include elementary schools.
Okay.
And next question is 500 feet or 1,000 feet? I think 500 feet would go far.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay. And do you want to treat those that sell more than 50% in tobacco products differently than those that sell under 50% of tobacco products?
I'm a fan of the KISS principle. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
With Counselor Harmsen.
Okay, treat them all the same?
I think so.
And also that
unless we some better
corroborates what we learned from the public health expert. that-
Sure.
I agree to treat them the same.
Okay. And I think finally, Kratom, we're like to ban Kratom?
think we
Is
should
there a
consider
logic
that.
to separating them in the event that we get challenged by the state?
I think we would be separating them regardless. I was envisioning this in at least two pieces. The cap, because that's non-zoning, it would appear somewhere different in the zoning code, or I'm sorry, would not be in the zoning code, and the, buffers, which would be in the zoning code and thus need to go through P&Z. It's some advantages to treating those separately. If you wanted to add the kratom, I could do it one of two ways. I could just, ban it in yet a third piece, or I could include it with the cap, which would probably be located in the city code in the same location, I'm imagining.
We should definitely do it separately.
Sorry?
I think we should definitely
Separately,
do it
so
separately.
three pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. I think that is what I need to at least bring back a draft to you at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Great, great. We are at 5:45. We are going to recess from our work session, and we'll come back after our formal meeting. So I will see you back here at 6 p.m. for our formal meeting.
we're turning on mics, and we are going to get started. Great. Today is July 16th, 2024, and it is just 6 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting of the City of Iowa City to order. Roll call, please.
Alter. Here. Burgess. Here. Dunn.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Moe.
Here.
Soleil.
Yeah.
Teague.
Here. I want to welcome everyone to your City Hall, and to those that are joining virtually, welcome as well. And as you can see that our Mayor Pro Tem is joining us virtually tonight. We're going to move on to item number 2, which is proclamations. 2A is Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness. Whereas the American with Disabilities Act was passed on July 26, 1990 to ensure the civil rights of persons with disabilities, and whereas July 26, 2024 marks the 34th anniversary of the signing of the ADA, which expanded access and opportunities for people with disabilities. And whereas the ADA has done this by reducing barriers and changing perceptions and increasing full participation in community life. And whereas the full promise of the ADA will only be reached if we remain committed to our efforts to fully implement this act. And whereas Iowa City affirms the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities as set forth and embodied in the ADA. And whereas the Iowa City government and residents are proud to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of our residents with disabilities. And whereas throughout this year and on the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, the City of Iowa City will reaffirm principles of equality and inclusion for all community members and recommits to our efforts to reach full ADA compliance. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, hereby proclaim July 26, 2024 as Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Day, and call upon all community members to commemorate this day, celebrate the progress that has been made, and renew our commitment to the American with Disabilities Act. And to receive this is Ben Garer, Program Director of the University of Iowa for Disabilities and Development, and Iowa City Area Access and Disability Services Coordinating Committee Member.
Thank you so much. Yes. Appreciate that. Excellent. Thank you so much for having me. You'll have to excuse me if I fumble over my words. I wrote this a couple minutes ago and didn't want AI to do it, so here we are. Thank you, Mayor Teague and the City of Iowa City Council for this meaningful proclamation honoring July 26, 2024 as the Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Day. I'm just 1 year older than the ADA, and for the first 20 years of my 35 years, disability did not play a prominent role in my life. All that changed when I dove into an Iowa farm pond and became a quadriplegic. I've used a wheelchair ever since, but only recently have I been fortunate to find my voice and truly identify with a community I long felt I was not a part of. Selfishly, I thought that the ADA, a landmark bill that ensured the civil rights of individuals with disabilities, only pertained to the accessibility of public spaces for wheelchair users and those with mobility issues like myself. It has taken me 15 years and a job at the University of Iowa's Center for Disabilities and Development to learn that there are barriers everywhere for everyone experiencing all different types of disabilities, and I'm obligated to help highlight these issues and address them in any way that I can. As we move into the 35th year of the ADA, I hope that our work continues to expand to better include people with invisible, intellectual, and developmental disabilities and mental illnesses. They too deserve the utmost respect and dignity in areas of community inclusion. The ADA was meant to be a foundational piece of legislation, but we were never meant to stop there. Now, let's focus our efforts on fully accepting and incorporating all people into the community of Iowa City. A great deal of progress has been made, and there's more to come. Advocates, individuals, and families have all made great sacrifices to this cause, and I honor their efforts. Let this proclamation serve as a promise from those with the power to create and change policies and procedures to actually do just that, while demonstrating a commitment to the true inclusion of disabled voices at your table. There's so much work to be done, and I'm truly honored to be receiving this proclamation as a member of the Iowa City Area Access and Disability Services Coordinating Committee. And I hope that I have represented disabled residents of Iowa City well this evening. With enough commitment and follow-through, we can continue to make meaningful action to ensure that the true intent of the ADA is realized. Let us work hard and hand in hand to create a truly inclusive Iowa City. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words. We're going to move now to our consent agenda, which is items 3 through 7. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mayor, can I request separate consideration for 6M?
Sure. Can I get a motion to approve consent agenda items 3 through 7, except for 6M, which would be considered separately?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Don, seconded by Mo. Anyone from the public like to address any topics that is 3 through 7 except for 6M? If you are online, please raise your hand. Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Saleh,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to approve consent agenda item 6M?
So moved, Alter.
Second. Mo.
All right. And anyone from the public like to address this topic, 6M? Council discussion?
The main reason I wanted to bring this up is because we often have a lot of residents from the community that are reaching out to us about, deer pest issues. So I thought it might be a good time for us to take a moment to kind of acknowledge what the plan is, acknowledge how we got here, any roadblocks that we have. My understanding is that we have some resistance from the DNR as much as we are partners with them. So I'd really appreciate if staff could kind of explain that for the public.
I'll invite Kirk Lehman, our Assistant City Manager, up to the podium to talk about this item.
Thank you.
Sure. So we have, especially recently, been receiving more complaints about deer management issues. In terms of background, we really started this process 5 years ago when we adopted our first deer management plan. At that time, we really hadn't done anything towards deer management, so our numbers were really, really out of control. So we approached the DNR at that time for a sharpshoot. Now, sharpshooting within a city, or you need a deer management zone, and that's approved by the Natural Resources Commission, which is a state board that approves deer management zones. At that time, after a little bit of back and forth, we did have a sharpshooting event and also began our bow hunting. So we did 1 year of sharpshooting, 4 years of bow hunting, and that was incorporated in our last 5-year plan. So now that we are at the tail end of that 5-year plan, we recently adopted a new deer management plan for the next 5 years. I believe it was in May originally. We took that to, we developed it with DNR staff, so we worked very closely with them, and they supported our plan as we had prepared it. It included 1 year of sharpshooting and another possible year of sharpshooting within that 5-year time frame if the numbers warranted it and the DNR staff agreed. And then it also included continuing our bow hunt over the next 5 years as well. When we went to the NRC in June, there was some concern about sharpshooting, especially as it might impact our bow hunting program, since it is just getting off the ground and it's been expanding the last several years that it's been implemented. But they really want to see that continue to grow, and they want to see the deer numbers that better reflect a need for a sharpshoot, since we are the only community in Iowa that currently sharpshoots. So with that, they approved an amended version of our plan that removed the guaranteed sharpshoot, and it removed that second option for a second sharpshoot, and instead said, hey, we'd love you to come back in 2 years with 2 more years of data, 2 more years of bow hunting, and see if that program continues to grow. If at that time we can make the case that there is a need for sharpshooting, then they would consider a sharpshoot at that time. So really what it has done is delayed that potential for a sharpshoot until possibly 2026. We'll continue to expand the bow hunt program. Last year, City Council did approve a way that some public lands can be added, and so we added one piece of public property last year. And we will be, once we have an approved deer management plan, we will continue with the bow hunt this year and look at additional public properties. So we expect that to come before you within the next info packet or two. And at that point, you could make a decision in August as to whether or not you'd want to pull any of the public properties that we indicate out. So that's really what we're doing. There's also the non-lethal management aspect of the deer management plan, which undergirds the whole thing. Stuff like educational resources. I'd encourage you to really go to icgov.org/deer to look up all the things that we advise. That's also where you can see the deer crash maps and those sorts of things. So that's kind of where we are today. This is really just approving the plan that is our amended plan approved by NRC.
What kind of numbers are they looking for to approve a sharpshoot plan?
Sure. So the number in our plan, I believe, is 25 deer per square mile. That's kind of the standard number that you hear. One of the tricky parts with our data that we had going into this session with the NRC is that last year we were unable to do an aerial survey. So that's really how we get our deer numbers. It's updated every year. And it can fluctuate quite a bit year to year because no survey is going to be perfect. You're trying to look for trends. You're trying to do your best to get an accurate deer count, but it won't be perfect. And we know that. But last year, you're really looking for a fresh coat of snow. There's only one really heavy snow, and then we didn't get more fresh coats. And so DNR wasn't able to get our aerial survey completed in time, and so that hamstrung us to some extent. So as a result of that, we are also investigating alternative methods that we can get accurate data to make sure that we don't run into that situation again. Anecdotally, we've heard that deer have been infiltrating more and more into neighborhoods. So really, we're looking for more accurate data and taking that to the NRC next time.
I was going to say, I will offer up my backyard.
They anecdotally pruned a bunch of my tomato plants last week.
We saw them, 13 of them in our backyard.
Yes.
And it's not rural.
And they're getting used to being in urban environments too, which is another issue. But we could stand here all day and talk about deer. If you want to, I could give you more.
Yeah, so on a very high level, you can imagine, so before 2020, all of our numbers, whether you're looking at accidents or deer surveys, they're trending up really far. We go through the sharpshooting in 2020, and those numbers come down. We only had a couple of years then to show the DNR that, hey, there's a slight trend up, and if you look at the numbers at the face, there's almost some that look like they're plateauing. So I think the NRC sees that and says, you're certainly not where you were pre-2020, let's pump the brakes a little bit and get a couple more years data. The problem is, anecdotally, we know the population's exploding. We just don't have the data to really drive that home with the NRC. So we're going to, as Kirk said, really focus on gathering that. It's tricky because the population can grow really rapidly and the data's going to always lag. So we hope to get there, but it'll be a couple years later than we thought.
Thank you very much. That's all I got personally. Thanks.
In 2019, I had accompanied staff to a meeting with the NRC to kind of make the case for the sharpshooting, and they allowed us to do the sharpshooting the 1 year, but they were very adamant that we needed to do bow hunting. And I'm not surprised by where they are still today. So we'll just have to get some data for them because there's a lot of deer out there. Any other discussion by council? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes, I was muted. Yes.
Was that a yes? Sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are on to item number 8, which is community comment. This is an opportunity for the public to come and comment on things that are not on our agenda. Because the public comment really is intended so that members of the public may be heard by the council. Because community comment is for items not properly noticed on the agenda, council cannot engage in discussion or debate due to open meeting laws. I do welcome people at this time. I'm going to just take a show of hands of how many individuals would like to speak today. If you can raise your hand. If you can raise your hand of anyone that wants to speak. Okay? All right. And we don't see anyone online as of now, and which we won't offer that opportunity for them anyway. We're going to allow up to 3 minutes, and to those that need extra time, we'll double that because of interpretation.
Hi, my name is Brandon Ross. I'm from Iowa City. In lieu of recent events in our country, I would like to bring up words from Dr. Martin Luther King, who said that back in 1968, the United States was the most violent country in the world. He also said that a country that spends so much more on military than on social benefit is heading down the road of spiritual degradation. And Malcolm X, after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, he said the chickens are coming home to roost. Now, he wasn't insulting John F. Kennedy personally. What he was talking about was that the U.S. internationally was a very violent country, and the U.S. Promoted violence overseas, but also even within its own borders, and that John F. Kennedy's unfortunate assassination, his tragic assassination, was actually rooted in this. Domestically, we're a country with the most mass shootings. We're the country with the most school shootings. We have police violence. We have the largest prison population. We have 30% poverty, though we're the richest country in the world, and poverty is a form of violence. People are starving coming over the borders into our country. That's a form of violence. These are all things that have to do with violence. Internationally, we sponsored the violent coup in Ukraine in 2014. Then we armed fascist militias which killed 20,000 Ukrainians in the east over a period of 8 years. Then we stopped the peace talks between Russia and Ukraine in March of 2022, subsequently sending $100 billion in arms to the U.S. installed government of Kiev, that regime, escalating the conflict. We are arming the apartheid state of Israel, which is bombing, may I say, obliterating Gaza. We are arming rebels in Syria, which basically is attacking the government. We are arming Saudi Arabia, which is attacking Yemenis, Yemen is in a state of crisis. We have sent $5 billion in arms to Taiwan, which we want to decouple from China. Vast majority of countries in the world, including the United Nations, see China and Taiwan as one nation. This is unacceptable. And our media, there's a form of violence also because our media does not report on these things. It doesn't really report on the big issues, which is our poverty. It doesn't report accurately on what we're doing overseas. My old professor, Howard Zinn, he used to say this. He said, they complain that we're disturbing the peace, but there is no peace. What they're mad at is that we're disturbing their war, and we need to continue to disturb that war, and we need all to be together and rise up against this form of violence which our country does create. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. And I want to remind people that we'll ask for you to sign in, but in the back are some stickers that you can pre-sign your name and just place it in the basket. And if you wanted to walk back there, you can get your place back in line. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name.
Hola, mi nombre es Ninoska Campos. Soy miembro de la organización Escucha Mi Voz, Iowa City.
Hi, my name is Ninoska Campos. I'm a member of Escucha Mi Voz, Iowa City.
Estoy aquí por el tema de las viviendas accesibles.
I'm here because of the topic of affordable housing.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que los 6 millones de Pro Housing se inviertan en viviendas accesibles para la comunidad inmigrante.
I'm here to ask that the $6 million of the pro housing is inverted or invested into affordable housing for immigrants.
¿Por qué para la comunidad inmigrante?
Why for the immigrant community?
Porque somos las familias de más bajos recursos,
We are families with some of the lowest resources,
con trabajos forzosos y muy mal pagados.
really hard work, and it's not paid well.
No se puede tener una vivienda segura y en condiciones aptas.
It's hard to find a place, like a secure place.
Necesitamos que ofrezcan a los alquilinos renta con muy bajos precios.
¿Otra vez? No entendí.
Necesitamos que ofrezcan renta a los alquilinos con muy bajos precios.
We really need lower rent.
Una vivienda segura es una necesidad estable
A place that is affordable is a stable home.
básica y puede ser difícil e imposible para la salud mental.
Basic, something basic. It can be accessible and easy and help with mental health.
Si esta necesidad no la tenemos,
This is something that we don't have currently.
es muy triste vivir en una vivienda sin un título legal.
It's really sad to live in a place that you don't own or you don't have the title to.
Vivir temporalmente con familias o amigos
Living, short times with families and friends,
de forma involuntaria.
voluntarily.
Vivir en una vivienda de no tener un contrato de arrendamiento.
Living in a place where you don't even have a contract or a lease.
Es difícil para la comunidad y los trabajadores inmigrantes de Iowa.
It's really hard for the workers, the immigrant workers of Iowa City.
Entonces pedimos que los 6 millones de dólares no se pueden gastar como se hizo en la pandemia del COVID-19.
So we ask that you don't spend the $6 million like you did in the pandemic.
Necesitamos vivienda de apoyos urgentes,
We need supportive, affordable housing.
viviendas a corto plazo y no a largo plazo,
Places that we can be for longer periods of time.
para la comunidad inmigrante. Gracias.
For the immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Please state your name and city you're from.
Sí. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Guillermo Torres.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Guillermo Torres.
Vivo en la ciudad de Iowa City, en el área de trailers de la Scott Boulevard.
I live in Iowa City in the Scott Boulevard trailers.
Vengo aquí para pedirle a la ciudad que nos ayude a controlar las rentas de los parqueaderos de trailers.
I'm here to ask the city to help us control the rents of these mobile homes.
La cual, por ahora, las rentas se nos hacen un poco altas
Because right now the rent is high for us.
y año con año nos hacen un aumento de 50 a $100.
Every year they're raising the rent $50 to $100.
No sé si la ciudad tenga alguna regularidad para estos tipos de parqueaderos,
I'm not sure if the city has any regulatory impact on this,
pero sí nos gustaría que nos ayudara en ese aspecto,
but we would like some help in this area.
la cual los servicios son muy pobres los que dan y no son suficientes.
Including the services that they give are very poor and they're not sufficient.
La electricidad el alumbrado no es muy bueno.
Like the lighting is not very good.
En este tiempo de temporada de lluvias, las calles se llenan muy fácil y es difícil de caminar.
Seasons when it rains heavily, the streets will overflow, it's hard to walk.
Somos unas áreas muy olvidadas, pues.
We are some of the most forgotten about areas. Tómate tiempo.
Nos gustaría que el dinero que ganó la ciudad lo invirtieran un poco en nuestras comunidades latinas.
We would like the city, the money that they won, if they would invest it in the Latino community.
Ya que somos la comunidad más golpeada por muchas cosas.
We're a community that has taken a lot of hits for a lot of different reasons.
Y por nuestra situación que estamos de no tener algún seguro social, no tenemos manera de defendernos mucho.
Especially because of the reason that we don't have Social Security numbers, it's hard to defend ourselves in different ways.
Entonces no tenemos muchas opciones ni la manera de quejarnos directamente por no tener ese tipo de ayuda.
We don't have a lot of options, and it's difficult to make like direct complaints because of some of these reasons.
Entonces sí, yo como padre de familia sí vengo a pedir mucho a la ciudad que nos ayude a nuestra comunidad, porque sí estamos siendo muy golpeados económicamente en ese aspecto.
As a father of my family, I come to ask the city to help us in this aspect because we're really suffering when it comes to resources and economically.
Sería todo. Muchas gracias.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please state your name and city you're from.
Si puede dar su nombre y la ciudad donde vive.
Buenas tardes, autoridades. Mi nombre es Santos Rivas.
Good afternoon. My name is Santos Rivas.
Vivo acá en la ciudad de Iowa.
I live in Iowa City.
Mi queja es con respecto a los parqueaderos de casas móviles.
My complaint today is about the mobile home parks.
Ha venido una corporación a comprar todos los parqueaderos de Iowa City y parte de Coralville, si ustedes lo saben.
As you may know, a large corporation has came in and bought all of the mobile home parks in Iowa City, including Coralville.
Entonces, cuando nosotros como residentes vamos a quejarnos, a pedir una explicación por qué el incremento de la renta,
So as residents, when we go to ask for the reason as to why they are raising the rent so much,
como consumidores no hay una persona que defienda y diga, solamente está un manager el cual dice, yo no soy el dueño.
there is nobody to defend us, and the only person available is the property manager who says, I don't own this property.
Como consumidores no tenemos un defensor.
As consumers, we don't have anybody defending us.
Entonces queremos que la ciudad se involucre a defender las comunidades acá que somos nosotros. Queremos el progreso para Iowa City.
So as a city, I would like to see see them defend us as a neighborhood.
Las corporaciones que han venido a comprar son de otros estados.
The corporations that have come in come from other states.
Vienen a poner rentas, a subir la renta, como que si nosotros viviéramos en estados donde ellos están, que ganan la hora el mínimo a $25.
So a lot of them come and impose huge rent raises, similar to the ones that they have maybe in their other states where they have a minimum wage of $25 per hour, where we don't have here.
Entonces queremos que la ciudad se involucre y pueda tener un regulador de precios.
So we would like the city to get involved and regulate these prices.
Somos muchos la comunidad que vivimos en los lotes de Traila y se necesita que la ciudad se involucre para ayudarnos en que estas personas, en vez de estar pagando dinero que se está yendo fuera del estado,
So a lot of people live in these communities. So we would like to see the city take some initiative, especially since the money that is being made off of the mobile home parks goes to another state or isn't seen within our community.
se necesita que en estas ciudades, que en los lugares donde nosotros vivimos, pueda meterse la ciudad y decir un alto a todos esos incrementos de precios, porque en Iowa City estamos ganando el 7.25, creo que es el mínimo.
So we would like to see the city come in and put a stop to these raises. For example, in Iowa City, we only make, or the minimum wage is still $7.25 for our city.
La ciudad se ahorraría mucho dinero porque muchas personas de las que viven ahí vienen a pedir asistencia social.
The city might even be able to save money on resources since a lot of the people there do currently ask for some type of support.
Entonces es importante proteger a nosotros, las comunidades que vivimos acá en Iowa City, y no proteger las grandes corporaciones o dejarlos que ellos se llenen el bolsillo con grandes dineros que nos imponen. Cada vez son de $100 la renta solo por un parqueadero, sin servicio, sin derecho al consumidor.
So we would like to see, a stop to these high rents. And then also, we would be able to invest in our communities rather than making investments outside of the state. For example, the lots here, they're charging over $700 just for the lot. That's nothing else included.
Me gustaría saber si la ciudad se compromete en investigar lo que está pasando en los lotes de trailers acá en Iowa City.
I would like to know if the city can commit to investigating what is going on and what they can do about it.
Y bueno, es importante porque eso ayuda no solo a la comunidad inmigrante, sino en general.
This will not only help the immigrant community, but the community at large.
Bueno, gracias, muy amable, y espero eso, bueno, puedan tenerlo en consideración.
Thank you very much. I hope you take this in consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Griselda Mazariegos.
Good afternoon. My name is Griselda Mazariegos.
Estoy aquí, pues, para pedirles que tomen en la mano, en el corazón en la mano.
So I'm here for you to think with your heart in your hand.
Para considerar los $6 millones que han obtenido.
To consider the $6 million that you've recently obtained.
En viviendas accesibles.
To invest in affordable housing.
Yo vivo en apartamentos.
I currently live in an apartment.
Y pues a veces nos cuesta estar moviéndonos año con año.
It's very difficult having to move year after year.
Por no contar con los requisitos requeridos, por no tener un seguro.
Simply for not having a social security card or having the requirements needed to keep the apartment.
Y no cualquier persona te hace el favor de dar sus papeles para poder ayudarte.
It's very difficult to find people that will help you get an apartment.
Y rentas un apartamento con mal estado, no te ponen la mayor atención. Si uno pide que por ejemplo, se nos arruina una estufa o el refrigerador, es muy costoso para que lo arreglen.
A lot of times, the apartments that we are able to get are in bad conditions. For example, if an oven or refrigerator is broken, it's very difficult to get somebody to come and fix it.
Y aparte de eso, tenemos que lidiar con insectos, como por ejemplo con cucarachas.
On top of that, we also have to deal with pests, including roaches.
Y entonces, por eso nosotros a veces pensamos y venimos aquí para pedirles que sean considerados para que nosotros podamos obtener viviendas más favorables.
So I come here today to ask the city to consider providing more housing that will provide favorable conditions.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos y que tenga buena tarde.
Thank you for listening to me today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Hi,
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Fernanda, and I'm also here to talk about the increase of money in our mobile homes.
And please state the city you're from.
I live in Iowa City,
Thank
and
you.
I also live in Iowa River Mobile Homes. That's where my family and I live. In the past few years, our rent has increased a lot, And the excuse that they do or say to us is that they're going to improve our community. They're going to make, more playgrounds for our, little kids that lives there. And at the end of the day, they never do nothing. Our mobile homes are not in good conditions too. My family and I had to, work harder and also take extra shifts just to cover our rent. I'm also a college student. My parents cannot help me with my college too. So this year, because of the increase of money, I also had to step a little back from my education just to help them. And so we can keep living in there, because if we don't pay our rent, they will also kick us out. So I just want you to be considerate of that. And I hope you can listen to us today. And, it's not just for our immigrant community, but it's also for everybody. This not only affect them, but it also affect the children of the immigrants' families too, because of the increase of rent. Not only will it affect them, but it will affect my education too. So thank you for listening to me. I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from, and if you have
Buenas
do you
noches.
have a sticker?
No, español. Buenas noches, mi gente.
Good evening, my people.
Mi nombre es Gistene.
My name is, ¿cómo te llamas?
Gistene Casillas. El problema que yo tengo sin trabajo, no tengo donde de vivir, sin nada. Yo quiero que tú me hagas ayuda. A la situación es muy malo.
The problem that I have is I came here and I have no work and I have nowhere to live, and I hope that you could take some action to help me.
Y ahí yo estoy aquí con mi esposa ahí, buscando trabajo todos los días. Yo viví la como amigo mío. Yo no tengo día ni para salir, ni para hacer todo. Yo quiero que me ayude para eso, porque yo estoy en situación muy mala.
¿De dónde vienes?
De Haití.
¿Cuándo llegaste?
Tengo 2 meses aquí.
I'm from Haiti. I came here 2 months. I'm here with my wife. Every day I go out looking for work. I'm staying with some friends, but I need help finding a place.
Está bien, gracias. Yo no te voy a decir más nada.
That's it. Thank you. I'm not going to say anything else.
Thank you. Will you please sign your name? Thank you. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Ayala.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Ayala.
Vivo en el 808 West Wind, Iowa City.
I live at 808 West Wind, Iowa City.
Como madre, vivo con mi hija.
I am a mother and I live with my daughter.
Yo cuido a mis nietos porque ella tiene que ir a trabajar.
I look after my grandchildren when my daughter has to work.
Y como ella es madre soltera, tengo que ayudarla porque es muy caro pagar el cuidado de los niños.
Because she is a single mother, I help her take care of the children because childcare is very expensive.
Y ella tiene 2 años, más de 2 años viviendo ahí.
She's lived in that apartment for about 2 years.
Ella cuando empezó pagando $8.25.
When she first moved in, she was paying $825.
Y ahora le dijeron hace 2 meses que para agosto va a pagar $950.
And just a few months ago, she was informed that she will have to pay $950 a month.
Le aumentaron $125.
That is a raise of $150.
Y como pueden ver, es muy difícil para una madre soltera y pues dar a cuidar sus hijos. Tiene 3 niños.
As you may know, that is a very difficult jump, especially for a single mother who takes care of 3 children.
Ella vivió conmigo, pero me tuve que venir con ella a su casa para ayudarla a cuidar los niños.
Initially, she was living with me, but I had to move to Iowa City to help her with the child care.
Y para mí es bien difícil que ella, pues siempre estamos platicando de lo mismo porque pues el aumento no le dan mucho como para cubrir todas las necesidades.
So we talk often about this situation since it's very difficult to be able to have enough money for our necessities with a increase of over $100.
Y a veces tenemos que decidir qué pagar o qué comprar para poder cubrir las utilidades de la casa.
A lot of times we have to consider and giving up certain necessities or certain things to purchase in order for us to pay our bills first.
Y para mí es bien difícil pues estar en esa situación y somos una comunidad hispana y pues todos pagamos taxas, pero yo veo muy difícil que hoy aquí viviendo en Iowa City las rentas son muy caras.
So it's very difficult, especially as part of the Hispanic community. The majority of us pay taxes, but it is hard for us to afford these homes.
Ustedes pueden ver cómo Iowa City ha crecido en la comunidad migrante por lo mismo que necesitamos trabajo y ningún trabajo se acabala de la gente.
So as you may have noticed, the migrant community has increased here, and mainly because of the need of workers.
A mí me gustaría trabajar, pero tengo que decidir si cuidar los niños o trabajar para poder ayudar a mi hija.
I would like to work, but I am unable to since I have to take care of my grandchildren.
Y me gustaría que ustedes como ciudad y que ahorita están en su cargo, pues nos oyeran a todos los que hemos estado hablando y se pusieran su mano en el corazón, porque pues en algún momento fueron inmigrantes o sus padres o sus abuelos.
So I would like for you to consider this and the words of everybody who's spoken before me, to just think about it since maybe you are an immigrant or you have a family member who immigrated to this country.
Y les agradezco mucho que pues nos hicieran un poco de atención a nuestra petición y gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
I would be very thankful for your attention to the petition that we've made today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, my name is Yaneli Canales. I live in Iowa City. First of all, I want to congratulate the city for securing $3.75 million in the pro-housing grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. With the city's committed matching leverage, this brings the total affordable housing investment to nearly $6 million. This is a remarkable achievement and a significant opportunity for our community, a community that I have lived in since I was 3 years old. I went to Mark Twain Elementary, I graduated from City High, and attended the University of Iowa. Due to the limited housing options for immigrant families, my family lived in almost every mobile home park, and at one point, we were able to save enough money for a home, which was lost shortly after due to a foreclosure. This left my family financially scarred and humiliated. I also saw firsthand, as I grew up here, how segregated the city truly is. Not only is the city designed this way, but the systems in place continue to exacerbate it. Yet, I am still a proud member of this community. However, today I'm here to advocate for the fair and just allocations of these funds, specifically to support housing solutions for low-wage immigrant workers. Last year, as you may know, Escucha Mi Voz and the Iowa City Catholic Workers actively worked to address exclusionary zoning that forced low-wage immigrant workers into expensive, overcrowded, and dilapidated housing far from essential services. Thanks to our joint efforts, it resulted in a two-family zoning code change, which significantly contributed to the competitiveness of the city's pro-housing application. This achievement should be built upon, not sidelined. I just urge the city to ensure that the target populations for housing investments include a civil rights and racial equity analysis. This analysis should prioritize ethnic minorities who have historically been denied equal access to affordable housing in Iowa City. As you may also know, our recent Salud, Techo y Trabajo survey revealed a critical housing crisis among Latino residents in Iowa City, with more than half reporting they are technically homeless, often doubling or tripling up in occupancy to survive. These are not college students. These are residents and families that are least likely to benefit from current housing assistance programs. So, as previous investments, such as nearly $1 million, I hope that you guys don't invest it all in 3-bedroom townhouses for $1,400 a month. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Clinton Dimambo. I live in Iowa City. I am an African community organizer. I would like to thank all of you for the hard work, for the grants you get for affordable housing program in Iowa City. I believe you know our problems as African refugee immigrant here in Iowa City, and I hope you will solve it. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Francisco Rodríguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Rodriguez.
Soy de Colombia y estoy aquí porque quisiera hablar acerca de los $6 millones que recibió la ciudad.
I'm from Colombia, and I'm here because I want to talk about the $6 million.
Me gustaría decir que a veces quisiera que le prestaran más atención a los migrantes. Estamos aquí. Ustedes lo saben.
I do want to say that sometimes I want to say that I wish you would pay more attention to the immigrants. We are here.
¿Saben lo difícil que es conseguir una vivienda a un migrante?
Do you have any idea how hard it is to obtain somewhere to live as an immigrant?
Incluso si tienes permiso de trabajo, si tienes social, a mí me salió el permiso de trabajo y me tomó más de 6 meses conseguir una vivienda digna para poder vivir.
Even if you have a Social Security and a work permit, I just got mine and it took me more than 6 months to find a place.
En esos 6 meses apliqué para diferentes apartamentos. Por cada persona eran $50, éramos 5 personas. Aplicamos más de 10 veces.
During this 6-month period, I applied for several apartments. There were 5 of us. Each time I applied, I had to pay $50 application fee for each of the 5 of us. I applied for over 10 places.
Muchas veces ponen en el contrato cláusulas ridículas como si botas el control del aire acondicionado, te cobramos $1,000.
And a lot of times in the lease or in the contract, they're going to put these conditions that are ridiculous. Something like, if something happens with the air, you're going to have to pay for that $1,000.
Y uno no puede decir nada porque nos sentimos totalmente desamparados.
And we can't say anything because we feel helpless.
A veces yo siento que solo se alegran cuando nos ven a nosotros cuando llegamos a aplicar a un trabajo. Uy, llegó un hispano, trabaja muy bien, vamos a meterlo.
Sometimes I feel like people just come out when they see us if they want somebody to work for them. Oh, we see Latinos, they can do the job.
Pero incluso así nos toca aguantar que nos atropellen, que se aprovechen de nosotros. Lavar los platos no es indigno, pero nunca he visto, es muy raro ver un americano lavando platos.
But we just have to put up with it. It's not dignified. We wash dishes. You are not going to see somebody from here doing that job.
Yo, por lo menos en este momento, yo conseguí una renta de $2,600.
I found a place, $2,600 a month.
Me tocó pagar 2 meses por anticipado más el mes de renta, casi $8,000.
I had to pay almost $8,000 deposit, 2 months rent.
Conseguimos un trabajo en el cual ni siquiera podíamos decir nada en este momento. Mi hermano, ese es mi hermano. Aquel es mi sobrino Jairo.
My brother's here, my nephew.
A mi esposa Ruby.
My wife Ruby.
La supervisora se aprovechaba de nosotros, nos ponía a hacer overtime obligatorio, no nos daban las 40 horas, ella está embarazada, teníamos que ir a la hora que ella quisiera para ir a trabajar.
I can't say a lot, but I don't have a job anymore. We were discriminated against. We had to work overtime. My wife is pregnant.
Mi esposa fue y puso un complaint conmigo acerca de la supervisora de la justicia que estábamos pasando.
My wife made a complaint about what was going on,
Yo fui despedido como represalia.
and I got fired.
Ayer despidieron a mi sobrino y a mi hermano.
Then yesterday they fired my brother and my nephew.
A veces no tenemos quien nos ayude. Mi esposa lleva 2 warnings solo por decir las cosas que hacen con nosotros, cómo nos atropellan.
My wife has 2 warnings just because she spoke up, but we don't have anything to do.
No podemos decir nada, nos sentimos solos. Muchas veces no hay nadie que vaya a los trabajos y diga, ¿qué está pasando aquí?
But we feel like we can't do anything. We feel alone. There's no one that can go to the workplace and say, what's going on here?
Muchas veces no podemos decir nada para poder conservar el trabajo.
A lot of times we can't say anything so we can maintain our jobs.
Es bastante triste y frustrante saber que vamos a mudarnos a una vivienda en la que nos tocó pagar $8,000 y en este momento no tenemos trabajo.
It's really sad knowing that the moment's coming that we're about to move into our new place that we paid almost $8,000 for just to move in, and we just lost our jobs.
Tengo familia, tengo un hijo, mi esposa está embarazada, no sé qué más decir realmente.
I have family, my wife is pregnant, I have a son. I don't know what else to say.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone that shared today during the public comment. We are at 9A, City Hall Roof Replacement Project. This is a resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the City Hall Roof Replacement Project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and going to welcome Ben.
Ben, hi.
Yes.
So this is the public hearing for the roof replacement project on this building. We're going to replace, the project includes replacing, removal and replacement of the roof on sections that cover the police department and fire station and also this building. And then we have alternates for spot repairs and coatings on the north bay is where engineering is, and then also the east wing where the city hall is. So estimated cost of construction is $545,000. We're looking to open bids mid-August, awarding at the August 20th meeting, and then we'll start later this fall and finish by Thanksgiving. So, any questions?
I'm assuming none of this can be delayed.
No, I think with the leaks we had last winter,
Sure.
we probably really ought to get it done before this
Understood.
coming winter.
Understood. Yes. All right. No other questions? Thank you. Would anyone from the public like to address the topic of the City Hall roof replacement project? Yep. I'm assuming you're not wanting to address the City Hall roof replacement project. Is that correct? No. All right, great. All right. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Alter.
Second, done.
Okay, council discussion is necessary. Roll call, please.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. All right, so I am going to interact with you for a little bit. Is there an item that you're wanting to speak on that's on our agenda? Or
Section 8, these people. Section 8.
this?
For these people.
I don't think
Yeah, we don't.
that would be public
Okay.
comment.
So I know that you all don't come here often, and so that was to be done during public comment. I am going to allow it because you all have been here. And we still had more time, council. We still had up until 7, even with extensions, because we gave more than 3 minutes to those that needed. So I'm going to continue with, and we're going to go back to public comment, and I'm going to open it back up for you all to come and speak to the council. This isn't a time intended so that members of the public can be heard by the council. Just know that we cannot engage in conversation because it hasn't been properly noticed. So we welcome you at this time. There is a sign-in sheet where we'll have you sign your name and state your name and city you're from. In the back, if anyone else wants to speak during this time, please raise your hand so I will know how many individuals we're considering. Just you two?
Yes, there is some.
It would just be you two speaking?
No, there is some.
All right, I want to see the hands of those that would like to speak. Okay, great. We will have the 4 that have stood up to speak. In the back, there is a little sticker that I'll ask you to go and sign your name on. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good evening, all of you.
Yes.
Yeah. My name is Nafisa Mustafa. I live in Coraville. I would like to speak about Section 8. Since May, I'm family with the 3 kids. One of them is autistic. And since May, I'm trying to find or look for the house, apartment, any unit. But since May, that time, and I have evidence, more than 15 owners or companies, they review Section 8 and they say no. And the first question now I'm asking them, do you accept Section 8 voucher? And they said no. And even I try Cedar Rapids, I try North Liberty. Even my son, he's in Balance Autism Center in Coraville, and I would like to be near to that area and the schools, but still. So I try to look for 2 bedrooms since they cannot find 3 bedroom, and my voucher is low because I cannot find 3 bedroom or 2 bathroom with the 1,400 or 1,500 like that. So I try to look around all the cities around here, like Cedar Rapids, North Liberty. And one of the things that there is owner except Section 8, but we went to her many times, but nobody in the office, and nobody answered the phone. And this is really main problem. So I did not find, and my list end on July 31, and I don't know where to be. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Please
Hello.
state your name and city you're from.
Hatim Saleh, Iowa City.
Great.
I
And
have
there's a
problem.
basket you can place the sticker in. Thank you.
Thanks. I have problem with Section 8. I am qualified for 3 bedroom, but I still live in 2 bedroom for a long time, almost 6 years now. I can't afford to move to 3 bedroom because the price outside is around 1,900, while the voucher is only 15 something. And there is no resource in the city. there is nothing show you which landlord accept Section 8. You go pay like $35 per household or $70 with my wife, apply for any housing. We lost our money, and we didn't. They cost us. We don't know the reason. Maybe they don't accept Section 8. So I try with the housing. They have a lot of colored paper that say nothing. I mean, there is no real resource online to find where to apply for housing for people, or which landlord accepts Section 8 and which of which there is nothing clear here in Iowa City, really. And I have been to other states, and they have so many reasons showing landlord accepting Section 8 and everything is clear, but not here, not in Iowa City. So I don't know if they need to put something like non-profit organization about affordable housing in Iowa City that give real resources for people, and maybe listing all landlord or listing opportunity for people to move. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
اسمي سوسن. Okay. I'm going to interpret it for her.
Great.
اسمي سوسن ساكنة في Iowa City.
My name is Susan. I live in Iowa City.
بفتش على بيت يعني كل ما أعبي في محل بيقولوا ما بيقبلوا سكشنات. إحنا أسرة كبيرة 7 أشخاص بنحتاج بيت أكبر فعبينا كتير ما في يعني أي حدا بيقول لك ما بقبل سكشنات. الحاجة الثانية المبلغ اللي خاتينه لنا ما بغطي حتى يعني إحنا مفروض 4 غرف حتى 3 غرف ما بغطي.
Okay, she said she applied for a couple houses and all got rejected. And she tried for months, and they are a big family. They are 7, and they should have 4 bedrooms. She's trying to looking for 3 bedrooms, but the voucher amount is not enough. And that's her problem now. She couldn't find anything that fit for her voucher.
Will you all step closer to the mic, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Both of you, whenever you speak. Yes.
يعني صعب يعني دورت كتير يمكن أكتر من 6 شهور بدور وما في شيء أي حدا يعني الهاوس أصحاب البيوت بيقولوا ما بنقبل التاون هاوس نفس الشيء بيقولوا ما بنقبل سكشنات وفي واحدين يعني عبيت معاهم بياخدوا قروش بيقول لك بنقبل لما ترجع لهم بيقولوا لك سوري ما بنقبل سكشنات.
She's searching for more than 6 months, and no one accepted her voucher. Some of them accepted her voucher. She paid the application fees. After that, they say, sorry, we cannot accept Section 8.
يعني المشكلة إنه واقعين فيها إنه أغلبية الناس اللي عندها بيوت هنا في أيوة سيتي ما بتقبل السكشن
8. Most of the owners or rental office, they are not accept Section 8.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sabah Mahmoud from Iowa City. My problem, my membership of my house is R7. Unfortunately, I didn't find any owners. Said I accept with Section 8. This is all my problem, like others.
Thank you. And is there anyone else that wants to speak?
Yes.
Okay. This will be our last. Okay. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
اسمي عفاف منصور.
عفاف منصور.
ساكنة حاليا كرافيل.
I live in Coraville.
before كنت أول قبل سنتين تقريبا كنت في housing.
2 years ago, she was in housing.
Yeah. طلع لي سكشنات كنت مقدمة على سكشنات أم لي 5 أطفال.
She got Section 8 and she's a mom of 5 kids.
Yeah, before يعني قبل سنتين الكلام ده.
2 years ago.
Yeah. لكن ما خليت محل يعني ما فتشت عليه ولفيت يعني يمكن أيوة كلها أيوة تيفين سيدر رابط أي مكان في داخل الولاية يعني داخل اختصاص الحتة دي فما لقيت أبدا لدرجة إنه اضطريت إنه يعني دي 3 أطفال أو 3 شباب في الجامعة يعني 2 منهم الأولاد يعني اضطروا إنه يخلوا الجامعة أو يثبتوها لفترة لحد ما يشتغلوا ونحن يعني أجرنا بالخاص يعني.
She tried everywhere, Iowa City, North Liberty, Coraville, Cedar Rapids, Tiffin, all Iowa. She couldn't find any houses with a Section 8. She has 2 kids in college and they have to hold the study until, you know, like to afford to pay and they start working so they can pay from their jobs because she lost Section 8 because of that.
ومعي زوجي أيضا لكن يعني شغل يعني part time شغل خفيف ما في شغل يعني.
She's working and her husband also working but part time and it's hard to afford for the housing.
Yeah. شكرا يعني.
Thank you.
تتحل القصة يعني.
Yeah, she hopes that's going to be solved.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
We have 2 more.
And are these the last 2? We're going to welcome you 2 at this time. And then feel free to move that mic up and close because we do need to have the audio.
انت برضو ما عندك تجديد لازم تطلعي صح؟
أيوة.
ده الكلام حقوليه.
Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Inayat. I'm from Sudan. I live in Iowa City. I have a problem with ما لاقين بيت السنة اللي فاتت يعني عانينا معانا لغاية المدارس ما فتحت حتى لقينا بيت.
If you can move the mic closer, we cannot hear you. Please. Thank you.
How about this?
Yes.
قلت لك السنة اللي فاتت عانينا معانا منه إنه نلقى بيت لغاية المدارس ما فتحت. هسه حاليا برضو نحن معانين إنه بنفتش في بيت ما لاقين.
She live in Iowa City. She started searching for houses or apartments last year until the school is opened and she did not succeed until now.
كل بيت ما نفتش فيه بيقولوا إنه ما بيقبل السكشن وكان أو يعني اللي هنا أقل القروش اللي اديناها.
She said she couldn't find anyone accept her voucher, and if she finds someone accept, her voucher is low. It's not covering for the house.
وهسه نحن بنطلع يعني نهاية الشهر ده فأتمنى إنه يعني نحصل بيت قبل المدارس أو المشكلة عانينا فيها.
Her lease is not renewed, and she has to leave the house July 31st, and she doesn't know where to go.
خلاص يعني أقول إنه أنا عندي أولاد وأنا
عندي كم؟
3 ويعني مطقطقة.
She had 3 kids, and she's a single mom.
أريد حل يعني مشكلة البيت يعني قبل المدارس وكده يعني.
She said she wants, you know, like solution for this before the end of the month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
أتكلم بالعربي. السلام عليكم.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
اسمي وليد عبد الإبراهيم.
وليد إبراهيم.
قبل كده عبيت في السكشنات ده كل مرة بيقولوا لنا خلاص أوكي بنقوم نعبي وندفع الفلوس وبعد شوية بيقول لك نحن أنت ما أكسبت ما بقبل سكشنات كل مرة نعبي يعني عبيت يعني 6-7 مرات أخذوا الفلوس وبعدين قالوا ما أكسبت.
Okay. He said he applied in Kabul houses and apartment. He pays more than 7 applications for the fees. After that, he got rejected.
ايوه وبيقولوا لنا نحن يعني في الاول بيقولوا لنا اوكي نحن بنقبل سكشنات، بعد نديهم الفلوس ياخذوا الفلوس وما يقول لنا ما في سكشنات.
In the beginning, when he asked them, they said, yeah, we accept Section 8, fill the application. He filled the application, and they took the money for the fees. And after that, they said, sorry, we are not accept Section 8.
كل مرة بنمشي لهم يقولوا لنا اوكي. وقبل كده المكتب اصلا اتكلم معاه قال لنا انت لما يجيك السكشنات انا حقبلك، وانا ساكن معاه سنتين وماشي كويس. لما جاني السكشنات قال صاحب الايجار صاحب البيت ما بيقبل.
Okay. He said where he live, they promised him before. They said if you get Section 8, we're gonna accept you in your apartment. But now when he told them that I have Section 8, they said sorry, the owner is not gonna accept.
وقال لنا تاني وقال انه كل مره لما يعني يقول لنا نتكلم معاه ويقول لنا اوكي نحن حنديك وبتاع، يتكلم معانا يعني كاننا نحن عشان ما بنعرف انجليزي كويس وكده، ويعني بيضحكوا على الناس يعني بيستهونوا بالناس يعني.
The rental office promises couple times. They say, we're going to accept Section 8. And he said maybe because the English barrier, they are not, like taking that serious with him.
شكرا.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep. All right. We are going to move on to item number 9B, which is convey easement to Mid-American Energy Company. This is a resolution approving the conveyance of an underground utility easement to Mid-American Energy Company across Lot 174, Whispering Meadows Subdivision, Part 2. I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to ask that our staff, Eric Gores, kind of start this off.
You want to? Oh, no. Thank you, Mayor. The description I would give for this is that Mid-American had laid power line kind of on a north-south basis between homes on Regal Court and in that area, and ran through some property that was at that point undeveloped. It is now being developed, and so they need to relocate that line, and the most convenient location for that is the west 10 feet of a lot owned by the city at 2551 Nevada Avenue. Mid-Am is paying us fair market value for the easement, and so staff would recommend approval.
Any questions for Eric? Hearing none. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand. See no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second, Harmson.
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Harmson. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo? Yes. Saleh? Saleh? I'll circle back in a moment. Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Saleh? You see any indication that
She's still on.
Well, she's still on.
Okay.
Just seeing if we can communicate via text on WhatsApp.
If we're not able to reach her, we can, of course, still proceed. We've got enough votes for the motion to move forward. Up to a presiding officer.
Okay. All right, we're going to continue at this time. So motion passes 6-0. All right.
Oh, you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you. Great.
Oh. Yeah, anyway, yes.
All right, so this is yes for the So we just heard from Mayor Pro Tem saying yes to,
Yeah, for somehow the mute, I tried to unmute and I couldn't.
no worries. So that was for 9B. We're going to change that in the records to 7-0. All right, we're on to item number 9C, which is fiscal year 2025 utility rates public hearing, ordinance amending Title III entitled City Finances, Taxation and Fees, Chapter 4 entitled Schedule of Fees, Rates, Charges, Bonds, Fines, and Penalties of the City Code to increase or change charges and fees. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Jeff, our city manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This has been a topic of discussion for several months. We started in the budget work sessions talking about rate increases and our utility discount program. After a couple of conversations, council asked staff to prepare changes to our utility discount program that would increase the discount for eligible customers from 60% to 75% of the minimum monthly charge for our water, wastewater, and stormwater utility fee. This was presented to council a few months back, and you had deferred it for more consideration, and it's back here before you. The total cost that we estimate that this change will have on the city's general fund is a little over $17,000. So what happens then, it's lost revenue in those utility counts, and the general fund has to make up that difference. So it would be an additional $17,000 transfer. And then, as a separate matter, we discovered an inadvertent error in a past ordinance, and we're asking for a cleanup of that. That relates to the late charge that was changed in October of 2020. It was updated in some sections, but inadvertently changed in another section, so we'd like to get that cleaned up as well. And again, that's not a change to our policy or practice. It's just a inadvertent error that was discovered while prepping for this item. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, hearing no questions. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Salah,
Second.
seconded by Mo. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9D, parking and traffic engineering cameras. This is an ordinance amending Title IX entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 11 entitled Traffic Cameras, Drones, and License Plate Recognition Systems, Section 2 entitled Definitions to allow transportation services to use automatic license plate recognition systems or devices for parking purposes, and to clarify the definition of automatic traffic surveillance system or device. This is the first consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Alter, and I'm going to turn it back over to Jeff.
Okay, so a little over a year ago, the council approved some new parking equipment in our ramps, and in a few of those ramps, not all of them, we opted for some license plate reader functionality. And as we were going through the installation process, recalled that this code section could limit the use of those license plate readers for our Transportation Services Department. So we're here before you to ask for an amendment to the code that would allow for the license plate reader technology for the purposes of managing our parking operations in a few decks. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how these license plate readers would be used. But first, just a little history on this code section that was provided in the memo. This code section was the focus of council discussions back in 2013. And at that time, the city was considering the use of red light and or speed cameras that you're probably now familiar with that are used in other cities throughout the state and throughout the country. Our ordinance was written to explicitly prohibit the city from using those types of technology. However, it was written more broadly, and now we're encountering a situation in which it would affect our ability to use it for our parking management. So from a parking standpoint, license plate reader have been installed in Chauncey Swan and our Harrison deck. Those are two ungated facilities. So meaning you just pull right in, you don't have to pull a ticket, and a gate to come up, you don't have to ticket out. So the license plate readers would aid in the operation of those two facilities. And then we also installed it in the Capitol Street deck, which is a gated facility, and it has some functionality that we wanted to explore the use of in that deck as well, but we didn't go so far as to install it in all of our gated facilities with the thought that we'd like to have some experience with it first to see how it goes. So how the license plate readers work, essentially a driver enters the ramp, the license plate reader reads the plate, and it's able to be kind of placed into a database. If there's no permit tied to that license plate, then there's a grace period, and the vehicle owner then has to pay at a pay station or through the app. And if no payment is received, we then from an enforcement standpoint can identify that this vehicle has no permit and also has not paid, and we can enforce that. So you can imagine that in the Chauncey Swan deck, right? You pull in, it reads your plate, you don't pay, then after a while we're notified that yes, you can enforce against this particular vehicle. So some of the operational benefits and the customer benefits, and Mark Rommel, our Associate Director for Transportation Services, is here and can answer some additional questions if you have it. But from an operational standpoint, we can use it to measure real-time occupancy, and it will allow us to move to virtual permits as opposed to hang tags. So right now we issue hang tags every year to our customers. You have to have that in your window. We'll be able to use just the plates themselves for those permits. It's able to help us be more efficient with our enforcement and also identify vehicles that may be on our tow list. So vehicles that have a number of citations that are eligible for tow. We can certainly identify those vehicles through this technology. Currently, what we would do is the parking enforcement officer, when writing a citation, would get that ping that this vehicle is on the tow list and would initiate that tow. And it could also help us prevent ramp storage of vehicles. So we do have a challenge that is very labor intensive and difficult for us to enforce, and that's people that park in a deck and leave their car there for a long period of time. You may think that that would be an expensive exit, but if they just say that they had a lost ticket, then they're able to pay the one-time lost ticket fee and move out. So preventing capacity in our decks from getting eaten up by ramp storage would be another operational benefit. From a customer standpoint, there is ease in the permit process, essentially just registering a vehicle. You can also register multiple vehicles per household. So instead of me handing a permit to my wife, we can actually just register both vehicles, much more simplistic. There is a lost ticket fee, and people do have to pay that fee. So if you park for 2 hours, instead of the $2 charge, if you lose your fee, you're hit with a $20 plus lost ticket fee. With the license plate readers, we'll actually be able to tell when you moved in, when you came into the ramp, and when out. So those that legitimately lose their ticket will certainly not have to pay a higher fee. We're able to do some external marketing, or essentially on the decks. If we move in this direction on occupancy level, we can do more real-time occupancy data, which at a few of our decks would be very helpful. And then on the Capitol deck specifically, one of the things that we want to look at is the speed of exiting. So with the license plate readers, it can read as a vehicle approaches the exit, and instead of going through the process of entering your ticket, and it will actually be able to automatically raise a gate, say if you had a permit, or automatically calculate that amount due as you pull up to expedite the payment processing. There's some future operational benefits that we'd like to explore, but we're not there quite yet, including the ability to potentially reserve parking spaces or manage our decks different for events. So such as a home football game, we could choose to manage a couple of decks a little bit differently for some greater efficiency there. The second piece of the ordinance is a clarification item. It deals with our traffic engineering cameras. We've had traffic engineering cameras for a long time, predating the 2013 ordinance. Those are the cameras that are at the intersections, lighted intersections in town. They serve a primary purpose to assist the orderly flow of traffic, so we can remote into those cameras from a traffic engineering standpoint. If there's signal timing issues, we can see that without having to deploy staff there, which is especially nice on nights and weekends. We also use that to aid in things like our snow removal process. We'll be able to see real-time street conditions through those, and certainly, as we can all appreciate over the last several months, can help us observe flash flooding conditions at intersections too. So those are the primary focus of traffic engineering, but over time, the police department has utilized some of that footage for their investigative purposes. So they've assisted in homicide investigations, assault investigations, and a number of other things. So that's a secondary use. But we felt if we were going to get into this code section, that clarification was not made in 2013. And we felt like this is the appropriate time to make that clarification. So you'll see that in this as well. We did just recently in the budget process have a discussion about license plate readers for the police department, the flock cameras, if you remember. Those are the cameras that the university has deployed around campus that read license plates. The ordinance change that's in front of you today would not apply and would not allow the flock cameras. So if we do want to revisit that discussion, we will have to reopen this ordinance. I just wanted to be clear on that because it was a recent discussion with the council. Again, what you're approving and being asked to approve tonight would not allow for those cameras. We recognize that's you've asked for a separate conversation on that. So primarily focused on that fully utilizing the parking equipment that we have, and hopefully adding some customer benefit and certainly some operational benefit for our parking system. That was a lot. I'm happy to answer questions, or again, Mark Rummel's here to help with some of those operational questions too.
Yeah, can you answer as to how this doesn't allow those particular license plate readers we had a conversation about earlier this year?
Oh, you mean how it wouldn't allow with the flock cameras?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because the only things that are excluded from the automatic license plate recognition system, and that's the means by which we would be allowing those for parking services, is Transportation Services Department license plate recognition systems. Transportation Services wouldn't have any, well, at least to my knowledge, would not have any interest in operating flock cameras. They're only interested in running the license plate reader systems for their parking systems.
So in the future, the the Transportation Services Department could purchase this system, enable the use by the police department, and that would be a loophole in this proposed change. As long as the equipment
Could deploy them. The
Yeah.
Transportation Services really doesn't have any type of, outside of parking meters, right-of-way management responsibilities. So I would say Transportation Services has no reason to utilize Flock or anything similar. So I would say no, that would not be the case.
That doesn't answer the legal question, though. I understand the practical question, right? But like the legal question is, could they do that? Could, like, let's say some future city manager that's not you, because we appreciate you bringing this to us and having this conversation. So we're not talking about you, right? But could, say, a future city manager use their authority, make that purchase, and then implement it that way, lawfully?
I mean, I guess if your question is, it would have to be purchased through the Transportation Services Department. So if your hypothetical is that staff is trying to get around what the clear direction from this council is, and
We're not- no,
I should
no, no, no,
emphasize
no,
that
no, clearly not.
because that would be a pretty serious thing. It would have to be purchased through the Transportation Services Department, and it would be hard for me to imagine a circumstance in which that would be done for the benefit of some other department, the police department or otherwise.
I just have a question about the current ordinance and the use of the traffic and engineering department cameras, the ones that are at the intersections.
Yes.
So it was news to me when Jeff and I met on Friday that those have been used in investigations for a long time, and just wanting to kind of clarify that use would continue, I think is the intent. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I do think if the policy didn't change in 2013 when this ordinance was enacted to eliminate the use of those cameras for the purpose of law enforcement unless there was an officer present, like how do we get around that? Like how has the current use of the traffic and engineering cameras complied with the ordinance prior to this amendment that's in front of us tonight?
Well, I guess I have two answers. One is that they've been used for some time to solve traffic crimes for which an officer was not present at the time of the crime, but to which he or she responds after the fact. For example, if there's a traffic collision at a signalized intersection that has one of these cameras, both parties say, "Oh, I had green." Well, now the officer can just ask a sergeant or someone with authority, which is not patrol officers, I'll add, to take a look at the footage real quickly and see who ran the red and who didn't. Now, that's allowed under our present ordinance because the officer has gone to the scene and issued a qualified traffic, I don't have the language in front of me, but a qualified traffic offense or a violation ticket. But I think it was always the understanding, to use an example, that there was a homicide, there was a murder at Lederman Bail Bond, and the traffic cameras were utilized to track a suspect and ultimately solve that crime, I think in large part because of the use of those traffic cameras. I think it was akin to an understanding that the ordinance was not premised on the idea that those should not be allowed. That is, that the cameras were placed for traffic engineering purposes. It was purely collateral that they could be used by police officers to solve serious crimes, and access to those camera images has been limited by the city manager's office. And so, but I think the answer to your question is there's always the understanding that that was allowed, but now that we're addressing this and offering an amendment, we thought, you know what, this is probably the time to just formalize that understanding.
And I would just mention, it's not just traffic engineering cameras, right? If we've got facility cameras across the city, which we do, so we might have cameras in our parking decks now that police will use for investigative purposes. We'll have them on public buildings like rec centers or water treatment plant, and much like the traffic engineering. If it can aid in an investigation and help bring resolution to a crime, then they have been for a long time utilizing those tools for those investigations.
We're still asking questions to the staff at this point. I just wanted to ask a question. Have these cameras been used for Amber Alerts?
It's my understanding. Oh, well, I was about to
Or
guess
could
yes,
they
but-
potentially?
Well, they're not license plate readers. So we talked about that with Flock, right, where an Amber Alert would put out a license plate, and the traffic engineering cameras don't have the capabilities to read license plate. They're just cameras. So in that case, no. Now, could they be used for an Amber Alert with the transportation services? Yeah. Like if there's an Amber Alert, we could queue the system to see if there's that vehicle parked in a ramp right now. We could do that.
And then in terms of individuals that are dependent adults, has these cameras ever been used to aid in any of the concerns that the disability or mental health community have? For instance, if an individual that is a dependent adult is out wandering around for some reason or trying to escape, elope.
Yes, we've had missing person cases, and we have used traffic engineering cameras to help place that. So, for example, if somebody was with a group of friends downtown and separated from that group, and they couldn't identify or find that person the next day, we could go to the closest intersection where that person was last seen and look for that person's movements to help bring resolution to the missing person case.
Thank you.
And I would add that absent this amendment, that would probably be a technical violation of 911(1)B. Now, it's always been our understanding that that was not what was intended to be outlawed, and so, surely would have used it in that capacity. But again, we would rather just have that cleaned up.
Thank you.
And that's relating to the second portion of the second amendment.
Yeah, the store, archive, transmit, yeah.
So for the first one relating to the automated license plate readers, rather than exempting the entire system from the definition, couldn't we provide for the use that we're looking to approve? Because if we exempt the entire system from the definition, then the concerns, as hypothetical as they are, the concern of it then being implemented in a way that would be for the purpose of surveillance, whether related to criminal activity or not, we would, in the future, it'd be very, very easy to implement that use.
Sure.
So could we kind of flip it around and narrow it to allow for identifying vehicles parked in city facilities or parked on public rights of way for the purpose of parking enforcement?
Certainly, it could be written in that way to be more narrow. My concern, again, would be that if we have one of those situations where, be it an Amber Alert or anything else, could there be an argument that we're in violation by using those cameras in that way? That is, if we were to write the exception in what I think is the narrow way that you're describing, say, license plate readers can be used only for transportation service purposes and for no other purpose whatsoever, something to that effect. And, we have a sexual assault that takes place in a ramp, let's just say, hypothetically. Are the police now not allowed to use that data?
By
Maybe.
your earlier example, as long as they go to the scene, it's fine. That's your interpretation, that if they go to the scene.
For a qualified traffic law violation, yes.
Well, then we could expand that to be other violations. I mean, the qualified traffic law violation definition in the code is defined here, right?
Yes, we define it.
I just think it's kind of backwards to the intent. Without us having had the further discussion, I just don't, sorry, this is for questions, but I think your answer is yes, it could be narrowed quite a bit.
It could be written in a more narrow way, in whatever way council wishes us to do it, yeah.
I just have a question for the city manager. I don't know if I understood you correctly when you said when you installed this camera, you opt out from license plate reader or something like that in the beginning?
If I understood you correctly, so last year, we replaced all of the equipment in our parking decks. That's the equipment that issues your ticket when you go into a deck and takes your ticket and tells you how much to pay when you go out. We had an antiquated system, and we replaced that. It's been functioning for several months now. We're talking about added functionality that system has that we haven't quite turned on yet, but that we purchased with that
Yes.
parking equipment.
Yeah, that's my question. Why we wherever council did they like intentionally decided not to turn on that function, or I don't know. I just want to ask that question. Was it intentionally?
It was really as we were moving towards that, staff identifying that there's a conflict here, and we better get this clarified with the council, who is the only group with the authority to amend the code. So. It was an oversight that I can own at the time of purchase. Obviously, we knew we were purchasing this technology. We just didn't think about this code section because, again, this code section really was written with those red light and those speed cameras in mind. So, and really not with parking deck management in mind. So it was just an oversight that we had, and we're looking to you to see if you're comfortable with us doing it. Obviously, we're managing our decks without it right now. So we don't have to, but there's efficiencies, and we feel like there's benefits to the public to doing so.
I just had one clarifying question for Eric, because now I'm thinking maybe I misheard something that you said. If any of the cameras, whether it's the automated license plate readers in these two parking decks or the traffic and engineering cameras like at an intersection, if any of those cameras are used for the purpose of solving a non-traffic crime that is currently in violation of this ordinance, yes?
Yes, under B. That is, A and B kind of work in an inverse way. A kind of says that you can't use any of these systems to do qualified traffic law violations unless a peace officer or parking attendant shows up at the scene and issues a ticket and so forth. B works kind of in the flip way. That is, it says you can't, in a more broad way, it says you can't store, archive, transmit, aggregate, distribute, analyze, or excuse me, process any of this data unless it directly pertains to a qualified traffic law violation or other criminal law violation for which a ticket, citation, or arrest was issued or made by the police officer at the scene. So it kind of works the opposite. A kind of refers to you can't do qualified traffic violations except for these circumstances, and B says you can only do qualified traffic law violations if a peace officer and so forth is at the scene.
So we've been violating this ordinance a lot.
Again, it was never our intent to do so.
Well, I guess what evidence do we have of that?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, that would be a question that I don't share that understanding, I would say. And I think if the intent of banning the cameras in the ordinance was to prevent their use by law enforcement except in these circumstances, and now we're saying, well, we use them all the time and not these circumstances, the intent, I just don't. Is there a way to reconcile that?
Yeah, I think we've all just looked at the intent. As Jeff said, we started off with red light cameras. And the city was in the process of ordering red light cameras and speed cameras and so forth, and that was the nature of this ordinance, which was the result of a resident or citizen petition initiative. And so we were largely kind of stuck with the language, at least in substance, that they put forth. Council back then decided to go ahead and approve it because they felt like, well, we're stuck with this for at least 2 years, and it's not popular to go with these red light and speed cameras, and so we'll just go ahead and do it. But camera technology and proliferation has obviously changed in the intervening 11 or so years, and it was always our focus that it was those uses that the ordinance and petition was geared toward, and frankly didn't think a lot more about kind of the collateral uses of the cameras to solve serious crime.
So
And just make sure that we're still doing questions for staff.
It could have been written a lot more narrowly at the time if the intent was to address only those red light camera uses.
It could have.
Is that right? Okay.
That's fair.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just, you mentioned earlier, or somebody had mentioned in the conversation now, so I forgot who, it's been a while ago, but in comparison to our facilities cameras. So I know we have a number of other cameras. We just installed the new ones downtown, which was instrumental in solving a recent attack, if I understand correctly. Around City Hall, around our parks, some of the ones at Mercer Park, which again, were instrumental in solving an assault not that long ago.
Yeah.
Those are different from what we're talking about with, so I just want to make sure I understand which sets of cameras, like those already are allowed to be used in all the ways we've been discussing tonight that we're looking at for traffic, the ones in the traffic lights and the parking ramps.
Yes, it's a fair question. The automatic traffic surveillance system or device from which we're trying to exclude these traffic engineering cameras talks about an opportunity to identify occupants of a vehicle and that kind of thing. It's kind of geared toward that, whereas obviously that's not the case with the PEDMAL cameras. In addition, the other distinction I would have is oftentimes when we're solving crimes in the PEDMAL, the officers are going to the PEDMAL to solve it. You know, it's not always that we find our perpetrator there, but that's the other understanding. But basically, the biggest point, again, is about identifying occupants of a vehicle. And of course, if all goes well, we don't have vehicles driving through the PEDMAL.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hearing no other questions, would anyone in the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. I guess I would maybe just jump in from the beginning. I do know the debate that's going on here. Yes, we have a pending work item to discuss this. But in this moment, I am reminded of a person with disability that lived on the west side of Iowa City, and a dependent adult. And that individual made their way all the way from Iowa City up to Fun City in Burlington. It was cameras like this that helped solve that situation. I don't know about you all, but if you have an individual, a loved one that has dementia, that is roaming around, especially if we're talking about wintertime, and don't know, they're lost or whatever the case may be, they need to be found. Opportunities like this is crucial. If you have a family member that, was murdered and someone, is in a car running away, I think people want justice, and things like this can certainly help. Now, again, what we're talking about is, those opportunities are there in extreme cases where lives are at stake. And I guess for me, I put that above some of the other pending discussions that we have that's going to be going. So I'm going to support this, but I would just, alert my colleagues that after that situation happened with that individual that went to Fun City, they made their way. The entire mental health community came together to try to find out how can we not have that happen again on various levels. And I think, a camera like this potentially could assist in a situation like that. But for the purposes of the main purposes of the camera, I do support. And for the things that are just, other opportunities that the camera can be used for, I support that as well.
Mayor, I just have a question here. I understood that the current camera is doing the same thing that you asked for right now without this changing has been made.
Illegally.
Still we can, right?
Yes, it's being done without it being fully in the ordinance.
I see.
I have a really big problem with trying to tackle this before we've had the broader discussion about license plate reader technology, including the discussion with the American Civil Liberties Union that I believe, all discussed and agreed on. If I'm looking back, I decided to go back and look at some of the news coverage of the 2013, voter initiative. There's some interesting stuff here. Alexei Gertovoy of StopBigBrother.org, a local group spearheading the initiative, told ours that that initially the petition was just focused on red light cameras, but was subsequently expanded to become more proactive. Quote, the city might say that they have no plans for drones or license plate readers, but it's been our experience that this can change in a very short amount of time, he said. What usually happens is that someone comes into the city and says, quote, the city could use this tech to benefit the public. We have pretty much, according to this, some of the best, language in the entire United States. And being that language was passed by the voters, seemingly with the intent and then ignored by the city for whatever reason, or whether intentional or unintentional, I'm not going to apply intent there. I think that we have to have a much greater conversation if we're supposed to, if we are to make these sorts of changes, and especially due to the fact that it's a voter initiative, I am extremely hesitant from making broad carve-outs for entire departments. So I will not be supporting this.
Just for clarification, it was a petition that council ended up adopting, so it never went to a voter. It never went to a vote of the public.
Yeah, I think if the intent behind our ordinance, which we have been violating, but which in my mind, I think we thought that we were standing behind the idea of limiting surveillance of the public with our cameras. And if we can't have, Mayor, I appreciate your point very much of how these cameras can be used.
And if you can just define what surveillance is, because surveillance is not responding to a situation.
Right, but if we exempt the entire system, it can be used for surveillance because it takes it out of the can only be used for these particular law enforcement activities, right? So if we exempt the entire system, we know they can be used for surveillance. I think having the uses that you mentioned are very helpful and noble. Since this ordinance was passed, the proliferation of cameras that are controlled not by the government but by individuals is tremendous. Pretty much every single person has a camera in their pocket. And instances like, what's that?
Or on their house.
Or on their house, or all of the above, or in their camera, right?
Yeah.
Or in their car. And I think what we are talking about is a camera system that is controlled by the government. And the reason that people came to the city council 11 years ago and said this is a problem is because it is controlled by the government. And there is nothing to stop us, and in fact we do it all the time when there is a missing person, for example, to get a photograph from the family, distribute that through our channels very widely, and any person who has, uses their own vision and their own camera can then assist in that. It doesn't require that we have the capacity to surveil, record, store, analyze, any of those things. I think we really need to just maybe even defer this item until we can have that conversation, because this idea that for 11 years everybody knows we've been violating the ordinance it's just not sitting right with me. That doesn't feel credible, I guess. It doesn't feel like that probably was the intent of the council at the time. I don't know. I'm just not comfortable moving forward with these broad exemptions, given the circumstances of how the ordinance came to be and the fact that at the time, those who were pushing it, who were pushing the petition that was adopted by council, intentionally had it broader than red light cameras, according to the news coverage at that time.
Can I just make one statement? I think it's really important. The equivalency of using our own cameras that we have at our own disposal to petitioning the public to give us cameras, I don't think is accurate, because yes, we can do that, but when you have a missing person or you have whatever the case may be, when you have the ability to go and work on that immediately within minutes and potentially identify something, that can launch the investigation forward. And it absolutely, it could save hours, days, weeks on an investigation, and that is critical time. So I just push back on that a little bit because I understand what you're saying, but it's definitely not equivalent
I'm not
from an
saying it's
investigator
equivalent.
standpoint.
I appreciate that very much, and that's why like facial recognition is a hot button issue, right? Because facial recognition technology does that exactly, and that's why law enforcement would like to use it, likes to use
We
it.
don't want facial recognition technology.
I know. I'm talking about why.
Well, you said law enforcement, so I just want to be clear that we're not asking for facial recognition.
No. I'm trying to make the analogy. You're talking about equivalence, right? So the equivalent, to have our own system enables us to use technology in ways that are much faster and easier than asking the public for help. I think that was your point, right? And I'm just saying there are all kinds of things that make investigations much faster and easier that I don't think are acceptable, like facial recognition in our community, right? And so that is not, to me, that is not dispositive of the question, right? Like making it faster and easier to find a missing person or to enforce the law is a factor for us to consider. But I'm just saying, in my opinion, that is not sufficient to carve out the entire system from the limitations enacted in the ordinance 11 years ago.
I guess I would go back to something that the mayor said, that in the same way of an equivalence, having cameras, the recordings of them is to react to crimes is different than the definition of what surveillance is. I think that's a conversation we need to have, because I did note, and it may have just been a slip, but you noted, if we all agree about what surveillance is, and I was like, we haven't had that conversation yet. And I don't know necessarily that talking about this scenario, I don't want anyone listening to think that we are saying that this is surveillance per se. I think this is about being able to enact through transportation services what it needs to do. And as Eric had mentioned, the possibility of tightening up or clarifying the ordinance. Now, should we have a discussion? I'm cool with that. I totally am. But I just don't want, in the same way that there was sort of the pushback, I'm like, I'm not in agreement that that's surveillance. So I don't want that to be sort of what council thinks, because we haven't had that discussion yet. That's all.
No, and I apologize. I think I probably misspoke or there's a misunderstanding. What I'm saying is if we exempt the whole system from the definitions of the ordinance, the ordinance is what provides the limits, right? The ordinance is what says we can't use it for these things except in these very limited circumstances. If we take the system and we pull it out of the definition of the ordinance, then it could be used for surveillance. That's my concern. And whether you think surveillance is good or bad, doesn't matter. It's just.
Well, we haven't even, so what would, I guess my question is, what do you mean by surveillance? Is it that something has been recorded, a sexual assault in the parking ramp?
No.
And that police are able to access it? Or that you're actually saying surveillance, like people are actively looking at it to seek out issues?
I mean, like the uses that, so in this current ordinance limits the use of video, right? If the way we want to use it isn't addressed in here at all, because the entire definition of the system is exempted from this ordinance, then we can use it however we want. That's my concern, is that it would be eliminating any limitations on how we would use it because it's not even within the definitions. I'm not saying there's any intention. I'm not saying that would be the point. I'm just saying that to me that undermines the idea behind having the limitations in the first place because we're just pulling it out by definition.
We do have limitations on use. We have limitations on access. I've shared that policy. It's an administrative policy from that I've issued. It has been influenced by past ACLU input, and we are very sensitive to those community concerns. So it is not just carte blanche use of these cameras. We take that very seriously. And honestly, what I feel like I'm hearing is, boy, we may trust the current staff, but I'm not sure we're going to trust anybody down the road to use it. And that's hard to hear. That's really hard to hear. And if you can't trust your staff, then it's just frustrating that you think we could use it for an activity that council has clearly spoken out about. I just don't understand it.
One thing that I'm thinking about, and obviously I share the concerns of surveillance. I know we've talked about that before. Even just somewhat ironically, I was able to take a graduate class with Mark Andrejevic, who's done some groundbreaking research in this area. I think he's now in Australia, so he's no longer at the university. So those are all well taken and very important things to consider. So I think we're talking about, first of all, I'm trying to trace all the different threads of what we're talking about. One of the threads is the license plate readers for the parking ramp purposes, right? So that's one thing we're talking about. Then we're talking about traffic cameras at intersections. So important to remember there's two different things kind of going on there. Earlier, our conversations were talking about when we kind of put the pause on the police request for the license plate readers that would be tied into other locations outside of the parking ramp. So that's still on pause. I think as we think about this, one of the things that and part of what we're at now, again, I'm just kind of making sure I'm keeping track of all the threads here, so y'all can help me out if I'm mistaking. One of the things I think that is giving some of my fellow council members, and that I'm considering as well, is this idea that we've kind of had this ordinance from a long time ago that was looking at stoplight cameras and giving out these automatic, like Cedar Rapids has done in other places, speed traps, automatic speed traps, which was rejected pretty resoundingly, it sounds like, by previous councils. What I'm wondering, though, even though we've had sort of this gray area that now staff wants us to clear up and say, okay, it's not a gray area, we're going to allow this. I don't actually mind having a further discussion on these issues. My concern is if we say no to this now that it has come to our attention, if we go ahead and say no to it now, are we taking away what currently has been, without any harm to the public for the last decade, in fact, benefit to the public, a public safety tool? That I don't want to be responsible for saying tonight, yeah, we got to get rid of this, and then something happens in the next 3 months or 4 months as we discuss this that would have been able to help a situation that maybe was, for instance, a missing person or, God forbid, an assault of some kind that we could have solved much more rapidly. I think, or even somebody who's threatened to commit suicide, that we're not tracking them fast enough to get that response. I don't want to be responsible tonight for putting an obstacle in the way. At the same time, I'm totally open to leaving the door open to having further discussions on this and modifying this further down the road, and maybe not very much further down the road, but that's my concern. And I think I'll vote for this tonight for that reason. I don't want to accidentally have a perverse effect of taking away something that we have been using with the parameters that have been discussed, and then having to, in a month from now, say, oops, we weren't able to respond to something quickly enough.
I'm with you very much, Councilor Harms, and agree with that perspective about this has been going on. We've presented no evidence that it's done any harm. We know that it's done good. We've been presented with the evidence that it's done good to help solve violent crimes, sexual assaults. And so I also am trying to figure out the intent of this previous ordinance, and I've stared at it many times, and it's very difficult to understand what the intent is from the code. And if you look at the Gazette article on it, it's also very focused on traffic cameras and a strong public disdain for automatic ticketing traffic cameras is what I keep reading. And I share that opinion. And
Same.
And we now have state laws, of course, that have changed all of the math on that too. But I will be supporting this for reasons that Councilor Harmsen and Mayor Teague articulated, as well as a belief that we need to continue talking about it, but it would be very wrong for us to suddenly stop our law enforcement agencies from using a tool that they're used to and they're currently using.
Is anyone talking about that?
Yes, this is
That's
this
my
is
question.
absolutely-
Mayor Pro Tem is actually speaking. Sorry.
I just want to ask question. Is these tools going to be available for the federal government, such as ICE, if they come looking for our immigrants, people in the community, undocumented? Is these tools will be available for them or no?
Well, we cooperate. We would cooperate with any law enforcement investigation, whether that comes from local, state, or federal law enforcement. That's not our practice. We've never had ICE come and ask for video footage. But we do cooperate with law enforcement.
You do cooperate?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's one of the issues I'd love to circle back on, but again, in the meantime, I'm not, that's not something that's happening right now, and there could be other costs associated to putting our foot down and saying, no, stop this right now. And that's what I'm worried about.
Okay. I guess just, I'm asking for clarification from staff. I didn't hear that there would have to be a policy change. I mean, if we've been, like,
Well,
why would that change in the interim if we were?
Well, here's my concern, is that, as you've heard, it has been the staff's understanding that the use that has gone on has been permissible. If not clear, we thought it was consistent with the spirit of the law, and if council's direction to us now is, no, you've got it wrong, you shouldn't be doing this, well then, yeah, we'll need to stop. And if, something happens in the intervening 3 or 4 months and there's some, where police are not thus able to use it to solve a serious crime, and or a defense attorney, files a motion to suppress and argues illegal use under city ordinance, I think they'd have a good argument. The other thing I would add is that, of course, this is an ordinance like any other that requires 3 readings. And so, if you want to continue to discuss this over the next couple of readings and so forth, that's fine, and or, amend it in such a way at a second reading or something as to narrow its effect. If that's the will of the, consensus of council, then, or majority of council, then certainly we can do that too. But my fear is if the word from council tonight is that, allowing the police to use it at all is illegal, stop doing that, then, of course, as staff, we would have to do exactly what council says about that.
I honestly want to defer because I really do think that this is caught up in our other discussion with automatic license plate readers, and I don't feel like we need to defer for a long time. I think that conversation should be expedited in order to address pressing concerns, but I think we need to have that conversation, and I think it'd be a disservice to the community to do anything but.
I think even by passage, we don't have another meeting for 3 weeks now. I mean, that gives us some time to reflect more on it, and
I don't care really about reflection. I care about public engagement and getting experts involved.
Same.
Reflection's important too, though.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. No, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying that that's what the value is that I'm looking
And
to
I think
right
if we
now.
feel like, but again, if we defer without giving any sort of a thing, does that end us? The situation I'm trying to avoid is exactly what our city attorney has articulated, probably better than I did. It's a deferment in us in that same place. Does that leave a quasi gray area? Whereas if we approve it, and it's still leaning towards voting yes on this, because if we approve it and we decide at the second reading or the third reading that we don't have enough, or we need to, if I on further reflection agree with you, we could defer at that time. In the meantime, I mean, that's kind of why I'm still thinking that it makes sense to go ahead and vote.
For what it's worth, infamously or famously, because it was actually a good outcome, the original Hickory Hill P&Z thing from way back when started off with everybody approving, right? And I think that was before just about everybody. You were on council. And by the third reading, it had flipped. So, I mean, we've got the possibility. This is not an inevitable juggernaut. We can have these discussions and flip while still maintaining a timely calendar on this, right? Okay.
Could we go ahead?
I really just feel, I feel that, this is really, with everything going again at the Capitol, at Des Moines, against like the immigrants and undocumented people, I think this is really will be like adding, another tool to what's happening right now. So this is really going to affect them, and they will start feel like this will be another fear to be added to what's going on at the state level. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
I appreciate the clarification from the counselors about, greater timeline, and I would love a temperature check if, sometime in the next couple meetings, if we'd be open to having or trying to facilitate a conversation with ACLU and about this broader subject.
Yeah, so I think it's on our work session, and we'll try to prioritize. There's a lot of priorities that the council has. And as you see, our work session today was full. So absolutely, we'll try to, move it up as quick as we can.
Thank you.
I guess there's one last comment I want to clarify. Jeff, thank you for bringing up the policy portion of it, because that applies to everything, right? All the cameras that are owned by the city has the policy which says only certain individuals can access so it's not a surveillance free-for-all. There are still parameters around it, but I think I was so stuck on exempting the entire system and putting it outside of regulation that I wasn't even thinking of that. So I think for us to have the broader conversation of what are the checks, right? What are the checks on that to try to meet the intent of whatever limitations this council believes are appropriate, so that we're not guessing about 11 years ago. But I want to apologize for that.
Yeah. So that we probably shared that policy with you back when we did the PEDMAL camera installation. And yeah, happy to share it with you again. I think we're very tight, in my view, on how we allow access to those cameras. And the other thing I would say, especially compared to cities of our same size, we are probably really far behind in utilization of camera technology, for good or bad, right? Those are, but if you were to measure the robustness of public camera systems for communities of our size, we're going to come out on the low end, and this change tonight doesn't propel us forward by any stretch. But again, if that's the will, that's the will.
The only thing I would add is if, council wishes to impose limitations on camera use and so forth, I would sure prefer to see it in that policy as opposed to the ordinance, because if if it's in the ordinance, that makes it illegal. And again, that would really be limiting and could really lead to some tragic results in, evidence of serious crimes being suppressed, in theory.
Okay. Hearing no other comments, roll call, please.
Sala?
No.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
No.
Dunn?
No.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3. Item number 9E is termination of Sycamore and First Avenue TIF District, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 0-3947 and 03-4090, providing for the division of tax levied on taxable property in the Sycamore and First Avenue urban renewal area in the city of Iowa City, Iowa, pursuant to Section 403.19 of the Iowa Code of the Iowa Code. This is the first consideration. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Mo.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Mo, and we're going to welcome Rachel.
Hi, everyone. Rachel Kilberg-Varley, Economic Development Coordinator. I'm going to present on the next three items, actually, so all in one, 9E, F, and G. So these are, as the mayor mentioned, these are an ordinance to terminate 3 TIF districts which have expired. So I'll talk a little bit about what that means, but just a quick refresher that, urban renewal areas and TIF districts are a little different, but they are 2 concepts that work together. So the urban renewal area is the actual area that you designate where you can conduct urban renewal projects. And then the TIF district is, the funding mechanism that then captures those increment taxes in order to help fund those urban renewal projects. So when you establish a urban renewal area and a TIF district, the steps to do so would be to first adopt a resolution adopting that urban renewal area and that urban renewal plan that defines, what type of urban renewal area it is, which I'll talk about on the next slide, and then the type of projects that you plan to take within that area. And then the second step would be to adopt an ordinance under the 3 readings, or 2 if council chose, to adopt the TIF district, which again is the funding mechanism. So when you're terminating, we're doing these steps in reverse. We have to have the ordinance readings in order to terminate the TIF district, which has expired, and then we would bring you a resolution to terminate the urban renewal area. Urban renewal areas, so TIF districts expire based on state statutory limits, which I'll talk about on the next slide. And then urban renewal areas, they don't actually statutorily expire, but it is recommended that they're terminated when there's no current active need. And then you can always, initiate or create a new urban renewal area in the future. There's obviously more administrative steps, but this is kind of the main 2 steps. So TIF sunsets by urban renewal area, typically you designate it as either slum and blight, and if you are to do that, then there's no statutory sunset. So we have several urban renewal areas in Iowa City that have been designated slum and blight, so they will not sunset until we choose to do so. And then those that are designated as economic development will sunset in about 20 years from when their debt's first activated on those. So all 3 that are on your agenda today have all been designated economic development, which is why they've met those statutory sunset limits. So the first is Sycamore and First Avenue TIF district. This was adopted in 2000, again, based on economic development, so it has that 20-year life. The debt was first certified in 2001, which leads to the district expiring in 2002. So some of the key areas that were targeted when this was developed were the Procter & Gamble and Mid-American sites, the Iowa City Marketplace, Sycamore Mall, and then some of those commercial properties along First Avenue. So these are just an overview of some of the projects that went on in this district as long as it was alive. So the first was some building improvements at that Sycamore Mall. So this project required occupancy standards. You can see it resulted in about $10.5 million in new taxable value from before the project towards the end. The second is the Playmore development, which is those kind of red and black buildings like where Java House is along First Avenue. That project required a 15% increase in assessed value and also some occupancy standards. You can see here that one resulted in about $1 million in new taxable value, new assessed value. There was a second attempt at more improvements on that Sycamore Mall. However, so this is with CORE, which I believe was initiated after Von Mauer left, and so that brought in Lucky's. However, then after Lucky's left, then this project didn't pan out. So we only ended up paying 1 TIF rebate, and then that agreement was terminated because it was in default. And then the final project that we did with just some of that remaining unused increment was to try to initiate some energy efficiency improvements on buildings, and Procter & Gamble took advantage of that for a high-efficiency air compressor. So kind of looking at the district overall, when that base value was established in 2001, the overall assessed value was $32.4 million, and then by the time it had expired, the overall assessed value was $53 million. So that's certainly not to say that TIF itself led to that increase, but just to kind of give you a general idea of what some of the projects, what the outcomes of some of those projects were, and then just overall. So the next area for item 9F is Northgate Corporate Park. So this is kind of the northwest corner of I-80 and Highway 1. This was adopted again in 1999 on the basis of economic development, so a 20-year life. It expired in 2023 and was really targeting those kind of commercial areas and uses along Northgate Drive. There's office, medical, hotel, restaurant up there.
Rachel, that didn't include, I can't remember, it's just Northgate Avenue and those businesses, correct? It's not the, like, Highlander?
Highlander, it would be in
Highlander
within
was
the
included in that.
area. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of this whole area that's on the map.
Okay.
I don't know if it's hard to read, but.
Nope, you're good.
So there's only one TIF project that was undertaken as long as the Northgate Corporate Park TIF district was active. So that was Mercer, which was formerly known as Seabury and Smith, which I believe was an insurance agency. They developed a $46,000 square foot office building, and that led to about $5.75 million in new value. That project required just the improvements on the development itself and then also the retention and creation of jobs. The overall assessed value from Northgate at the start of the TIF district was $6.9 million, and by the end was $43.6 million. And then the final one, 9G, is the Scott 6 district. So this was adopted in 1997. Again, has that 20-year life due to it being an economic development area. This one also expired in 2023, and this was originally established to kind of target those areas within our Iowa City Industrial Park and those commercial and industrial properties in that area. Again, only one major project here, which was Owens Brockway Plastic Products. So this was construction of a $64,000 square foot warehousing and production facility, which also created about 30 new jobs. As you can see, again, this resulted in about $5.8 million in new value. And then again, we also had used some of that unused increment for the energy efficiency grant, which we had one business take advantage of. So for this district, when the TIF district began, it was valued around $2.3 million, and then by the end, $55 million. So as I mentioned, the kind of steps would be this would be your first reading to consider the ordinance terminating the TIF district, and then at the August 6th meeting, you would again consider the ordinances as well as a resolution to terminate the urban renewal areas. We just have to do them separately. But I just want to clarify that, especially with a lot of these areas are probably likely areas that we'll want to, again, encourage development or improvements in the future. So by terminating these, it doesn't, preclude us from ever reestablishing an urban renewal area or TIF district in the future. So when that need is identified, it's just best to kind of start fresh and go from there. Happy to answer any questions you have.
I don't know if this is for you, Rachel, or for the city attorney, but can we establish a TIF district once we know a potential project is before us? Or is there any risk to the city to waiting for an opportunity to reestablish one of these TIF districts? Or do they need to be in place before the city starts discussions about a potential catalyst project or transformational project?
Well, what I'd answer is hopefully you'll note that these matters are addressed by our outside firm that does our bond counsel work, and so our office has less to do with it, but normally you establish it first, but it'd often be in response to a project that's brought forth, and they've indicated that, we would benefit from TIF. Okay, great, well, let's make sure it's in a TIF district. Now, that's not, done in a heartbeat or anything, but I think based on our experience, that you could do so in enough time to still accommodate the project.
Okay.
The one thing I would add, there was part of the TIF legislative reform from, I'm going to guess 5 or 6 years ago. It now requires individual TIF projects to be articulated in the urban renewal area. So we could establish an urban renewal area. Let's take the Sycamore Mall, First Avenue area. We could terminate it, and we could turn around and present you with an urban renewal area saying, boy, we'd like to do X, Y, and Z in this area, and kind of be ready to go for that project that comes up. But when that project comes up, we're probably going to have to amend the urban renewal area anyway to incorporate that in there and take it through. So that was the legislature's attempt at trying to build a little bit more transparency into TIF projects. So either way, whenever the project's identified, there's going to be a several month spin up time to get it into an urban renewal area in a TIF district.
I guess I have questions just about the latter of what you talked about with the new code that is with the state. If we wait until a project comes before us and then we go into a TIF district or urban renewal plan, in some ways I think a developer could be almost thinking that they're promised that they're going to get, approved for the TIF. So I guess, can you all maybe speak to that in the scenario where we would wait? And because I can see a developer coming and bringing a project before us and staff is having conversations, and then it comes to the council and it may not get, they anticipate that it's going to get approved. So I guess, how do we, well, I'm not trying to make a comment, but a question. So how do we ensure that, we don't have that type of backdoor understanding, even if, staff has been clear that, we're going to go through this process, but just, fully know that it may not pass?
Yeah, I think that's just the risk with, any TIF. At the end of the day, tax increment financing is not a right. It's a discretionary decision that this body makes. So any developer has to go into that process, and we advise them of that at the staff level, that nothing's guaranteed until you get in front of the city council for that final vote. And I think most would understand that, but.
And not everyone that comes with an idea of, we would like, will the city consider a TIF for this, area? The staff may not recommend it.
Yeah, there's far more informal requests for TIF that we field that never make it out of City Hall, frankly. Many times when we engage a developer or even a property owner that's interested in doing something, one of the first questions we'll get are, what type of incentives are available? And we're pretty clear that, absent very narrow things such as like the tax abatement zone that we established on the highway, there's nothing that is a right when it comes to incentives.
Okay. Hearing no other questions. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion.
I would say that one of my concerns, like just from years and years, is, or concern that I have, that other people brought up, is with the TIF, is that like you do a TIF district for 20 years, you invest in that money. At the end of that 20 years, the building that was built is depreciated, so you don't end up getting a long-term benefit out of it. One of the things I appreciate about the presentation here shortly was we actually see a giant enough jump in those valuations that in terms of like long-term tax benefit moving forward in the future, seems to be clearly there. And so this is a credit, I guess, to previous councils that approved these, because these projects seems to have worked in the way they were intended.
Mm-hmm.
And previous staff.
Yeah. All right, hearing no other comments. Roll call, please.
Teague.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Moe.
Yes.
Saleh.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 9F is termination of Northgate Corporate Park TIF District and ordinance repealing ordinance numbers 99 through 3879 and 05 through 4150, providing for the division of taxes levied on taxable property in the Northgate Corporate Park urban renewal area in the Iowa City, Iowa, pursuant to Section 403.19 of the Code of Iowa. This is the first consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, Burgess.
Moved by Moe, seconded by Burgess, and this presentation was given in the previous one in 9A. Any questions about this for staff at this time? Hearing none. Public discussion. Anyone from the public would like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Moe.
Yes.
Saleh.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. 9G, termination of Scott 6 TIF District and ordinance repealing ordinance numbers 97 through 3796, providing for the division of taxes levied on taxable property in the Scott 6 urban renewal area in the city of Iowa City, Iowa, pursuant to Section 403.19. This is the first consideration. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Don, seconded by Alter. And again, the staff gave presentation on this item during their 9E presentation. Any questions for staff? Hearing none. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Moe.
Yes.
Saleh.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 9H, adopting tax increment financing policy. Resolution adopting City of Iowa City tax increment financing policy. And could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Moved by Salah, seconded by Burgess. And we're going to invite Rachel up again.
Okay, so as I mentioned on the last item, TIF or tax increment financing is a tool that we use to provide financial assistance for projects in urban renewal areas. And then our TIF policy would be the standards against which we are considering whether or how much TIF incentive or assistance would be considered. So the TIF policy works in conjunction with oftentimes a financial gap analysis that we do to assess financial need for TIF assistance with development projects. So our TIF policy was last updated in 2017, and this resolution adopts the attached version, which was in your agenda packet. And, you know, we thought it was a ripe time for an update just with both the 21 Southland development and other development opportunities on the horizon. We thought it was a good time to kind of review and update our policy. Also, since obviously since 2017, we've had many new plans like your strategic plan, your climate action plan, your greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. All of those kinds of things have been adopted. So we just knew we needed to align and kind of update it a little bit that way. Your strategic plan calls for adopting flexible incentives which support the economy and local business, and then our Affordable Housing Action Plan, which you've also adopted, identifies infrastructure TIFs as a tool to help boost housing supply in the community. With this policy update, we kind of had a few high-level goals, which was one, we do currently have, as Jeff was mentioning, we have high standards for our TIF-supported projects, and so we wanted to maintain those standards, but then also kind of enhance our flexibility about how we can work with different unique projects to meet our city goals. We also, as I mentioned, wanted to make updates to ensure the policy references your new strategic plan, the climate action plan, the newishly designated downtown historic district, and any other plans that we've adopted since 2017. And then finally, we wanted to just provide clarification about types of projects that TIF might be used to support. We've done infrastructure TIFs, we've done district-wide, we've used district-wide increment to support non-property tax generating uses like arts and culture and historic preservation. So we just wanted to clarify and make sure that was clear in our policy as well. Staff had prepared a draft version of the policy that we then presented to the Council Economic Development Committee, which includes Councilors Moe, Dunn, and Burgess. They met on July 1st, reviewed, discussed, and they made a couple of changes to our proposal and then voted 3-0 to approve the revised version that was in your packet for your consideration tonight. So I'll just kind of try to quickly review some of the I would say, significant changes that are included in the policy. So as I mentioned, updates to reference new plans. It clarifies the type of projects that we would use, including any district-wide increment we'd use for public interests like infrastructure, arts and culture, historic preservation, recreation, that kind of thing. We updated our climate action section. So in the past, this had really kind of focused largely on LEED. So we wanted to shift emphasis only on that being, the standard that developers had to meet to expand more flexibility for. There are newer and emerging sustainable development certifications that are arising. So we just wanted to provide more options or more flexibility, I should say, for that developer to demonstrate leadership in climate action through kind of building energy performance, decarbonization, and environmental management strategies. Again, these would ideally be aligned with, or would be aligned with our emission reduction goals, our climate action plans. And we talked a little bit about this one, in the Economic Development Committee. Just to be clear, there's different, I don't know if you'll say options, if you will, but as we'd be working with a developer, it just gives us the flexibility to negotiate what works for that project. In some cases, it's not like they get to choose, we're going to do this one. In some projects, we may require many things out of that. So it would really be solidified in that development agreement, but we're trying to communicate, the types of leadership, climate leadership that we're looking for in our policy. Then in the historic preservation section, the Downtown Historic District did not exist when the policy was adopted in 2017. So we updated that to kind of acknowledge that and then kind of simplify the historic preservation section by just not only leading on that designation, but talking more generally about, the type of contextual development that we expect, and then, development that would preserve, enhance, and contribute to a historic designation or historic district. And then for affordable housing, it's been practiced that we have required a minimum compliance period for 20 years. So we inserted that into the policy and then also added a preference for longer-term compliance or even permanent affordability. In the economic justice section, again, previously we had only mentioned wage labor laws in that section. So in this update, we expanded to also add in workplace safety, child labor, and other labor laws. And then we clarify in that underwriting and application section that we may use a third-party financial review to help evaluate the need for TIF and just explain different structures that we may consider for TIF assistance. So the development agreement would always contain those more specific kind of final details, but this policy would provide the guidance and standards that we would consider when we do get TIF requests. So that's kind of the summary, but happy to answer questions or provide clarification.
Go ahead. I had a question.
Yes.
So thank you for the explanation, and it makes a lot of sense. I just want to make sure that I understand. You were saying, so the development agreement is where the nitty-gritty, we're really spelling out what expectations are, what the developer agrees to, and that's where the details come in. There have been a couple of emails, couple comments from some she's in the audience right now, as well as some others who have commented on the climate action portion. And I absolutely appreciate that, LEED is not the only way to go. But I'm also aware of, developers will work with, concrete things, right? And so I'm wondering if there was some discussion, and I guess it's question to you, but also to the commission, the subcommission, about what kinds of discussions there were about the specificity that was in the current TIF agreement kind of layout versus sort of moving forward. Because I do think that there is something to be said about, like, developers, they'll read it and they'll go, okay, I got to do this, this, and this to get this, as opposed to going like, show us your leadership, right? And I am talking specifically about the climate action stuff. So obviously I'm looking at you, Rachel, but anybody who, the whole group can chime in. I would just like to know, because
I'm happy to speak to that, but Rachel, since you're up.
Sure, I can start, and then
yeah,
you can provide your perspective. So I would say there is nitty-gritty in this, first of all. It's fairly detailed for our TIF policy, but then typically in that development agreement, you do see specifics getting laid out. So kind of how I showed on the last items I presented on, where it would give like 80% occupancy standards. Like, that's then where you start to get, we didn't strip out that, achieving LEED Silver or greater is still the same specificity that was provided before. So we kind of actually just expanded it. We didn't, make it less specific, I don't think. We just maybe expanded to recognize that there are other types of certifications that, is emerging in architecture industry, and that is being recognized. So did you want to add?
Mayor Teague, would you prefer that this happens during council discussion or during this conversation?
Yeah, only because it's questions for staff.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll repeat the
But yes,
question
I'm happy
for
to circle
later.
back to that. So.
What other certifications exist aside from LEED? I'm not really familiar with any.
Yeah, so
What are you referring to?
there's, part of what our discussion was about is there's I apologize, I'm not the expert in this, so I may not get it all, exactly right, but there's like accounting for embodied carbon, so not just the operational energy that it takes once a building's been developed, but actually the energy it takes to also develop a building. Life cycle analysis is something we added in. It's my understanding that that's, reputable and widely recognized among the industry, and that's very similar. You can look at different levels of it, but it kind of just like looks at the full life cycle of a building from kind of the construction to operations. And
So if I'm understanding this, a developer could achieve some sort of certification on life cycle carbon cost and not LEED, and that would be sufficient.
Well, we would still need to negotiate what we think is appropriate
But
for what they're asking.
For this particular thing, like that could be like, of course we have to discuss with them, and we have to discuss appropriate natures of things. But like they could say, I achieved, LEED Silver or greater certification for new commercial mixed use or residential construction, or I was certified in another proven sustainable building rating systems or environmental management standards subject to city approval. So that puts it in the hands of, someone saying, oh, this is appropriate, this is good, but so that could theoretically happen though, right?
It's subject to city approval is the key. So they, they may identify what they believe is comparable to LEED Silver, if that's the standard that we want to compare it to, or, but then, we have to ultimately identify that and determine whether there's other requirements we want to make.
Yeah, and that's going to be in your development agreement. That's not something that we figure out when the building's being built or the additions being put on. That is something that this council knows exactly what those terms are when the development agreement comes to you. So the TIF policy is going to guide our negotiations. Someone's going to come to us and they're going to say, well, I'm prepared to do LEED Silver, and we might say, that's nice. I think we're going to want something a little bit different on this. What else might you be willing to do? Okay, I'm going to electrify the entire building. I'm going to add some renewable energy. There could be any number of things that we think may be appropriate, or the developer may come to us with some other ideas, right? I want to use mass timber and be one of the, not the first in the state, but one of the first in the state to really execute on something like that. I think it just gives us an opportunity to use the resources we have. In 2017, there was no climate action division of Iowa City. We had no climate action division staff. We didn't have that expertise. LEED was a comfortable thing to lean on. We feel like we can be more innovative, and if we're so prescriptive in what we're requiring, that innovation goes away, the creativity goes away. But the most important thing you need to know is at the end of the day, you have to get comfortable with the development agreement. Even if staff is at that development agreement, meet that TIF policy, but a $10 million TIF over 20 years is just not something I'm comfortable with, and you have every right to say thanks, but no thanks.
Wasn't it the thing that I'm thinking about is the fact that it would feasibly allow us to potentially have lower standards. Is that correct? We could have lower standards than LEED Silver.
It's certainly not the intent.
But it would allow that.
I don't think so. I mean,
And again,
I'm trying to think of a circumstance in which we would have a lower standard for.
Well, like the standard I was discussing before, like say we're just focusing on, the carbon impact of the building throughout the cycle, right? So I guess that's what's kind of concerning to me.
I guess I'd say it's debatable. You could get different people. Like if we say, hey, life cycle analysis is what we want to lean on, there can be very good debate in the public on whether that means the same as LEED or not.
Mm-hmm.
But staff would not come to you with a watered down climate action proposal, given what this council's invested in since 2017. So yeah, we very much expect that we are going to meet that same standard or exceed it going forward. And frankly, we're going to pay for it, right? Mm-hmm. That's what TIF is. I mean, we're paying the gap. So if we want to continue to layer on cost after cost to be more innovative in climate action, we're paying for it.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I one thing, and this is maybe related to Megan or Councilor Alter's question about the sort of thinking about the development of this, but I want to be very clear that the current policy isn't a code, isn't a law, it's just a policy, and as it's currently situated, this council can do whatever the heck it wants, regardless of what's written in a memo. That's the other part of this, that I got very invested in trying to think about how to make this more and more and more climate aggressive, and quickly realized that's a waste of time. This policy doesn't need to exist. It's just a helpful tool so that we have this conversation, and so that when staff goes and has a negotiation before they bring it to us, they know our values.
You're right. This is not an ordinance. This is guidance from council to staff so that staff knows how to craft those agreements before we bring them to you for approval.
And I think from the Economic Development Committee standpoint, when we were having our conversation, the key for me was how the alignment with the strategic plan is like the primary driver. And so I think even just having, being able to say to every developer, this is how seriously Iowa City takes these particular issues, and, being able to just point to, again, the overarching values, all of the individual action items. I just think that is something that we didn't have in that aggressive way in the past, and giving staff the flexibility to say, you got to meet all of these things. There's different ways to get there. I don't know. I just was really pleased with the way that we kind of landed on enhancing the options.
And I'm waiting for your question to staff and your question to staff.
All right. Sorry. If it makes you feel better, I think they actually just answered my question. So that was.
Isn't that right?
All right.
Sorry, Mayor.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. We're going to move on to anyone from the public like to address this topic.
Well, you guys, I wrote everything out, and now you guys have completely flustered me.
Please state your name and city you're from.
Okay.
Welcome.
My name is Martha Norbeck, and I am from Iowa City, and I actually am an expert in this topic. It is what I do all day, every day. I am an architect, but not just an architect. I specialize in green building. The name of my company is CWise. It is short for Carbon Wise. Like, that is all I do, is thinking about carbon and energy efficiency, like, constantly. I dream about it. And one of the things I say to every client is you can't manage what you don't measure. You can't manage what you don't measure. So if you don't set a floor for these policies, like this is the minimum we'll accept, you're just opening up the door to people to come to you and say, well, what about this great new idea? And staff does not have the expertise and capacity to evaluate every possible idea someone might bring to the table. To answer your question, Councilman Dunn, there is actually a very good zero carbon certification program out there, but it is not the same as the suggested language of decarbonization strategies that exceed building and energy code requirements. That means nothing, because there is no building and energy code requirement for a decarbonization. None, nada, zip. It doesn't exist. So if someone comes to you and says, oh, we want to decarbonize by doing, this barn timber on the wall because it's reused, we've saved all this carbon. Well, that doesn't mean diddly. But if you actually did the zero carbon certification or a robust analysis up front and then went on the back end and did an as-built analysis, that might start to have some teeth. Why don't we set a minimum 30% reduction in carbon compared to a baseline? All of this stuff is actually established in sites, LEED, Living Building Challenge, the zero carbon, the net zero energy standards. All of these standards exist, and they have components that you could pull for them and say, at a bare minimum, the floor of our criteria is going to be this site's credit for infrastructure development, because that's been vetted by a gazillion experts, not the people in Iowa City who don't have time to research this. There are existing standards that you can borrow from. Instead of saying, we just want to have notable performance above the adopted energy code, what does that even mean? Is it 50%? Because 50% is hard to achieve, but 40 is easy. So, there's that threshold. So you could set a floor at 40 and say, at the very least, you have to give us 40. So there are ways you can give this teeth, and I
Thank you.
encourage you
Thank you. Thank you.
Please
Thank you.
defer the vote.
Thank
and
you.
give more consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no, yes, welcome. Yes, take your time.
My name is Amos Kitchen. I live in Iowa City, and mine is a very short one. I just want to alert myself. Probably this is because I do not have access to the documents you guys have access to, and that makes it very difficult for me as somebody from the community to read and maybe ask good questions. But I'm worried about equity issues in some of these things, and in the analysis, in the evaluations and other things. Do you have, in some way, in which the projects we're talking about, the concepts we're talking about, are addressing disparate impacts on minority communities? These could be issues of cultural markets. The minorities tend to start from small little things, and sometimes those matter too. So in your evaluations, I was just worried if those are there. I'm not saying they are not there, because I don't have access to those. That could be my problem for not being able to read harder.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion.
Move to defer to our next meeting.
Second.
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Salah. Any discussion?
I'm in favor of deferral simply because of pretty compelling, if brief, arguments. Just to say to let's pause here just for a minute and see if we can beef this up, simply because this is not particularly something that I know that there's an entire strand of architects, builders, developers who may well be involved in this, but especially if people are looking for TIF, I think whatever we can do to help show what we want and what our expectations are, because actually one of the things that I do know from years and years of sitting through councils previous, and from talking to people during campaigning, as I'm sure you guys all have too, is that developers are like, we don't know what Iowa City wants. They say this thing, and then we come, and then it's something different. And we're really tired of having to deal with this. So especially if we're dealing with TIF, if we can be, I know that the negotiations and the development agreement is where it's all like, here is the rubber and the road. But if we can provide them with the advanced thing where they can recognize and go, oh, 40% of da-da, then I think that makes sense. So I would like to defer as well. I mean, this is where my thinking is, so that we can try and, there's been so much work on this, first of all. I want to applaud the group that has worked through this and staff. But I think in this instance, we might have the opportunity, since there was no climate action commission in place before, I think it's worth to look into consult with Sarah or others to say, okay, how can we make this have some teeth and provide guidance?
I think I appreciate you kind of talking about who can the staff kind of have conversations with, because
it can't be just us figuring it out.
Otherwise, they will have no direction outside of whatever we say right now. And that's the concern that I have, is that if we defer it, we have to give staff, some direction as to where to go. I do have just one comment, because, TIF has always been big, major projects. And we've not seen any small TIFs come into our community, quite frankly. And personally, I would like to, see what are the opportunities of the. Maybe this is more of a comment for the staff, where maybe no one has come with a smaller project, but I would love to see opportunities for smaller businesses to have access to this. And again, this is going to, they have to increase the property value of whatever they do, but we haven't seen that.
Well, and Mayor, if I can hop in really quick on that, one of the pieces that the gentleman out front was talking about was equity. And if, in fact, we turn that lens a little bit towards small business owners and allow them perhaps the opportunity for TIF, that too has a piece of equity in terms of our business community, potentially.
So I'm happy to kind of go back to the initial question about sort of process and how we got here, because I think it actually addresses some statements that you made about process and what the staff needs. When this discussion started, and I very much was thinking about this in tandem with the 21 South Lynn Street project, I emailed tons of information to our city manager's office about what kind of EUI targets we want. I think we wanted to count carbon. I think we wanted to do a lot of really, I think, far beyond what LEED does for us, because I'm frustrated with what LEED does. I think that it leads us to buildings that are not sustainable sometimes, and I wanted to push us towards really counting embodied carbon and really counting, continue to focus on operational carbon. And the direction I got from staff was we don't actually want tons and tons and tons of very specific things. So what you're saying, the developers say it's confusing to know what we're communicating or what they ought to do. I feel like I heard an opposite message. And so I don't know if that changes the way you think about this, but I went from wanting a lot of very prescriptive requirements to then understanding what this document really is, which is not an enforceable document in any way, to understanding it's just a tool to communicate values.
To that end, I would actually say that the other piece of this is that this document will guide how council needs to decide on projects. because it is, in fact, it's reflective of hopefully this council and future councils' values. And that's been a point of frustration too, where it's like, well, you say you want this, and then it comes to council, and it's like, yeah, no, we don't want that after all. And I think that at the same time that this is not policy, I think it should well serve us in the same way that a strategic plan does, to give us guidance about, here are the parameters of what we think is important, and to have some specificity to it, so that then we and others can say, this is what the developer has brought to us, and so are we good with it or not, based on, you know, I just think that it's actually going to help us to have the specificity too, because that's, to your point, yeah, it's not, the confusion or the frustration has been, we've done X, Y, and Z, as has been sort of in the TIF policy, and then council, not us, but whatever, councils have then said, I don't think so. So I think everybody benefits from having some specificity.
So I'm not against deferring, by the way.
No, and I'm not arguing, and nor I saw a little bit of a frustration from Jeff. I'm not trying to get us in the weeds. So if it's that I'm being too pedantic about what all should be in this, I get that, and I can back off. But
My comment was that the motion on the floor is deferral, and so the discussion at this point is whether to defer.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Well, I think to the mayor's point about making sure staff kind of understands if we're going to defer. I think you said that, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm very
yes,
tired.
Yes. What is it?
So I just have a question for staff, Rachel, Jeff. I'm thinking about the floor, right? Not dictating what we do or even a particular standard, but the idea of a floor, I look at the affordable housing piece that's in there, and there are specifics that came from, you know, a lot of experience with it and a lot of like seeing how it plays out. And I know that the climate action stuff has not been as developed in our practice in TIF, right, in particular. So, I mean, how does the idea of a floor hit you?
Well, it was, and I think council wants a floor. Just go back to LEED. Say LEED Silver. Like, there's your floor. I don't think it's going to produce climate leadership, but if that's what you want, do it. But from a negotiation standpoint, if it's one thing to signal a floor, okay, developer, well, LEED Silver is good enough. Now let's try to talk you up from that. With this language, I feel like Rachel and I can sit down with someone and have a more engaging discussion. Or maybe that developer really has to push his architect team to say, hey, I need something innovative here. That's what we were looking for. In comparison to the affordable housing, I would argue that the affordable housing has a lot of flexibility, and we've used that, right? We've used fee and lieu, we've used off-site affordable housing, and we've used on-site affordable housing. So we do have that flexibility to provide affordable housing in any number of different ways, and we've used that. But if a floor is more comfortable, and that's okay, in a lot of ways it makes Rachel and John, it makes the negotiation a lot easier for us. We're just going to lean on that floor and say, let's go with LEED Silver. And I just don't think at the end of the day we're going to, if that's what we lean on, I don't think we're going to bring you projects that maybe can push the envelope a little bit more.
One thing I'm interested in, by the way, I want to echo something that Councilor Alter said earlier about thanking all the people that have put the work into this. I was reading through, and I love redline version, so you can kind of see where it started and where it went. And kind of looking at, one of the things that jumped out at me is this idea of this may include one or more of the following, and LEED is still in there, like that doesn't disappear. What I'm wondering after hearing some emails and some comments, since we're already doing sort of a list, one or more of the following, is including or looking at some of these other standards, and again, this is now getting out of my area of expertise into Councilor Moe's and certainly Sarah Gardner's. A few things like that in order to look at this list and take a look at like the decarbonization. Is there something that, according to name of organization or comparable as approved by the staff that we have that focuses on Sarah Gardner and
Yeah.
wherever her successor may be,
We
in the
could
future.
list any number of comparable ones, I guess, and Counselor Moe is probably a better position to answer this. I would say, it's an evolving field, too, like what was available in 2017 and what was thought of as maybe a professionally and industry-accepted standard may be very well different than what is in 2024. And it may be different than what's in 2026 and 2029. So when you put the specifics in the policy, it just forces us, and that's okay, we can do it. We just need to do more regular updates to keep up with some of the changing industry standards.
Well, I know one thing that I liked about the LEAD is it felt like there was an outside, almost, and if I'm misunderstanding the way LEAD works, please correct me, but an outside entity that was giving sort of a second opinion, almost like how we use consultants. Right? So it's sort of like that, back before we had an in-house capability at all, or at least the way we do now, that's nice. It's nice to have that sort of outside set of eyeballs. And so that's one thing I do like about that sort of approach, if there's something like that in there. And I'm only speaking one of 7, but as I've been thinking about this, preparing for this meeting and listening to the discussion, but I think this is like, I think this has come a long way. I think it really is an improvement over what we had before in terms of the goals of trying to come up with this flexibility. And I think if we can, in my mind, combining those two things, that flexibility, but also with some tangible, I don't know, it's like kind of wanting my cake and eating it too, if that makes sense. But I don't know that that's impossible in this case.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanna, I'm interested of the deferral of this item because I really cannot even open the documents, any document from the city government or any government, I cannot open it outside the country. So I really interesting to know what in a document about affordable housing and how can we improve that or change it. So
There's a good argument
I would
for
love
deferment.
if you
when you're
guys
right
can agree to defer it.
Right. Council, I guess I'd suggest that if you want to keep discussing the substance of the motion, that Councilor Dunn withdraw his motion and then can remake it if he wishes later. But otherwise, I'll ask you to limit your discussion to whether we should defer for now.
Good with
And by the way, Councilor Dunn, when you said motion to defer, I assume it's till our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need a second?
Zahir seconded.
Yeah, I would be at the 6th, yeah.
Okay.
What happens in the interim?
I think we need to make a concerted effort to get people that are smarter than us in the room, and also have our own personal conversations with them. Not to say anything about our staff or anything like that. That's not that at all.
We were talking about council specifically, right?
Of course, of
We
course,
should set
of
the
course.
bar higher.
Yes. Yeah. But that's what I would see as what we should do as for direction. Get some community stakeholders to come and speak as well. I think that'd be nice.
Yes.
All right. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
This is a motion, so it'd just be a voice vote,
Yes.
Mayor.
Oh, so motion to defer. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item number 9I, Community and Employee Surveys. Resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a consultant agreement with Policy Confluence, Inc. to conduct community and employee surveys and provide additional online engagement tools. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Burgess. And welcome. We're going to hear from Kirk.
Thanks, Kirk Lehman, Assistant City Manager. So just to give you some background on this item, it was kind of born from the strategic planning process and the strategic plan, and especially that focus on looking at quantitative data to understand our operations, both from an external perspective, what the public sees, and then also from an internal perspective. So we are bringing it before you. It's not something that has to come before council, but it's something that we think is really important to highlight and that we want to make sure that we have your support as we move forward in this effort. So that's why it's before you today, even though you wouldn't necessarily have to vote on it typically. So what this agreement does is it really has 2 surveys and then an outreach module that comes with it. The first is the National Citizen Survey, or the NCS. So this is a survey that goes out to the public. It is, what is the word that I'm looking for? It's a random sample survey.
Statistically valid.
Statistically, yeah, sorry. It's been a long night. Yeah, that looks across 8 dimensions of community livability. So with the statistically valid survey, it does have random samples that goes out to folks. And there's also a part of the survey that's just open to the general public to see what the general public who wants to provide feedback also thinks about the survey. Now, one benefit with this NCS survey is that we have used it in the past, so we will have a longitudinal perspective. We did do a survey in 2013. We did a survey in 2017. And we're excited to see what it would look like as these dimensions have changed over time, and potentially keeping this moving in the future as well, so we continue to have these data points to make decisions by. Now, there's more detail in the agreement that is in your agenda packet tonight, but the survey does include translations, obviously English, and then also Spanish, Arabic, Mandarin, and French. And it also includes benchmarking against college towns. So we can see, what the attitudes are in Iowa City and how that looks compared to other universities that have taken this survey. So really the goal of this, like I said, is to have that external perspective, or that perspective of the public about how the city's doing its job. The second survey is a more internal view of us as an employer. So it's the National Employee Survey. It includes a survey instrument that goes out throughout the organization, and it's really tied to those strategic plan goals of making Iowa City a workplace of choice within the region. So in this case, there are 10 dimensions of employee experience. It's benchmarked against other local governments. So again, we can see how we compare against comparable employers. And then finally, it's an Engage module, which is an outreach platform. So this is something that comes along with the surveys that we're excited to see how it can be used. It would allow us 2 years of surveys, polls, and live events that we can use for additional resident input in the future. So we do have some tools that we currently use. This would really expand what we do and allows us to replace some of our existing tools with something that might integrate better with some of our other outreach methods. As part of that, it does have a bonus dashboard, so that would have our comparative data that you can see, and then also the community statistics from the resident input as well. So there are some bonuses that come with this, but we're very excited about the possibilities that this has in terms of outreach. In terms of timeline, the timeline is we are looking at fall for the 2 surveys, so we would do alternating falls. So in fall of 2024, we'd be looking at the National Citizen Survey, and then in 2025, we'd be looking at that National Employee Survey. So again, a 2-year process that we're looking at. Just wanted to bring it before you and see if you had any questions and get your thoughts about it. So that's my presentation. Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to, it's great that you have this in multiple language, but my question is, how the people know about it so they can fill out the survey?
Yeah, so we would promote it on our social media channels or our general outreach channels for the general survey that's going to the broader public. In terms of the randomized sample, that's going to be postcards mailed to individual addresses that are randomly selected. It will have the different languages on it. Essentially what's going to happen is the postcard goes out that says, you've been selected to do a community survey. It's part of the City of Iowa City's outreach efforts, some background information. And then it would have, if you want to take it in English, here's the link. If you want to take it in Spanish, but not in English, obviously, but in each of the individual languages, that would be on that postcard, so that folks with different language backgrounds would have the ability to read that and say, oh, this is the survey that I need to take.
Yes, I understand that. But, I just want to give you a tip, because I've been doing a lot of survey while I was in the Center for Worker Justice, especially with immigrants. Mm-hmm. So a lot of immigrants, they don't like to fill out survey. But I think if you partner with immigrants organizations and just send them the survey, and their client who come like on the daily basis can fill out that survey, they can do that. And this will help you get the perspective of the people who normally don't like filling out survey?
Yep, we often work with, immigrant groups and trying to get out word on stuff. And for the general survey, that would work really well. For the randomized survey, it might be a situation where you have to figure out if there are households, but I don't know that that would be possible for a randomized survey.
No, it's for a randomized survey, if it's fine, and I'm talking about the general
The general survey, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that will really make the people, because the people will come for service, as a service to those organizations. And when you ask them to fill out that survey, they will be happy to do it because they are coming for something else. And they will do this as a part of, the organization ask them to fill it out.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for Kurt? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Welcome.
Again, my name is Amos Kicha, Iowa City. I really applaud the gesture of community surveys.
Will you use the mic, please? Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. I happen to also be in the Iowa City Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And we are running into problems because of issues of data. Some communities, we don't know much about them, and they're not being addressed properly, they're not being engaged properly, like the councilwoman just asked. And that's a problem we are having, and I would want our community and the city, everybody to take this very serious, because that is the way we know where we're hurting. That's when I can know which feet or which finger of mine is hurting in our community. Yeah. So I feel like we have not been engaged very much in terms of the preparations, the questions we are going to asking, because we are from here. We are made up of people from different cultures. Sometimes the concepts you think, like if you ask me, how am I feeling today? I might be sick, but given my culture, I will try to say, I'm feeling good. That is very different from the scientific forms that we are used to. The random sampling will be a problem for our community because most of our minority communities tend to be concentrated in some areas. Everyone knows that. The new immigrants who have just come recently, they can't afford to buy houses in other places. They tend to. And some of these things you're worried about, I haven't seen it. I don't even know the questions, how they look like. I don't even know if it's going to address my concerns in the community. So that is where I would want you to reach us a little bit better. One way is to find out which are the immigrant or minority organizations in Iowa City. Who are their leaders? They are there. And they've been there for a long time. Talk to them. They have boards or people who probably can help a little bit, who know how to talk to our people. It's not that we are difficult to talk to, but sometimes the questions can be interpreted and the data will probably show a completely different thing. That is, and when our council people start to make policies, that's not going to help our people very much. So I will tell you that the engagement level in that one is at the moment very, very low to me. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion.
Really appreciate you guys bringing this to us tonight and keeping us aware of the ways that we're trying to improve our engagement with our community and our employees. Would want to send commendations for that, and also very thankful for the feedback from the community as well as Councillor Saleh. I think it's all incredibly valuable and should be considered.
Yes, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it'll be a very useful tool.
Yeah. Ditto, ditto, ditto. All right. If no other comments, roll call, please.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Saleh?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 10 is council appointments. We have 2 tonight. We have 10A, which we'll start and do that separately for planning and zoning. one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through June 30th, 2026. And so this is taking on a partial term.
I would support.
Can I ask, I'm sorry to interrupt, I want to ask a sort of foundational question about this process post-state law change, just so
Yes.
I fully understand, because I believe July 1, the state's new rule on gender balance took effect, which we aren't required to do that.
Correct.
And of course, we have a Supreme Court case, the Harvard UNC thing that says, oh, well, affirmative action might be a bad thing suddenly, which I disagree with, but we're bound by that. What does that mean for us in our conversations? Like, can we talk about gender and race? And I think most of us share the aspiration of having commissions that match our community, but I'm curious what's permissible for that discussion.
Yes, the council can absolutely discuss demographics in this context of, as you say, kind of wanting to match the community or have a well-balanced, variety of demographic groups represented within your boards and commissions. What you cannot do is say, we've got 5 men and 3 women, so we need a woman, period, and thus we're not going to consider any male applicants, for example. That you can't do, that's a quota. Can you consider the gender? Absolutely. But not, have a hard and fast rule about it.
Okay. Thank you for that. So sorry, Andrew, I have people to recommend, but you started, so please go first.
So I would say I would support Stephen Miller, conditional that he is not serving on 2 commissions, because he indicates that he is the chair of the Public Art Commission.
And I'm not sure if he's still on the Public Art Commission.
Yeah, I don't know.
He is.
He is. Because I know that Caleb is also, in his application, he mentioned HCDC, but he.
Didn't he just roll off?
Yes. So, yeah.
I know Steve well. I think he'd be exceptional at this, so I'd support him, but I understand the sort of 2-commission concern.
Can we give him the option?
If he's on the commission right now, I support him too, but
He's on.
He's on Public Art, and he wants to be on Planning and Zoning.
Yeah.
are he resigning from that?
No.
Well, that's what I think we should ask him, is like, you can, if this council is.
Kelly might have valuable input.
Yes.
I think typically in the past, if they're appointed, we would ask them to resign from the commission that they're currently serving.
So there's precedent for this.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Then I support Steve too.
Me too.
So, I mean, there are other individuals that's one person, yeah. So maybe we can hear other nominations from individuals.
I also thought that James Davies or Carrie Dixon looked
Yeah.
like they had the type of background that could be helpful for P&Z.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Carrie was one that, and Carrie is an architect, and then Jack as well. I mean, we have some. The one thing about Jack is a student with a BA, I think in the BA for Environment Policy and Planning. So I love the idea of that opportunity for adding to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I mean, we do have individuals that have not served on any commission and that would like to serve.
I think my thought is that like P&Z is so very technical and legalistic. Like I'm, no disrespect to any other of the candidates. I think all the candidates are fantastic, but I'm pretty firm with Stephen.
Any other nominations?
Who was the other person you mentioned, Megan?
It was, Carrie Dixon, who had been the one who was asked in Ames
James Davies
to be on P&Z.
David Davies?
And David Davies, who I think has a lot of,
No, James. David.
James Davies.
Yeah.
That's
No, he
James.
goes by James, even
That's
though
correct.
it's James.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
No, I had it
Weirdly, I
written
know
down.
most of these people, so.
Shocking. No, I did write down James Davies.
They would
I was
all
just
be,
looking
and I
over
should
it.
just say, for the record, they would all be, many of them would be exceptional, so.
So then we have, are there any other names that people want to put forth? So if I'm understanding correctly, we have David Davies, Carrie Dixon,
Stephen Miller.
and Stephen Miller. And I can withdraw from Jack McGrain. I'll put it out there. Jack McGrain as well.
I guess I love somebody who is incredibly engaged, and I realize Steve Miller has a strong fan base here. I'm just saying, it's 9:30, guys. But he's on his third term for public art. He wants to do this, and we actually have a number of candidates, right? And I like the idea of getting more people involved. So that's just, I'm not against him, but on the flip side, we've got more applicants than we have for the role, and we have somebody who we'd have to ask to step down from a different one while he's serving in his third term. He's got a lot of commission experience, and it's fantastic, and I don't want to cut that off. But we've got more people who want to come on. So just food for thought.
So we do have 4 individuals, and maybe people can just state who they want to support, unless you want me to just go down the list. But I'll say the names again: David Davies, Carrie Dixon, Jack McGrain, and Stephen Miller.
I think right now I'm leaning towards David Davies, kind of liking Stephen Miller, liking these other ones, but just kind of taking, I think, swayed by the comments about getting new people involved into their various city commissions.
Yep, I would be good. And he goes by James, is that correct? Yeah, so I would support James.
Any other names? I mean, I gave some other names, but I can support James as well, David Davies. We have David Davies, Carrie Dixon, Jack McGrain, and Stephen Miller.
I'm sticking with Stephen.
I think we had 4 for Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, we had 4 for Stephen Miller?
So, me,
Mine.
Andrew,
Yeah.
Josh, and was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Laura's too, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear
No,
that.
that's fine. I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm fading over here.
Yeah, no, I did not
Okay,
realize
great.
that we were at 4, so that's.
Yes, all right.
Mayor, if I may, because the council rules don't allow for the appointment of someone who's already on it, if you can make the motion contingent upon his resignation from the Public Arts Committee, I would appreciate it.
Sure. All right. Could I get a motion to appoint Stephen Miller contingent upon his resignation from Public Arts?
So moved.
So moved by Dunn, seconded by Sala. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 10B is Senior Center Commission. 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through December 31st, 2024. We only had 1 applicant for that one. So what are people's thoughts?
Problem with the applicant?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do we have majority of where I heard Mayor Pro Tem support Taylor Ross or Ross Taylor?
Yep.
Second.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Can I get a motion to appoint Ross Taylor to the Senior Center Commission?
Second?
Moved by Sala, seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, motion passes 7-0. Number 11, we are on to announcements of vacancies previous. Board of Appeals, we have one HVAC professional, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Human Rights Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term through December 31st, 2024, plus a 3-year term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, one vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Woodlawn Avenue, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We are at number 12, City Council information.
No information, Mayor, but I just want to do a little tip of the hat to our Mayor Pro Tem, because while it's late for us, it is now 5:30 in the morning.
5:30 in the morning.
Has been literally up all night in this meeting, way to go on that dedication.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to item number 13, reports on items from city staff.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Yep, so that's our city manager's office, city attorney office,
Nothing for me either, Mayor. Thank you.
and our city clerk.
No, thank you.
All right, we're going to go to item number 14, which is, could I get a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Moved by,
Second.
all right, moved by Mo and seconded by all. But Burgess beat you to the point, seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We will go directly into our work session, but I am going to give a 5-minute break if people are in agreement with that. All right, we're going to come back in 5. So,
Okay.
Take a 5-minute nap.
yes, 9:35. Okay, we are returning from a long recess for the City of Iowa City work session on July 16, 2024. We are at item number 4. That's where we left off, and that was clarification of agenda items. We've already covered that, so we will move on to item number 5, which is information packet discussions, and we're going to start with June 20th. June 27th. July 3rd. July 11th.
I'd like to bring up July 11 IP6 on taxi cabs and look for council support to take the staff's recommendation. I was compelled by the memo that we don't need that requirement anymore,
Yep.
and there's.
Yep.
Agree?
Okay.
Yeah. So a majority? Yeah, great. I will mention, and I don't know which IP it is, but it's the pending work session on July 11th. So August 6th, we will be hearing about our $3.75 million that was awarded to us by HUD, or the Pro Housing Award, and that is promoting and reducing obstacles to housing, is essentially what that stands for. So excited about that, and we'll also be hearing from our Harvard Fellow that is actually here, Bloomberg Harvard Fellow that is here, and looking forward to that update from her on August 6th.
I'd like to gauge council support for a pending work session item for food insecurity in the community. No immediate urgency or anything like that, but I'd like to have a discussion on what the situation is with that sometime.
Maybe that's good joint entities.
Could be good joint entities.
Yeah,
that
I
would
like
be-
that a lot.
Yeah.
Great, yeah,
Agree.
All right, so we will make sure that our next joint entities meeting, we have food insecurities as a part of that. I know that so in our late handout, well, that was probably our clarification of agenda items. But if I may, just throw this in. So in our late handouts, we did get a letter from, and they were also here today, Escucha Mi Voz. I'm wondering if council would be comfortable with the city manager office and maybe NDS reaching out to them just to kind of talk about the grant application that we sent, so they'll just have information about that. If people are okay with that, certainly Mayor Pro Tem and I, if you all are comfortable, can be a part of that. But are you all okay whether we are able to make that happen or not? Okay.
Mayor, the one thing I would add is there's a lot of requests that I heard as part of public comment tonight about steering all the money toward immigrants or immigrant groups. Of course, we can't discriminate based on national origin, and we would probably have to communicate that to them as well. Now, certainly we have a lot of programs that benefit immigrants, but just we're not able to limit it to them.
Yeah.
That actually was a question I was going to email you. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
I mean, again, I think the hope is just to discuss with them what this, program, what the application is really to give information, the same information that's going to come August 6th, but I thought, potentially it would allow them, this one-on-one conversation to get facts from the staff on the application. Of course, things will come before the council for discussion and direction as well, but thought this might be one way just to have a conversation before we, at that request for this one particular item. So if council is okay with that, then we'll move forward with that. Okay.
I hesitate to say this is a pending work topic. It's almost like are we past that item?
No, I mean, we're still on July 11th with pending work items.
Okay, so pending work item, one thing I would like at some point, and I have to have some conversations, but I've talked to at least Counselor Dunn on this. We had a public comment from a downtown district employee, who was a bartender, I believe, and who talked about parking rates for employees in the downtown area. And I would be interested in gathering some information and then coming and maybe we can talk and to find out what staff might, if there's any discussions about collaborations or partnerships or something between the downtown district and parking to allow them a discounted rate for when they're working.
So this may be what you're talking about. We are actively working internally to evaluate a downtown district request for an evening parking permit. Right now, our parking permits are 24 hours, but some reduced hour permit, say like 4 or 5 o'clock through 2 or 3 in the morning, geared towards workers that could be at a reduced rate. So we're looking at that. We're
that was precisely
kind of
what
evaluating whether our parking system can handle that
exactly,
by
but
the
just
hour.
to know that you're working on it is...
Yeah, it might require LPRs, though. Sorry, too soon.
I was just going to say, who
Just
thought that
perfect.
parking could be like this hotbed of contention? But no, that's wonderful to know, and that basically takes care of what I wanted to kind of see if we could get
Yeah, we're
initiated.
working
So,
on
thank
that.
you.
So, yeah.
So you're withdrawing the work session
I am.
option? Okay.
And it would require an ordinance change. At least that's our initial thought. So it would come to you eventually.
Okay.
Any other comments on July 11th or past agenda items? Okay. We're going to move on to item number 6. Oh, wait a minute. I know. So honestly, I did speak to them before the meeting. I have one question for the council when it comes down to the work session agenda.
Put them up top. Put them up top.
Yes,
Put
yes.
Yes.
Are we okay with kind of shifting USG towards the top? And
Yes.
and I am also wondering if council would be okay with me moving clarification and information packets toward the top.
Yes.
People are okay with that?
Those quick.
Okay. All right. Now, welcome, USG.
Thank you guys kindly for being able to consider that. I was going to ask selfishly anyways. Before I start with my announcements, I'm going to briefly turn it over to Director Amin to introduce herself.
Hi, you guys. I've met some of you. I was at the HUD grant ceremony a few weeks ago. I actually interned for the assistant secretary that presented the city with the check, so that was a cool full circle moment. But my name's Anna Amin. I'm a student at the university, rising senior. If you ever met Keaton Zeman, he was my predecessor. I'm the new Keaton this year, the director of government relations, which I was really excited about until I realized what this year is politically, and then I was like, wow, I really did that to myself. So my job, as most of you know, is to set the legislative agenda at the local, state, and the federal level. I'm also the new director of legislative affairs for the Association of Big Ten Students. So I have the very fun job of figuring out what legislation 600,000 students, applies to 600,000 students and what we should all focus on. And so it'll be a busy year. I just kind of want to let you know what direction USG will be taking at these 3 different levels. We're trying to focus on civic engagement and education. Matthew will talk a little bit in his final point about I really want to educate our students and our residents on what the parking increases will pay for and what they'll cover. I don't think a lot of people know what they'll cover. Not that that will make them feel any different about having to pay more to park, but information for people our age is good because we notice that, particularly being in USG, that people tend to jump to conclusions, and giving them information is really helpful. So since USG is nonpartisan, we're really taking an educational approach. We'll probably be collaborating with you guys on some voter civic engagement education things, just so that we can make sure that our students who are residents for 4 years here in Iowa City are as educated as possible. But yeah, I will be meeting with some of you. I know I'll be meeting with Jeff and Kirk soon to talk about what your legislative agenda is. Students are residents here for 4 years, sometimes more. It's important that the city and the university collaborate. I also think it helps Des Moines take us a little more seriously when we can say, well, this is not just our initiative, it's also the city's. So hoping to do some more collaboration with you guys. I don't know if I'll be at another city council meeting since it's 10 o'clock. I can't swing that every other Tuesday, but hoping to work with you guys soon. Nice to meet you all.
Great. Yes.
Yay for USG visibility. All right, so first on the announcements. So per our Director of Sustainability, CANBUS, or the university's free busing system, applied for a grant from the Federal Transit Administration called the Low to Zero Emission Grant. CANBUS was one of 62 applicants, and we were awarded $16.4 million, which will go towards 6 electric buses and a new maintenance facility building that will start construction in 2025. 80% of CANBUSes are beyond their lifespan, so this will help us start revitalizing our fleet. USG is proud to see the impact of CANBUS in Iowa City every day, and this is a huge accomplishment for us. I give all credit to Director Marco Morel, who championed this initiative, and USG is so proud of all of his work. Given the recent Iowa Supreme Court ruling on abortion, USG has released a statement that reads, in part, USG calls on the Iowa legislature to allow such a vital issue to be decided through a statewide referendum, with polls conducted by the Des Moines Register having shown that over 60% of Iowans believe that access to safe abortion should be legal. We believe that the Supreme Court's decision undermines the will of the people of Iowa. A referendum on the ballot would allow Iowans to take their voices to the polls and protect the reproductive rights that the Supreme Court has violated. The full statement is available on our website and on our Instagram at UIowaStudentGov. And then third point, and kind of what Director Amin said earlier, unsurprisingly, the fee increases for students living here over the summer has not been received very well amongst many others in our community. While USG does not have an official statement on parking, the city liaisons plan to do a social media informational post to better inform our new Hawkeyes, as well as students returning in the fall, about the city's reasoning and justification for this motion. We aim to help students understand and reduce any shock value that might be associated with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Yes. All right. And the last item is number 7, council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees.
We had an excellent Economic Development Committee meeting.
All right.
That we did.
All right. We are adjourned. Have a good night.
Good morning, Moz.
A minute
Yeah.
of your time.
Have a good night, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello.
And so Bruce was kind enough to give me some coffee filters so it didn't look like a pair of underwear.